Gene reagent. Chen Feng's head ached as he looked at his low luck value. Attempting to create an S-class gene reagent were akin to a bottomless pit. Chen Feng got Spirit to make an estimation for the amount required. It turned out that over 1000 luck value would be required for that. That was a rather frightening amount. Chen Feng sighed. Seems like I can only rely on myself this time. Fortunately, this was the arena of life and death. Although this damnable company had restricted their freedom, they had provided a huge amount of resources as well. Nearly all the resources he could think of would be supplied without limit. All these resources would require credits to be purchased, which could be earned by surviving the arena of life and death. Purchase, purchase, purchase. Spam, spam, spam. Without rest, Chen Feng purchased the materials and improved his formula without stop. However, after only one day, his credits were fully exhausted. This consumption rate was incredibly frightening. Next, Chen Feng began his new life as a debtor. Here, one's credit could go into the negatives. Perhaps this system had been put in place to placate some powerful warriors, or perhaps it had been put in place to scam the participating warriors. Regardless, the company had a debt mechanism with a terrifying rate of interest for the credits owed. Every 9 credits one borrowed, one would have to repay 13 credits. They opined that this would be a better method of controlling those alien warriors. Moreover, helping these warriors grow in strength would be beneficial for them to earn even more money. However, Yuo Shui frowned as he read the data regarding Chen Feng. Due to the high interest, the majority of warriors avoided going into debt. Only a small amount of them, those that were in a rush to break through or that felt a sense of crisis, would agree to go into debt just to purchase more materials. Even so, these people would repay the debt as soon as possible. They wouldn't dare to stay in debt for a prolonged period of time. Yet this guy named Chen Feng, each credit here was extremely precious, capable of purchasing a huge amount of items. As such, even in their entire history, the highest amount of debt a person had ever owed them was a mere 2,000 credits. That was a debt someone had incurred to prepare for the coming event. Ultimately, that person had been able to defeat the enemy in the coming event, bringing their company great profit. As for Chen Feng, Yuo Shui tried calculating what Chen Feng currently owed them. 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 5 zeros, 6 zeros. Hold on. What in the world? It reached 7 figures. 10 million. By himself, Chen Feng had taken out a loan of 10 million credits. Has this guy gone crazy? Yuo Shui did not dare to believe this. How much was 10 million credits? It was sufficient to buy even a small town. How many treasured herbs had this fellow bought to be in so much debt? One ought to know that surviving each event would grant one only several thousand credits. The amount Chen Feng owed, plus the interest. Was this guy planning to spend his entire life paying this debt? Yuo Shui was alarmed. The entire company was shocked. Even if Chen Feng would be more powerful in the next event, the more he improved himself and the ultimate profit he brought would belong to their company, thus putting them in a position where they would not suffer any losses. This was still too risky an investment. This sum. What to do? Just as they were all discussing this, suddenly, the 7 figures indicated on their screen started flickering rapidly before settling on 8 figures. Question mark. Yuo Shui was dumbfounded. Everyone in the company was dumbfounded. 8 figures? They were all stupefied. Was the difference between 7 figures and 8 figures only a single zero? No, that was an investment of 10 times the amount, an amount one shouldn't even hope to finish spending. Yuo Shui almost lost his voice. Fast, lock his account. What exactly was that fellow planning? They all gnashed their teeth. They suspected that this guy was planning to plunder their riches before escaping or something like that. However, through their observation, they noted that Chen Feng was indeed immersed in painstaking training. The resources hadn't been sent elsewhere. They had all been sent to Chen Feng and used by him. No traces of any item transfers could be found. What now? There's really someone capable of swallowing this many materials? No idea. Theoretically, the amount of energy each person can absorb within a certain time frame is limited. After all, if one's energy is increased excessively, it might become unstable, leading to an accident. Yet this Chen Feng. They exchanged glances. Do you all still remember Chen Feng's strength back then? Someone asked suddenly. You are saying? That's right. When he first arrived, he was even weaker. However, he progressed rapidly during the event, and finally, when he exited the event world, his strength was more than 10 times stronger than when he had first arrived. Their hearts thumped. Wasn't this the truth? If so, after Chen Feng absorbed so many resources. Seems like our company is going to create yet another legend. All their hearts thumped. An investment of 10 million credits was the largest investment their company had ever made. Although this had happened accidentally, if they were able to make use of this properly, this would also be their chance to earn their biggest profit yet. How about Chen Feng's credits? Freeze his account. The rest of them glared at the one who had asked the question. What in the world? Was 8 figures not high enough? Although they sounded rather confident, in fact, the only reason they had allowed this to happen was because Chen Feng had acted too fast. They hadn't been able to stop him. Now, they would not allow Chen Feng to continue squandering their resources like that. Resources worth 10 million should be sufficient for Chen Feng to enter a new realm. This was how all of them thought. Alas, they never could have guessed that all the resources had not been used by Chen Feng to increase his strength. Instead, he had wasted all the resources. 1 experiment, 2 experiments, 3 experiments, never-ending experiments. The difficulty of researching S-Class and breaking through into S-Class had far surpassed Chen Feng's imagination. The fact that his research was focused on pushing one who had yet to enter S-Class into S-Class caused his research to become even harder. 10 experiments, 100 experiments, 1,000 experiments. Chen Feng became crazy. It reached a point where he was already numb to failure. This continued until one moment when a crisp sound echoed. This familiar yet moving sound reached him, yet he did not even notice it. Just as he was about to subconsciously discard this experiment and start a new one, he blanked. That sound. Slowly, his gaze swept past the gene reagent before him, and his expression froze. Suddenly, an overjoyed expression appeared on his face. Succeeded. He had finally succeeded. A faint radiance swirled around. The gene reagent before him seemed to contain endless power. I have truly succeeded, Chen Feng muttered. It had been a very long time since he had last experienced such a feeling. Prior to this, with his cheat-like luck aura, he had been able to easily crush all other producers in terms of gene production until he had finally been able to gain ownership over the entire Gene Production Association. And now, without luck aura assisting him, he had been able to once again experience what excitement truly meant. 6 days. Over 10 million credits. Finally, in the final moments before his next event, he had succeeded. 20 Fusion Gene Reagent. Class S. Function unknown. Effect unknown. This was his latest research result. Without luck value doing the estimations for him, without the database of the genetic world to be referred, even Chen Feng himself was not aware of what he had just created. However, at the very least, he could confirm that this was indeed a fusion gene reagent. Tick-tock. Time passed without stop. Chen Feng inhaled deeply and braced himself. Did he have any other option? Gulp. Without hesitation, he swallowed the gene reagent. Bang! Instantly, terrifying energy erupted within his body. Bang! Bang! That tiny bottle of liquid transformed into frightening energy. It was boundless, akin to a tsunami raging through Chen Feng's body, shining with a wanton splendor. Chen Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! Bang! Booming explosions reverberated all throughout his body, as if a blacksmith was using a hammer to temper his body unceasingly, pounding upon his heart without stop. His blood veins all ruptured, his blood splattering everywhere. Chen Feng used the energy to forcefully bind his splattering blood. Right now, his entire body was translucent, like a body sculpted from diamond. Every single one of his blood veins had ruptured, but they were being forcefully kept together with energy. He was in a rather dreadful condition. Damn it. His heart chilled. He had still underestimated how terrifying the process of breaking through into S-Class was. After all, a class was the limit of humanity, a bottleneck nobody had surpassed before. He had initially believed that no human had ever reached that realm due to a lack of S-Class genes. Alas, it seemed like the human body itself was incapable of supporting such power. S-Class was simply too terrifyingly powerful. Even a tiny drop of S-Class energy would be sufficient to blow up Chen Feng's body. He felt like his present body was like a huge inflated balloon that was on the verge of exploding. The S-Class energy within his body expanded without stop, almost unable to be suppressed. Bang! Bang! He could feel some of the veins within his body popping apart. Damn it! He smiled bitterly. At this moment, He was incomparably thankful that he had fused with the giant elephant gene. Although this gene had not granted him a rather huge improvement in combat power, at the very least, his body quality had been improved to A-class. Otherwise, the instant he had swallowed the S-class fusion gene reagent, his body would have exploded. Even so, how long could he last? Shwa, shwa. His body was processing the energy without stop. Unfortunately, the S-class energy was too terrifying, far surpassing the level Chen Feng could absorb. As such, Chen Feng's body seemed to be heading in a rather bleak direction. What to do? Chen Feng's brain spun rapidly. Luck value? Probabilities? He had once used his luck value during gene strengthening to reduce the pain, completing his transformation in advance. However, this would be of no help here, as this was not a situational strengthening he was undergoing, a process where he could decide on the sequence in which his body was strengthened. Rather, this current process he was undergoing was an overall strengthening, the strengthening of his entire person. His body, his consciousness, his heart, all his organs, all energy-generating sources, everything was undergoing a transformation. Chen Feng felt his body inflating, and this was only a part of what he was feeling. His heart still felt like it was being pounded by a hammer, almost forcing him to spit blood. What damnable experience was this? Bang, bang. His heart thumped and his consciousness boomed. The amount of energy in his body was terrifyingly high, giving him a feeling as if death wouldn't be worse than being alive. He had a feeling that in the next moment, his body would swell to the point of implosion. Hum, hum. Once again, his body seemed to increase in size. At present, Chen Feng was at the most crucial moment, and his mind never stopped working as he pondered without stop, looking for a way to survive this. Regardless of how much energy he had in him, he had to look for a method of exhaust it all. Release the excess energy. Right? God Punisher. Bang. Instinctively, he released God Punisher. Shwa. Instantly, a huge amount of energy was drained from his body. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Nice. Indeed. The energy exhaustion of God Punisher was truly terrifying. Even in his present state, his energy would still reduce rapidly after the usage of God Punisher, bringing him near the bearable limit. Alas, before he could even bask in his happiness, he could feel the movement of time, and suddenly, his body swelled, nearly imploding. Shit, this time quicksand. The activation of time quicksand had brought him 1 second forward, rendering his activation of God Punisher meaningless. The energy he had exhausted during the activation earlier was even lower than the amount of energy he had replenished after that 1 second skip. Unfortunately, time quicksand was contained within his God Punisher as well, and as such, he could not avoid releasing this ability. This damnable ability. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He had never expected that a day would come when this time quicksand would screw him instead. The energy that should have been exhausted by God Punisher was replenished by time quicksand just like that. Was this his retribution for using time quicksand to skip time too many times previously? Chen Feng sighed. Bang, bang. Yet another boom erupted within his body. With this, his God Punisher, instead of exhausting his energy, had put him in an even more dangerous situation. He inhaled deeply and his eyes flickered without stop before suddenly, he gulped down a gene reagent. He had not planned to use this gene reagent, but now he had no choice but to rely on it. Since the odds of surviving with this were 50%, he would gamble on it. Time seemed to stop at this instant. Right as Chen Feng consumed the gene reagent, the energy in his body increased instead of reducing. However, Chen Feng wasn't surprised by this development. Rather, his mind seemed to have an even clearer grasp on everything. The world before his eyes seemed to have slowed down. In truth, everything was still the same. What had changed was Chen Feng's speed of thought, which had been accelerated greatly. However, it indeed gave him a feeling like time had stopped. Shwa. Chen Feng waved his hand. All the spiritual energy was his to command. He could even feel a sense of happiness from the spiritual energy as it approached him. Naturally, as the cost for being in such a wondrous state, the genes within Chen Feng's body were collapsing at a rapid speed as well. What Chen Feng had consumed was precisely the Aurora gene reagent. Effect: spiritual affinity pushed to the maximum. Disadvantage: rapidly collapses one's genes. Shwa, shwa. The genes within Chen Feng's body collapsed rapidly. His hands, his legs, his head, his entire body seemed to be flickering. This was an extremely frightening situation. The previous Chen Feng had utilized his luck value to control the collapse of his genes, limiting it to trash genes. But now he wasn't controlling the process at all. When a gene collapsed, regardless of what gene it was, it would only flicker once. Yet now, the entirety of Chen Feng's body was flickering without stop. The collapsed genes were immediately improved by this terrifying S-class energy within Chen Feng's body, making these genes even stronger than their previous state. The S-class gene reagent was presently transforming Chen Feng's body, updating his genes. Chen Feng's body went through numerous transformations, becoming stronger and stronger. Even with this, the rate which energy appeared within his body still far surpassed the amount of energy he was exhausting. However, for the present Chen Feng with maximum spiritual affinity, rise. He waved his hand. Under his control, the energy started moving. Consciousness. With this seemingly unlimited supply of energy, Chen Feng started recreating an even more powerful spiritual world for himself. Digitized world. With the endless energy supply, he constructed a huge world, filling his digitized world with boundless vitality. Heart. Danshan. He started personally redesigning his body as well. In this manner, the vast energy that had initially seemed to be spreading everywhere, the energy that had almost blown up his body, started operating in an orderly fashion, mending, reinforcing, transforming. In this manner, finally, his energy gain and energy exhaustion reached a balance of sorts. Stabilized. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. However, this was merely the beginning. After 3 hours, after exhausting endless energy, his body finally transformed into the strongest state, to the maximum limit. Chen Feng was certain that all his organs and his entire body had reached the limit of humanity. He had initially focused on energy cultivation. The giant elephant gene was the only ability he used to improve his physical body, pushing his body quality to that of an A-class. This time, though, he had been able to transform the entirety of his body to that of a peak beyond A-class. What did this signify? Exactly, without any energy, with his physical body alone, he would now be able to beat up a beyond A-class. That was how cheat-like his new body was. Alas, as Chen Feng saw the amount of energy in his body, he let off a bitter smile. The amount of damnable S-class energy in his body was still going up instead of down. The moment the energy reached the limit, he would truly have no other ways of dealing with it. He had ultimately failed to cross that limit, the limit of A-class. If Chen Feng was able to break through the bottleneck and cross through the limit, he would only need to focus purely on fusing with the gene reagent and the process would be completed easily. But now, since he was still stuck as a beyond A-class, he would have to rely on himself to deal with the excess S-class energy. At present, his only options were to either break through into S-class or allow the S-class energy to fill his body to the point of implosion. Body energy. Chen Feng contemplated with a sharp gaze in his eyes. His entire being had already been pushed to the limit of humanity. Regardless of what he tried, he failed to break through the damnable bottleneck. In fact, he couldn't even locate that single point at which he could attempt to break through. After all, he had been an A-class for too short a time. He had attempted to reach S-class from B-class in such a short period of time. This single step was too huge, and now he was paying for it. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng tried numerous times, yet nothing seemed to happen. His body and energy stopped transforming. Like a headless housefly, he charged all over randomly and watched on as the amount of energy in his body increased without stop, returning to the initial level prior to his transformation. Granted, the present Chen Feng who had been transformed had higher endurance and would be able to last longer now. However, if he could not break through in the shortest time possible, he would likely die by way of his body imploding. What should I do, exactly? His brain worked rapidly. He believed that he would be able to think of a solution. S-class. S-class. Spellbound, he sank into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a question popped into his brain. What exactly was it that made an S-class so powerful? S-class was a wondrous realm. It seemed completely different from A-class. Essentially, A-class was the evolution of B-class, an improved B-class. This was true all the way from F-class to A-class. The core of it all was constant improvement. What about S-class, then? It was a transformation. Chen Feng could feel it clearly. As such, What was the superiority of this realm compared to others? Chen Feng thought back to the S-class he had encountered. That expert of the devil race had been capable of seriously injuring Leal with a single slap. Was it purely because of his stronger physical prowess? Was it because of the S-class body? Not quite so. It was not possible for a physical body alone to be so powerful. Was it energy? Then, Chen Feng thought back and recalled that when that had happened, no traces of energy had been visible. Was it possible for that big shot devil to not even have something like energy? That was not possible. Why, then, there was also the S-class beast he had killed using Xiao Ying and the Mafhak back then. Although he had maintained a huge distance from that beast and hadn't sensed the power of that S-class personally, he had been able to see that while that beast had continued struggling and changing, it had still never unleashed any energy that seemed excessively powerful. And yet its body had truly been astonishingly terrifying. Each time its body had been reconstructed, Xiao Ying had been on the verge of being instantly killed. If not for Xiao Ying's ability to travel at will between the illusory world and the physical world, he would have been crushed directly by the internal organs of that S-class beast. That was how terrifying an S-class was. In short, both the S-class devil and the S-class beast specialized in the cultivation of their physical body. That was evidently untrue. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a possibility. Perhaps, in the realm of S-class, there was no such distinction between one cultivating either their physical body or their energy. Instead, both were lumped together. Flesh equaled energy. Energy equaled flesh. If that was the case, Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. With the last of his consciousness, he controlled the energy within him. Bang! Just as this thought flashed past Chen Feng's mind, his body started imploding as the S-class energy within his body erupted. Bang! Bang! The terrifying energy swept everywhere. With astonishment, Chen Feng watched on as his body was reduced into nothingness amid the boundless energy. Surprisingly, his consciousness remained. I'm not dead. Oh, I didn't die. With astonishment, Chen Feng looked at himself in a state of nothingness. At present, his physical body had transformed into numerous light particles. Surprisingly, these particles did not vanish. Rather, like fireworks, they swirled around, taking on a spherical shape before starting to absorb the energy previously in Chen Feng's body. That's right. The powerful energy was being absorbed. The energy that Chen Feng couldn't fully digest no matter what had actually been fully absorbed by the light particles. Those particles might look feeble, but they were able to easily absorb the energy. After a long time, the boundless energy vanished, leaving behind only those light particles that were hovering in midair akin to stars. Chen Feng's eyes widened. He no longer had a physical body. As such, he could only look on with amazement, watching these particles and sensing this state of nothingness he was in with curiosity. What's going on with me? Chen Feng had no idea. Was he going to stay in this state forever? If so, was he still alive or dead? He couldn't find an answer to that. Perhaps I can still move. Chen Feng tried moving using his consciousness. Surprisingly, the light particles actually moved according to his will. Wow! Chen Feng looked on with astonishment. In short, this is my new body? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He wondered if he would ever be able to transform back into a human. The thought of this rose subconsciously in his mind. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, all the light particles started combining, condensing, and shining with a faint radiance. Instantly, a brand new body was constructed. Chen Feng's eyes widened. He lowered his head and gazed at his hands and his body. Everything seemed completely the same as before. He was back. Energy equaled flesh. Flesh equaled energy. Could it be? He waved his hand instinctively. Transform, he urged inwardly. Instantly, his right hand vanished into nothingness, transforming into countless light particles, yet when Chen Feng set his senses forth, he could sense every single light particle. Each particle was part of him. Condense, he urged. The light particles assembled together, reconstructing his right hand. Hiss, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. So this was what S-Class was all about. Finally, he understood how lucky he was to have been able to kill the S-Class beast with his Mafhak. If not for the unique environment that he had been making use of, if not for Xiao Ying, killing that beast would have been impossible. An S-Class body was in fact an undying body. This body. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. An explosive energy could be felt within his body. That was the power of S-Class. He punched out, and an S-class force exuded from his fist. This was not purely physical power, nor was this purely energy. Rather, this was a combination of the two. This S-class realm had, in an ingenious manner, melded both powers together perfectly. From now on, there was no flesh. There was no energy. The only thing that remained was the combination of the two. This was what S-class was. Bang! A single punch from Chen Feng caused space itself to tremble. The effect of this single punch of his was apparent. Even the flow of time slowed as space slowly tore apart from his punch. As he retracted his hand, the tear in space began to slowly close up. This was merely the result of a single casual punch. It was truly rather astonishing. A random punch is already as powerful as a 5-star or a 6-star secret art. Chen Feng was speechless. Only now did he have an inkling of how powerful he had become. What about his genetic abilities? Then, he raised his hand. Light started swirling around. Wind blade. Whoosh. And as wind blade appeared and hovered midair, "It looks rather ordinary," Chen Feng muttered. This wind blade looked the same as it had before, so very bland. Chen Feng aimed at a random piece of furniture in front of him. Noiselessly, the wind blade drifted over. Just like that, the blade drifted past the furniture. That's right, drifted. It merely drifted past the furniture. There was no explosion. There was no overflowing energy. Just like that, noiselessly and easily, the blade slashed through the furniture before continuing on its merry way, slashing through the wall and reaching the room next door. Silence prevailed until suddenly, a mournful scream resounded from the room next door. "Ah, Chen Feng, you asshole. Holy shit, luckily I have a high sense of vigilance. What the hell, if I was a tiny bit slower, my Kong family line would have ended here. Ah, shit. It has indeed been injured. It hurts. FCK. The last time I experienced such pain was during my circumcision back then. Screw you, Chen Feng." Kong Bei's mournful screams resounded without stop. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. He had indeed slowed the speed of his wind blade, ensuring that it wouldn't hurt anyone. However, he had never expected that this wind blade he had casually sent out would be so powerful. Back then, before he had broken through into S-class, he wouldn't have been able to cause any sort of damage to the room here even after using his full power. Yet now, Chen Feng gazed at his hands. Finally, he understood how terrifying S-class was. Kong Bei limped over from the room next door with a darkened expression. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. "Sorry." Kong Bei was furious. "You nearly castrated me. It's not like you have any opportunities to use it anyway," Chen Feng muttered. Kong Bei glared at him. "What did you said?" "No. Nothing." Chen Feng laughed it off. Kong Bei snorted. HMPH. Only now did he realize that his surroundings seemed somewhat different. After seeing the hole left in the wall, finally, he realized the reason the wind blade had appeared out of nowhere in his room. Instantly, his head cooled and his anger evaporated. This wall, that wind blade. Kong Bei's eyes widened. Could it be? Chen Feng bashfully stated. "I have broken through." "Holy shit!" Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. S-class. This was an extremely wondrous realm. If Chen Feng were to start researching the energy of S-class now, he would have to start from scratch. It would take an unknown amount of time to complete. As such, he had no choice but to put this matter aside for now. What was the first thing he should do now that he had broken through into S-class? Leave this place. Chen Feng was not willing to stay here like some circus monkey. As such, after familiarizing himself with his new S-class power, his first course of action was to leave this place, to gain greater understanding of this Twin Horns world before looking for a means of leaving this world altogether. Alas, 2 minutes after leaving his room, Chen Feng returned in silence. The reason? In these short 2 minutes, numerous auras with a strength similar to his own could be felt. S-class. All of them were S-classes. This was actually a place with so many S-classes. It was at this point that Chen Feng gained a clear understanding of the level of this world. This was actually a world where S-classes were everywhere. From what he had found out by asking around in an indirect manner, these people were called awakened. This was an extremely mystical world. Here, one could advance from F-class to A-class through natural growth alone. Even a fatty nerd would be able to reach A-class by way of natural growth. This was a phase with no bottlenecks whatsoever. As such, those spectators, those roaring upper-class women, nearly all of them were peak beyond A-classes. Yet in this world, such people were mere commoners. Here, true warriors were the awakened. It was rumored that within the horns of the twin horns race was an astonishing amount of energy. Only those capable of comprehending the energy contained within could become awakened. Here, an awakened would be the equivalent of humanity's S-class. Each of them had astounding strength. With their powerful strength, they were the true masters of this world. Awakened. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. This damnable twin horns world. In short, those horns are the reason they can advance from F-class to A-class through natural growth alone. Kong Bei was awed. Their twin horns will naturally absorb energy from their surroundings, constantly purifying the energy and improving one's strength. Holy shit, are these fellows teletees? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. It did not need to be discussed whether these were teletees. However, the strength of these fellows was indeed frightening. Chen Feng checked his body. His luck value was still growing. After entering S-class, the speed his luck value accumulated at had not increased. However, thanks to the huge growth in the strength of his spiritual energy, Spirit had become stronger as well. Now, Spirit's optimization was even better than before. Chen Feng's current luck value had initially been insufficient for him to leave this world, but now, after the upgrade in Spirit's optimization capabilities, this amount was sufficient. However, Kong Bei tried transmigrating. It failed. That's right, he failed. This was the first time this had ever happened. Even he himself was utterly shocked. This might be related to this place. Chen Feng looked around. Their living quarters were surrounded by a unique power. Since this place was initially used for transmigration research, to avoid the transmigrators they summoned going somewhere else, all the rooms here were surrounded by a unique energy. Only within the arena would transmigrators arrive. Similarly, that was also the only place where they could hope to transmigrate away. Seems like we will have to join one of their events. Chen Feng checked the time. It was almost time for their show. On the next day, when Chen Feng and Kong Bei reached the arena, the entire crowd boiled. With their cheers thundering everywhere, this was the arena for transmigrators to showcase their prowess. Yuo Shui, the host, was currently livening up the mood there. In fact, the higher-ups of their company had secretly investigated the unique energy undulation that had appeared the day before. Next, they had discovered that a hole had appeared in the wall between Chen Feng's rooms and Kong Bei's. When they had gone over, they had seen that Kong Bei's clothing seemed rather messy and had vague traces of blood. When did this hole appear? Last night. In short, Chen Feng blasted a hole in the wall last night to have a secret date with Kong Bei. They lapsed into silence. Here, everyone had an individual room that was separated from the others. They were aware that Chen Feng and Kong Bei were close, but then, weren't they somewhat too intimate? Shouldn't we be focusing on the fact that Chen Feng could actually create a hole in the wall instead? One person asked with a bitter smile. Each of the rooms was incredibly sturdy, and when required, the rooms themselves could be locked down to prevent the transmigrators from escaping. Yet now, Chen Feng had been able to blast a hole through their wall. That's normal. These few days, he has been absorbing so much energy. It isn't weird for him to have been able to blast a wall there. What I care about more is his relationship with Kong Bei. I initially believed that they were merely ordinary friends. Now, though, after this, give them a warning to not let any sex scandals leak. Make sure they keep their desires in check during the event. After all, a majority of their present fans are female. If those fans find out that these two are actually their heads ached. They had never expected that just as they had decided to invest in Chen Feng, something like this would crop up. At this time, a message from Yuo Shui arrived. Time's up. All right. Get them to enter. Then, with Chen Feng's present strength, it won't be a problem for him to survive this event. However, we must still find some way to make their adventure more thrilling. Only this will keep the audience excited. Understood. The various departments of the arena started operating. Under their request, Chen Feng and Kong Bei entered the arena. Lights swirled around them. A new adventure was about to begin. To maintain the sense of realism, once a transmigrator was killed, the transmigrator would remain dead. In any case, the transmigrators weren't the original inhabitants of this world anyway. Bang! Lights swirled around. A new world started. The audiences started their discussions. Hopefully, they will bring us something different this time, one upper-class woman stated. Their monotonous lifestyle bored them greatly. As such, Only the excitement brought upon by prospects of life and death could attract them due to the brutish battles to be viewed here, due to the blood that would be spilled. Yeah, a different person lamented. The previous race that transmigrated over here did not last long at all. If Chen Feng can survive this event, I will be his sugar mommy for 1 full year, stated a heavily overweight upper-class woman. A different person sneered. HMPH, do you think you will even have an opportunity for that? In this manner, the audience discussed without stop. Their favorite was alien males, as these alien males could bring them an entirely different experience. An example would be the previous elephant race whose ding-dongs had been on their heads instead. There had also been a particular silver snake race whose heads had been on their ding-dongs. They had also given the women here quite a wondrous experience. This caused the women here to be in awe over the majesty of the Creator. It's starting. They all focused on the arena. Bang! A bright radiance erupted. Instantly, the world transformed. A new world. Huh? Chen Feng stretched his hand out and cast his senses out, feeling up this wondrous world. Previously, he had only been aware that they had transmigrated here and had not been aware that this was in fact a created world. Now that they were aware that this was a created world, they would naturally be interested in studying this world. Alas, their observations showed that everything in this created world was real. Chen Feng waved his hand casually. He could feel the energy pervading the air. Everything created within this arena of life and death was exactly the same as reality, including the orbit of energy. This place was no different than the real world. Chen Feng and Kong Bei exchanged glances, shock apparent in their eyes. For the present humanity, regardless of their augmented reality or virtual reality technology or the illusory abilities of genetic warriors, none could reach such a level of realism. This was simply akin to the power of a god of creation. This arena was evidently much more mysterious than they had imagined. The same moment the both of them entered this world, the distant life forms seemed to awaken as well. Numerous auras locked onto Chen Feng and Kong Bei. Bang! The earth shook. Numerous life forms charged ferociously at them. Here it comes. Chen Feng sank into a solemn mood. Before entering, the person in charge had informed them of the contents of this event. If the contents of the event they were in when they had first transmigrated were classified as an adventure, then the words fleeing for life could be used to describe the contents of this event, an event where they had to flee and survive amidst the pursuit of numerous mutated beasts. Go. Without hesitation, Chen Feng brought Kong Bei along and started fleeing. Bang! Bang! Booming explosions resounded without stop. The entire audience cheered in a crazed fashion. This was the type of near-death scene they enjoyed the most. As for Chen Feng and Kong Bei, they endured silently as they kept looking for an opportunity. They had to look for the most opportune moment to make their move. Kong Bei's transmigration was a wondrous and powerful ability. Under normal circumstances, nobody could even hope of stopping them. However, this was a world where transmigration was a researched topic. With transmigration as the core, this arena had been created, an arena forcing transmigrators to become participants of their reality show. As such, Chen Feng and Kong Bei did not dare to be careless. This transmigration was their only chance of leaving this world. Kong Bei had to ensure that the transmigration would only proceed when nobody of this world noticed it. Bang! Bang! The earth shook. Chen Feng's gaze swept past the beasts chasing after them. Thanks to the combat history of Chen Feng, the strength of these beasts had been obviously increased by quite a bit. Even the weakest of them were at peak beyond A class. Among the beasts chasing after them, 3 of them were S class. Shit! Chen Feng cursed and continued running for his dear life. At this time, the spectators were all enjoying the show. Despite this, Nuo Shui's eyes remained narrowed, as he had an odd feeling. Why was this Chen Feng fellow not fighting back at all? They were clear on Chen Feng's strength. He had already been rather strong previously, and now he had even absorbed so many of their resources by going into debt. One could say that apart from the awakened, this Chen Feng fellow could defeat all opponents. Even if he couldn't defeat the awakened ones, he should not have any problem defeating normal beasts. But yet, nothing happened. He kept fleeing without stop. From the start when the regular beasts appeared until the end when the awakened beasts appeared, this guy ran without stop. not even sparing the chasing beasts a look. This seemed rather odd. Should he not first kill those regular beasts before trying to get rid of the awakened beasts? Some of them could not understand Chen Feng's actions. If they recalled correctly, this was what Chen Feng had done previously, to first get rid of the weaker ones, then slowly weakening the stronger one before ultimately killing it. This was also the reason Chen Feng and Kong Bei had earned so many points from their previous event, because of their hegemonic ways, because they had been strong enough to act in such a way. This time, though, Chen Feng was only fleeing. This might cause him to lose a serious number of fans. What is this guy doing? Yuo Shui could not even know what to say in his commentary anymore. Give him some time, a higher-up stated faintly. Perhaps, he has some new ideas about what to do. Have you forgotten how he killed the awakened beast last time? The rest nodded as they heard this. True. Their gazes returned to the arena. Chen Feng was still fleeing. Regardless of whether the enemies were strong or weak, he did not make a single move against them. The number of beasts chasing after them became higher and higher. Truthfully, toward this, Chen Feng felt quite helpless. It wasn't that he did not want to make a move against them. However, he couldn't do so. S-Class was a bizarre realm. There were no new genes or abilities. The entirety of his power had seemingly blended together at the moment of his breakthrough, reducing everything he'd had in the past to nothingness. In this realm, each move he made would be much more powerful than the previous him, akin to a transformation of his very being. One could say that an S-Class operated in an entirely different way than an A-Class. Perhaps using the term awakened to describe this realm, as the people of this world did, would be more apt. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He had yet to fully grasp his present strength. Moreover, his understanding of the power of S-Class was still too shallow. If he tried to forcefully use an S-Class power before even understanding it and was found out, they would lose their single chance of escape. Since these fellows had yet to discover Chen Feng's breakthrough into S-Class, this was his one and only chance to escape this world. He was certain that the moment he used an ability, with so many gazes on him, someone would most definitely discover that he had already entered S-Class. At that time, things would truly be troublesome. Therefore, before they could leave, Chen Feng had to endure. After setting aside a portion of his luck value for the transmigration, the rest was fully activated. With this, both he and Kong Bei were able to, in a lucky and coincidental fashion, keep dodging the encirclement of the beasts. Along the way, numerous Beyond A classes appeared without stop. Even with Chen Feng ignoring them, the newly appeared beasts started chasing after them, following tightly behind them. The group chasing after Chen Feng and Kong Bei increased in size without stop. As for the S-Class beasts, they were getting nearer. Bang, bang. Now, Chen Feng could already feel their breath. He looked at Kong Bei. Are you not done yet? Kong Bei smiled bitterly. I found it. But within the defense mechanism put in place against transmigration that enveloped the arena, he had found a spot where they could leave. That was a spot where space could be split to leave this place. However, he needed time to do that. I need time to open that spot with force. We will only be able to leave after a hole of sufficient size is opened in this transmigration preventer. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for us to transmigrate directly. Kong Bei explained with a solemn expression. How long do you need? Chen Feng asked. 3 seconds. Kong Bei stated. 3 seconds. Chen Feng glanced at the beasts chasing after them. From their entry into this place, they hadn't dared to stop running. Only a second of pause would be required for these beasts to tear them apart. 3 seconds? They would most probably die in 1 single second. All right. Chen Feng's mind worked rapidly. At times like this, he could only give it his all. And thus, after leading those beasts on for a while, after a huge majority of the beasts were gathered together, when even the spectators started doubting Chen Feng's actions, they stopped running. Without hesitation, Kong Bei activated his ability immediately. Shwa. A faint radiance started flickering. The higher-ups of the arena were the first to feel something odd. This familiar power, some of them had already locked on to Kong Bei. However, just as their attention landed on Kong Bei, abruptly, an astonishing power that they were all familiar with erupted from Chen Feng's body. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept out as Chen Feng activated his power. Their expressions changed abruptly. This is awakened. This Chen Feng had awakened. God! They were all shocked. One ought to know that countless transmigrators had appeared here before, yet none of them had ever reached this level. Not a single awakened had ever appeared among the transmigrators. They had even believed that perhaps the awakened realm was something exclusive to the Twin Horns race. After all, in their eyes, all the transmigrators were from inferior species. The transmigrators were merely performers in this arena, no different than animals in a zoo. Yet now, bang! Chen Feng finally moved. Bang! God, Punisher. Once again, the power of an S-class bloomed. Time quicksand appeared, pushing Chen Feng's God Punisher 1 second into the future. Next, the strongest attack he had ever unleashed in his entire life shot out of his hand. Bang! The earth shook. The arena of life and death that had remained still for so many years started trembling as well. Soon, the radiance faded. When everyone's gazes landed on the arena, their eyes widened. Blocked. That powerful beast army had been completely blocked by Chen Feng's attack. Not all the beasts were dead, but they were clearly in a somewhat bad shape. Those 3 awakened beasts included. How powerful! This was the first thing everyone there felt. They had watched numerous such shows before, but never before had they seen a transmigrator dare to face an awakened beast head-on. Moreover, Chen Feng had faced 3 of them and a huge number of other beasts all at the same time. We are going to earn big this time. This was the first reaction of Nuo Shui and the rest. How much of a profit could an awakened transmigrator make them? The mere thought caused them to shudder. If, alas, Chen Feng only required 3 seconds. 1 second had gone by as the beasts charged at them. Yet another second had gone by as God Punisher bloomed. And the final second was spent stunning everyone present with his feat of stopping all the beasts. From the start till the end, everyone there only had a single second of time to think. Before they could even think of anything else. Before their brains even caught on to what was happening, Shua Kongbei started shining brightly. An aura they were all incomparably familiar with erupted. That is, not good. The expressions of everyone that changed. Transmigration. It was actually transmigration. This was a power they were all too familiar with. Everyone there was shocked. All the transmigrators they had encountered before had been people who had entered a spatial current by accident and had ended up wandering about the void before being captured by this world to be used as puppets. Someone with a transmigration ability like Kongbei had never appeared before. It hadn't even crossed their mind that this was a possibility. Hold on, something as rare as transmigration was a power one could actually control? This was a power even they couldn't control. Stop them. Hurry! Bang! Space exploded. Numerous powerful enemies appeared. Awakened was a realm with a wondrous power system. In this world where awakened ones were everywhere, Chen Feng did not dare to act wantonly. As such, he had been maintaining utmost caution even when transmigrating. Time quicksand. Among all the abilities contained within his God Punisher, only time quicksand was unleashed. With the 3 seconds Kongbei required, a single time quicksand would be sufficient. That was because even if the people there were to have any doubt about Kongbei's action, they would still believe that he was merely unleashing some trump card instead of transmigrating away. Therefore, these 3 seconds in which Kongbei was activating his ability were actually the safest period for the both of them. As for the truly dangerous moment, it was after the eruption of Kongbei's ability, when they were on the verge of transmigrating. This was the world of awakened ones. The power level of this world far surpassed Chen Feng's understanding. Bang! Space cracked. The exact moment when Kongbei was about to transmigrate away with Chen Feng, space seemed to freeze. An indifferent voice resounded. Stay. Next, the rate at which Kongbei and Chen Feng were fading slowed down tremendously. Chen Feng was able to stop those beasts. He could last 3 seconds against their onslaught, but facing the true awakened experts, he couldn't even last 1 instant. Despite that, Chen Feng merely smiled calmly. I have been waiting a long time for you. Time quicksand. Jump. Bang. A faint radiance swirled about. Chen Feng and Kongbei vanished instantly. The time required to complete this transmigration had already been less than 1 second. With time quicksand bringing them 1 second into the future, this process was instantly completed. Shwa. Both of them vanished into thin air. Bang. The energy attacking them lost its target, causing the space to collapse. Question mark. Gone. Everyone present stared blankly at the empty arena. They had never expected that someone would actually be capable of escaping this place. They lapsed into silence. Even the commentator, Nuo Shui, was keeping silent at this moment. Something like this. was no longer something they could get involved with. That was especially true since at the last moment, that senior had obviously acted. They had even been able to see both Chen Feng and Kong Bei locked in space, yet they had still left, not leaving any trace behind. After a long time, a silhouette of light appeared out of thin air. All of them knelt on the floor. The Lord ignored them all, silently regarding the direction in which Kong Bei and Chen Feng had vanished. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the exact spot where they had transmigrated away. Here, his hand reached out, touching the space there. This power shock appeared in his eyes. During that final moment, they had obviously displayed a power that far surpassed their present level, the power of time. How is that possible? He howled. The rules of time are something even we can't grasp, yet those two. Chen Feng's world was extremely weak. This was apparent by observing Chen Feng and Kong Bei. Yet it was truly unexpected that these two fellows from a weak world actually had a grasp on such a high-level power. Apart from this, he took a deep sniff of the air. I can smell traces of other powers. He lapsed into a trance. What those two had used earlier was as simple as some power of time. He could even feel a peculiar power not weaker than time, a power far surpassing Chen Feng's and Kong Bei's level. Chen Feng, Kong Bei. He sank into contemplation. The higher-ups of the arena rushed over. Lord, seal this place up, he stated coldly. ? They were all dumbstruck as they heard this. Seal this place? But then, this was a place that brought them great profit. This was the venue of the most popular reality show in this world, a show with off-the-charts ratings. Lord, the higher-ups there were not resigned to this. We can't. This is an order. The Lord spat. I disagree. The higher-ups of the arena were furious. Why is it that we must seal it just because you say so? Even if you are the apostle. Lightly, the apostle waved his hand. A cold gleam flashed out, and next, a round head could be seen rolling on the ground. Since you are aware that I am the apostle, have you forgotten what it is that I can do? The apostle stated indifferently. An intense smell of blood pervaded the air, and the entire arena lapsed into silence. Everyone that trembled. Arena of life and death. Entertainment. Seal it. His gaze landed on the point of transmigration, and he stated coldly, protect this arena properly. This incident is much graver than you all can imagine. Amid the starry sky, a faint blue radiance was shining. Countless huge battleships were streaking away from the planet, each of them flickering with numerous lights. These were villas of sorts in the shape of ships that were being used by the rich to escape the devils and ancients. At present, humanity was already used to these ships. Suddenly, a noiseless shockwave flashed past. Bang! Countless battleships exploded instantly. Those huge battleships collapsed noiselessly before ultimately transforming into numerous particles that dissipated in outer space. The intense vibrations were seemingly trying to show the terrible incident that these battleships had experienced, yet here in outer space, no sound whatsoever was transmitted out, akin to a mime's performance. All the battleships there were destroyed. From the extreme end, an icy blue battleship appeared. The front portion of the battleship was transparent, and within, a throne could be vaguely seen. Above the throne, an imposing figure was seated. Casually, he leaned against the throne, seemingly in the midst of appreciating this colorful scene. His right hand, which was lightly knocking against the throne, was wearing a delicate diamond ring. The ring seemed to contain a boundless power. Looks like it's almost done. He stood up and focused his gaze as he slowly rotated his ring. A huge screen appeared in front of him. On it, a countdown appeared. It could be seen that this countdown had been continuing for years. Yet now, the countdown continued on. At present, only 100 days were left. 100 days, he muttered. Perhaps he could proceed with his plan now. A faint radiance swirled around. Slowly, the blue battleship vanished, like it had never appeared in the first place. As for the particles that filled outer space akin to blooming fireworks, they vanished after the initial splendor, seemingly celebrating the arrival of something. The starry sky appeared even deeper now. At the genetic union, all the staffers there were keeping silent in fear, their gazes landing occasionally on the meeting room upstairs. Occasionally, sounds of dispute and intense energy undulations would spread out of that room, causing their hearts to feel petrified. How many times had this happened already? They couldn't even answer that. The moment the news of Chen Feng's death had been received, those people had begun arguing without stop, and they'd been extremely agitated each time. As for nobodies like these staffers, They did not even dare to breathe too loudly in fear of the anger spreading toward them. Xiao Li. Send some refreshments inside. The lady called Xiao Li was so scared that her legs weakened. Everyone within that room was a beyond A class, and at present, those experts were all furious. Forget it. The logistics department head shook his head. After giving it a thought, he decided to send the refreshments personally instead. However, just as he reached the door, he heard the intense argument and energy undulation from the room. He hesitated before ultimately deciding against going in, putting the refreshments back where he had taken them. Since they are all beyond A classes, I suppose they won't feel any thirst, right? He was petrified because, just by being near the door, an intense killing intent could be felt from within the room. That's right. Rather than some energy undulation, what he felt was true killing intent. Good gracious. What were those people doing in that room exactly? If they were merely quarreling or discussing, it was fine. Why would killing intent appear? He had no idea, and he did not wish to know the answer either. Remember, do not approach that place, he reminded everyone. Everyone in the logistics department nodded their head frantically. At present, a fight had almost broken out within the meeting room. Let me repeat myself, Chen Feng's authority ought to be passed on to us, a person stated coldly. The deputy president rejected this notion firmly. That is not possible. That person sneered. We of the Qian family have offered our entire life to the genetic union. This time, our Qian Chen was the one who accompanied Chen Feng on this trip and was his secret guardian. Who could have guessed that Qian Chen would end up killed by Chen Feng instead? How are you guys sure that he was killed by Chen Feng? The deputy president retorted. That person's eyes gleamed coldly. Within Qian Chen's body were traces of Chen Feng's energy. That energy. Don't tell me you can't recognize it yourself. Qian Chen's death had angered all the members of the Qian family. Naturally, what was more important was the huge inheritance left behind now that Chen Feng was dead. Did he have any children or heirs? Nope. Who should be the rightful owner of this inheritance? Then, the authority of the Gene Production Association and Genetic Union. This was a shocking amount of authority. Therefore, after finding out about this, the Qian family had pushed the blame onto Chen Feng without any hesitation. In any case, everyone there was already dead. They were free to make up any stories they wished. More importantly, on the bodies of Qian Chen and Si Fan, traces of Chen Feng's energy had been found. This was perfect. Chen Feng had betrayed humanity and killed Qian Chen and Si Fan. With this, it was within reason that Chen Feng's inheritance should be passed on to them as a form of compensation. This was the reason their entire family had arrived here to force the genetic union to make a decision. If this was handled properly, their family might even become the strongest family. The deputy president rubbed his head. Damn it. The traces left at the training camp were too obvious. Even if he knew that those two hadn't been killed by Chen Feng, he couldn't prove it. Scene simulation? That would be useless. Thanks to Chen Feng having been there in person, no detection abilities worked. Chen Feng's aura was too unique. They had studied him and tried divining information about him countless times before, yet every single time, they had not been able to find anything. Abilities capable of truly monitoring or scouting Chen Feng seemed to not exist. Unfortunately, in their present circumstance, this disadvantaged them. Why had Chen Feng fought Qian Chen and Si Fan? What exactly had happened? With Chen Feng's death, this had become an unsolved mystery. Should they once again seek help from their president? The deputy president smiled bitterly at this thought. What had happened recently made him feel like he was in fact a puppet. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to make a decision and would have to keep asking the president for help. This time, we want an answer. A huge number of Qian Chen's and Si Fan's family members had arrived this time. All of them were beyond A classes. As top families capable of grasping two of the spots in this training camp, it signified their prowess as a family. As such, the two were able to join hands and pressure the genetic union this time. Naturally, the genetic union would normally not be bothered with these two families. What the genetic union truly feared were the huge network of alliance behind these two families. Although the Qian family was the one making a move this time, surprisingly, behind them was a huge alliance of families. If they couldn't handle this properly, a civil war would most certainly break out between humans. Had they forgotten what had happened to the ancient race when a civil war broke out? The only reason humans had even survived this long was due to the civil war within the ancient race. the strongest race of all. And now, would humans follow in the footsteps of the ancients? If this wasn't handled properly, the deputy president inhaled deeply as he thought about the consequences. What should he do? The genetic union was still capable of suppressing this forcefully. However, with the ancient race and devil race looming about, he did not wish for humans to suffer more casualties. Moreover, recently, the ancient race had seemingly been itching to make a move against them. The person from the Qian family righteously stated, "For humanity, we do not wish to cause any trouble among fellow humans." However, regarding Chen Feng's betrayal and the death of our Qian family's heir, if there's no answer for this, how can we concentrate on battling the alien races? How would we dare to face those on our side with our backs? Hence, we respectfully request that Chen Feng is convicted of this crime to give justice to Qian Chen and Si Fan. This was the request of the Qian family. Truthfully, convicting Chen Feng of this crime and everything else was all blabbering nonsense. If Chen Feng was truly convicted, wouldn't the authority he'd once held be declared illegitimate? Who would assume ownership over the authority? My pitiful child. Even black and white pictures of Qian Chen and Si Fan had been brought to the genetic union. The deputy president. He had truly underestimated how shameless these people could be. What should he do now? He blanked. Qian Chen's and Si Fan's families were extremely powerful. If the genetic union truly wanted to suppress them, the human race would most probably suffer as a result. Evidently, the two families were also aware of this. As such, they had taken this opportunity to threaten the genetic union. Distantly, countless people were attentively listening in. The scouts from numerous families were all awaiting news here. The deputy president forced a smile. The world will be plunged into chaos. If this was peacetime, who would dare threaten the genetic union this way? Please wait a moment. He tried to contact the president. Unfortunately, no connection was established. Due to the constant appearances of experts, including even an S-class among the devils, the president was presently working hard to break through into S-class and had severed all connections with the outside world. As for matters pertaining to the genetic union, the president had only left one word behind prior to his seclusion: stability. No matter what, maintaining stability was the priority. Before the devils and ancients invaded, nothing could be allowed to go wrong among humans. The deputy president sighed. Seems like I have no other option. He gazed at the spokesperson of the two families. Behind them, the shadows of numerous families could be vaguely seen. The deputy president took in a deep breath. Since this is the case, I hereby declare that. The deputy president seemed somewhat lonesome as he uttered these words. The two spokesmen in front already had their heads raised high. They had finally won this argument that had lasted for 10 odd days. This was something nobody would have even dared think of doing previously. Indeed, fortune favored the brave. Alas, right as the deputy president was about to make his declaration, a terrifying ray of light descended from the sky, smashing open a huge hole right in the genetic union. Their expressions changed greatly. Who is it? Bang! That flash of light descended and landed like a meteorite, crashing into the ground. The speed with which it moved was so fast that even the Beyond A classes weren't able to react to it in time. They were given a fright by this sudden attack. Who is it? Their expressions changed. All the experts arrived at the crash site and surrounded that clump of light that had descended. However, when they arrived, the clump of light was no longer there. Instead, a familiar silhouette could be seen. Their eyes widened abruptly. Chen Feng, you are still alive? The deputy president was overjoyed. Since Chen Feng was still alive, things might not take a turn for the worse. No matter what happened, even if Chen Feng had indeed killed Qian Chen and Si Fan, so long as he made up some random excuse, the genetic union would dare to stand by his side in full force. Chen Feng's existence was much more important for humanity than some random families. Alas, the deputy president wasn't the only one who started having second thoughts at the sight of Chen Feng. The families of Qian Chen and Si Fan exchanged glances and shivered. If Chen Feng was still alive, a shout resounded. Chen Feng, you dare kill the heir of our Qian family? Instantly, the people of the Qian family moved against Chen Feng, regardless of the reason for what had happened, so long as they killed him. The deputy president raged. You dare? He had never expected that the people of the Qian family would dare make a move here. Bang! A terrifying power erupted. The deputy president made a move but was held down by some other person. Numerous cold flashes streamed toward Chen Feng. Each of the flashes contained the power of a peak beyond A class. The deputy president's heart chilled. It's over. He had never expected that Chen Feng would appear here directly before the people of the Qian family. This was no different than delivering his own head to them. At this time, from Chen Feng's point of view, he had just returned to this world together with Kong Bei. Next, bang! A bunch of attacks smashed right into his face. Chen Feng, Kong Bei, everyone. This is too excessive. With an ashen expression, Chen Feng threw all those attacks off. The Beyond A classes around were staring dumbstruck at Chen Feng as they saw that those attacks that were supposed to insta-kill Chen Feng failed to even pierce his face. What was going on? They had no idea. This did not seem right. Chen Feng looked at a certain expert of the Qian family. Are you the one who sent that attack? HMPH. That person frowned. He believed that there had to have been some sort of mistake earlier. Without hesitation, he unleashed his trump card. Once again, a powerful force erupted and streaked at Chen Feng. Next, bang! With a single sudden kick, that person was flung away and smashed into the wall of the genetic union. His body embedded deep in the wall! Exclamation mark. Everyone's eyes widened. Holy shit! This time, even the deputy president was dumbstruck. The people of the Qian family raged. You! Seize him! The deputy president wanted to help, but he was stopped by other genetic union members because they had noticed that something did not seem right. Chen Feng's strength. Bang, bang. Light swirled around. Chen Feng's movement speed was off the charts. He wasn't even using any techniques or abilities. Rather, he only casually sent out some random kicks, and with that, numerous figures were flung away, all embedded in the wall. Everyone lapsed into silence. At this time, the legs of the people from Si Fan's family went limp. Their instinctive response was to make their escape. Bang, bang, with a kick from Chen Feng, even they no longer had the chance to escape. Beyond A1, Beyond A2, Even Beyond A5 warriors were sent to the wall with a single kick from Chen Feng. The only person among the family that hadn't moved was watching on while both his legs shivered as Chen Feng sent one member of his family after another into the wall. Finally, as he saw that Chen Feng was heading toward him, he howled abruptly, "Hold on, Shua." Chen Feng stopped and looked at him coldly. He gave Chen Feng a deep gaze and sorrowfully said, "I shall do it myself." Finishing his words, he turned around, faced the wall with his back, and pushed backward with his foot. Bang! He was embedded onto the wall as well. At this point, on the other side of the wall, the young lady on duty in the genetic union noticed with horror that presently, a hole had appeared in the genetic union's thick wall. Chen Feng. What an astonishing way of doing things. Kong Bei gave the hole a glance and clicked his tongue in wonder. This length. The deputy president gulped. Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled. Hello. Sorry, we were late. The deputy president pointed at the mural on the wall. Chen Feng's masterpiece. Your strength. Chen Feng did not say much. Somewhat increased. Chen Feng. One of the characters of the mural in the wall dug himself out of the wall, leaving a shape. With dust all over his face, he glared furiously at Chen Feng. After killing the heir of our Qian family, you are still so unbridled? Do you really think that the Qian family is a pushover? Hey, seeing how you can defeat all of us, it seems like you broke through at the training camp. Let's see. As a mere B class, you were actually able to reach A class so easily, and to be such a powerful A class at that. All this should be thanks to the training camp, right? Hee. Yet Qian Chen and Si Fan, who should have similarly broken through at the camp as well, did not return alive. With your improvement being so great, it seems like you had all the valuable resources there for yourself. Everyone says that you are a selfless person. From the looks of it, you are instead a selfish person. To hog all the resources for yourself, you killed the two of them. He glared resentfully at Chen Feng. The others around them gave this some thought and concluded that this was quite possibly what happened. Instinctively, they all looked at Chen Feng. Surprisingly, Chen Feng did not bother explaining himself. He merely looked at that person, a faint smile on his face. To throw such accusations at someone who is also part of the genetic union's management, where's your proof? This is the truth. What proof do I need? That person howled. Chen Feng waved casually. Is that so? Shua. Numerous red flashes appeared in midair. Xiao Ying started traveling constantly between the illusory and physical world, playing the scenes of what happened with Qian Chen and Si Fan back then. Do you want to experience the devotion of your heir? Chen Feng asked with a faint smile. Shua. That person's heart chilled. As for the deputy president and the rest, they were furious. So it turned out those two were the ones who had caused trouble? The people they had sent to protect Chen Feng had turned out to be followers of the ancient race. Damn it. The killing intent of the deputy president surged. Start an immediate investigation on everyone. The person in charge of the training camp, the people who sent Qian Chen and Si Fan, and those who recommended them, investigate all of them. Yes. As for you guys, the deputy president's gaze swept past those people. Actually daring to attack a member of the Genetic Union's management here at the Genetic Union? You deserve death. Kill. The deputy president spat coldly. Previously, the Genetic Union had only been holding their hands for the sake of the bigger picture. Did these people believe that the Genetic Union was a pushover? That person was alarmed. You dare? Alas, the experts of the Genetic Union had already taken action. A shout resounded from the empty air. Please hold your hands. A powerful aura appeared, ripping apart space and creating a hole in the air. Next, an immortal-like figure stepped out of the hole one step at a time. This was the strongest expert of the Qian family, Qian Lixian. The deputy president's face became gloomy. He has actually come as well. This person was a peak beyond A class. Unexpectedly, this person had also arrived here. Please have mercy. He stepped forth on the empty air, a remarkable aura about him. Alas, at the last instant before he fully left the hole, Chen Feng's figure flickered and reappeared near the hole. With a big kick, before Qian Lixian could even react to it, he was kicked back to where he had come from. Next, a gush of energy surged out of Chen Feng's hand and forcefully blocked the spatial hole. Qian Lixian? Everyone else was dumbstruck. This worked. Everyone in the Qian family had a solemn expression. They knew that a huge battle might erupt today. As such, they had been prepared for this in advance. For the future of the Qian family, they had decided to face the Genetic Union, to extract the tiger's tooth in the tiger's den. Naturally, they alone would not be able to accomplish what they wanted. Therefore, before making their move, numerous families big and small had been contacted. If a battle did erupt, it would be between various families and the Genetic Union. Right now, all of them were here, waiting for the result. Alas, beyond their expectations, before any results or updates were received, a distress signal was transmitted to them from the Genetic Union. The worst-case scenario they had expected had indeed happened. The Genetic Union had indeed acted against them. Shwa! A huge screen appeared. Everything around the people of the Qian family at the Genetic Union was shown on the screen. They saw the Genetic Union acting against them, and they also saw the appearance of someone that shouldn't have appeared. This is bad. They were greatly alarmed. The moment they saw Chen Feng, they knew something was going to happen. A living legend was completely different than a tainted dead legend who they could accuse as they wished. The appearance of Chen Feng was a variable in this plan, and as they saw that the Genetic Union was preparing to kill the Qian family patriarch, who had always been calm, could no longer stay silent. He ripped space apart and arrived there personally. The patriarch has acted. The Qian family members gazed at their imposing patriarch with a fanatical gaze. Alas, the dignified appearance of their patriarch only lasted a short 2 seconds before the patriarch was sent back home. They stared dumbstruck at the screen. From the screen, they had been able to get a clearer look at what had happened. Their patriarch had been kicked back forcefully. How was that possible? Wasn't their patriarch a peak beyond A9? How was it possible for Chen Feng to send him back with a single kick? Even a peak beyond A9 should not be able to do that to their patriarch. Plop. Qian Lixian was flung out of the spatial tunnel and landed face first in a sorry manner. Bastard. He scrambled up. I was actually ambushed by a shameless person. He knew that he had to have been too careless to fall for an ambush from someone like Chen Feng. Very well. His face ashen, he said. I shall teach you the consequences of provoking me. Bang! He waved his hand. A terrifying spatial power bloomed. He intended to once again travel through space to reach the Genetic Union directly. Alas, even after the domineering spatial power spent a long time lingering about midair, no spatial tunnel was created. He was somewhat dumbstruck. What had happened? Bang! Once again, he let loose his spatial power. A gigantic spatial hand ripped space apart. From the screen, everyone could see clearly that an obvious spatial undulation had appeared on the sky above the Genetic Union. A spatial crack visible to the naked eye appeared. Numerous spatial cracks joined together, akin to a chrysanthemum, so very obvious high in the sky. Rip. The gigantic hand pulled. And next, still no spatial tunnel appeared. How is this possible? Qian Lixian's expression was unsightly. He had already used his maximum power earlier. Why had he still failed to create a spatial tunnel? Again, he waved his hand furiously. Unfortunately for him, regardless of how much he pushed his power, the sealed spatial tunnel refused to be reopened. Instead, he currently resembled a lunatic who was dancing madly in midair. Chen Feng sneered. Hey, since even the chrysanthemum was blocked by him, how was it possible for the tunnel to appear? What? Was he thinking of himself as some diarrhea-inducing drug? How funny. Bang. Chen Feng waved casually. His S-class power drifted over slowly and firmly locked down the spatial tunnel. You guys should be able to see this, right? Chen Feng said, gazing at the empty air, before turning around and nodding to the deputy president. You guys can do the rest. Deputy president. They had yet to recover from their shock over Chen Feng's powerful display, but since now was the perfect opportunity for them to make their move, they acted without any hesitation. Blood spluttered everywhere. Not a single Qian family member that had arrived here was spared. In any case, they should have seen this coming for daring to provoke the genetic union. As for the family of Sifan, they had merely been here to make up the numbers for the Qian family and had been the first to surrender. Thanks to that, they were able to keep their lives. You all dare? Qian Lixian roared indignantly as he watched on as his family members were killed. The Qian family, let's just destroy them, the deputy president stated coldly. Yes, the entire genetic union moved. All along, what the genetic union had feared the most was precisely such an alliance of families. The moment Chen Feng had returned, the moment these families had no longer had any excuse to ally together, the Qian family alone had become nothing to the genetic union. 2 hours later, the genetic union's squad returned. The Qian family no longer existed. Soon after, news of this spread, shocking numerous people. Chen Feng has actually returned. I heard that he was able to forcefully kick the Qian family patriarch back through the spatial tunnel even after the Qian family patriarch had traveled through it. How astonishing. Isn't Chen Feng a B-class? How is that possible? No idea. I heard Qian Chen and Sifan were both enticed by the ancient race. Numerous rumors spread around. However, the only thing everyone was concerned with was Chen Feng's strength. How had this person who was only a peak B-class a short while ago become so powerful in such a short period of time? Qian Lixian was a peak beyond A-class, yet with a single kick. The mere thought of this seemed utterly unbelievable. However, before long, just as everyone was still talking about this, an ear-piercing alarm started buzzing, shocking all of them. The ancient race had appeared. They're here. They stared into the distance. Once upon a time, the devils had descended upon the human territories as well. Even though they had managed to repel the devils, they had paid a disastrous price. Even Star City, the holy city of the Gene Production Association, had been destroyed in the process. And now, the ancient race, a race powerful enough to force the devils into hibernation, was finally coming for the humans. This race that had once been the apex existence of this world, that had been scheming in the dark all along, the one who wanted to profit off the war between the humans and devils, this race had ultimately come for the human territories. Someone gazed ahead at the starry sky and said, I reckon a huge battle is going to erupt yet again. Yeah? I wonder if I will be able to return from this battle alive. Someone muttered to themselves. A lot of genetic warriors were itching for a fight. I have been waiting a long time for this. The genetic union had already informed them of this upcoming battle. Even though no exact date had been announced, they had been training bitterly every single day just for this moment. This coming battle, was what they had been waiting a long time for. At present, in the distant unknown region was an area where the devil aura pervaded the air. There, a huge devil was moving forward on all fours. Above his head stood an old devil with a face full of wrinkles. The humans and the ancients have started fighting. He gazed into the distance. The moment the devil race had failed their initial reawakening plan, he had known that the devils had no hope left. During that battle, the devils, who were once caused great losses by the ancients, were once again caused huge losses by the humans. However, if both the humans and ancients inflicted heavy losses on each other as well. He patted the giant he was standing on. Perhaps there is still chance for us. The giant howled. Let's go. To play a decisive role in this war of three races, those below S-class are useless. Only an S-class like you can play a decisive role. Haha. Now, let us go look for more S-classes. This shall be the devil races, final hope. Bang, bang. The earth trembled. Gradually, the old devil disappeared amid the darkness. Chen Feng looked at the message he had received. It's finally here, With war preparations as the excuse, I delayed the ancient race's war against the humans. Yesterday, one fellow apprentice from the land of legacy arrived and forced the start of this war. Regards, Qin Hai, This was the final message he had received from Qin Hai. Perhaps Qin Hai was unable to maintain communication with Chen Feng since his fellow apprentices were around. However, this single message was sufficient to express what Qin Hai wanted to say. The ancient race could be delayed no longer. This race that was much stronger than the devil race, that had become even stronger after being feminized, was finally coming for the humans despite the fact that they as a race had no future. This was a race whose entire population was now female. As such, they would no longer have future generations and were fated to vanish among the annals of history. However, the ancient race did not seem bothered at all by this. They battled as usual, they warred as usual. Ancient race. Chen Feng frowned. He truly couldn't make sense of the ancient race's actions. Under normal circumstances, when a race no longer had a future, they wouldn't bother putting forth the effort to continue expanding their territory. At a time like this, shouldn't they focus on solving their problems with reproduction instead? Chen Feng could not make any sense of this. He had once asked Qin Hai, yet even Qin Hai himself hadn't understood it. The ancient race's disregard for the reproduction issue was the first factor that was threatening humanity. The second factor was the land of legacy. The ancient race's biggest threat was not their army. After the Beyond X gene reagent, after Master Spirit Developer, humanity's combat power had increased greatly. Humanity definitely had no rivals apart from the ancient race. If the humans had to face the ancients in a war, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what posed the greatest threat to the humans was the land of legacy. The ancients there were fully beyond A-class. Even a normal disciple there was a peak beyond A-class. Even stronger were the ancients with a diamond in their foreheads. These people seemed to be the special ones among the ancient race. They were extremely powerful, and apart from the power they had from being peak beyond A-classes, the diamond on their foreheads granted them special abilities as well. These people were the actual backers of the ancient race. They were also the ancient race's strongest fighting force. There was also that master of theirs, the old fellow that had yet to appear as of now. Seems like I have to take a trip to the ancient race, Chen Feng muttered. He was clear that only destroying the land of legacy would truly stop the advance of the ancient race. But then, even he himself had no confidence in doing that. Based on his guesses, since all the disciples of the land of legacy were already peak beyond A-class and each of them had a unique ability, their master was most definitely an S-class. Could he truly defeat that S-class? Chen Feng hadn't been in S-class for long. Even he himself lacked understanding on his present strength. What was the special characteristic of an S-class? Transformation of their entire person into energy. Apart from that, Chen Feng was clueless. What were the abilities of an S-class? What was the energy used by an S-class? Chen Feng couldn't answer any of these questions. Apart from using all the abilities he'd had prior to his advancement, were there any special abilities a person would gain after entering S-class? S-class was a realm beyond all others. This was an entirely new power system in itself. As such, all research done during the genetic era proved completely unhelpful here. Perhaps it would truly be more apt to call this realm the Awakened rather than calling it S-class. Awakened, Chen Feng muttered. Since the people of the Twin Horns world had used that name for this realm, it was most certainly a suitable name. If so, what had an awakened person awakened, exactly? Still, Chen Feng had no answers. The things he needed to learn were way too many. At present, he was akin to an infant trying to walk unsteadily, staggering along the world of awakened ones. As for that person in the land of legacy, he might be a true awakened. How was Chen Feng supposed to defeat such a person? Chen Feng started recalling all his abilities and stopped at God Punisher. Perhaps he still had some chance of victory. Even though he lacked understanding of the power system of the awakened ones, at the very least, his energy should have leveled up to that of an awakened one as well after his breakthrough. If so, if God Punisher was unleashed, a God Punisher at the level of an awakened one, to instantaneously unleash a boundless power with an unknown amount of amplification. This might enable him to fight it out with that old man. Chen Feng clenched his fists. I can only do this, then. Shwa, shwa. His wristband buzzed. Chen Feng looked at the received messages. At a certain location, the ancients had arrived. War erupted there. A certain location had seemingly fallen into the enemy's hands, yet suddenly, an unnamed expert appeared and beat the ancients back. At a certain location, the ancients were slaughtering wantonly. For the first time, the borders of humanity were clashing with the ancients. Those fellows that greatly resembled humans appeared without stop from the darkness. Walking out of the unknown regions, they initiated their first full-scale war against humans. Surpassing even their wildest imaginations, just as the war started, something happened. This was an extremely huge incident. At a certain location, a certain ancient expert entered a human city. After defeating the experts of that city, she obtained control over that city. And after that, she raped all the males there. Not a single one of the defending soldiers there escaped. Humanity was dumbstruck. Everyone in the nearby towns was dumbstruck. The entire online community was dumbstruck as well. At present, the war had only touched the borders of human territory. Those in the inner region couldn't understand this at all. This was especially true for those that were far from the front lines, well protected within the core regions of human territory. Holy shit, something like this actually happened? The ancients are actually this cruel? Just imagine being raped by those ugly freaks. Good gracious. They were endlessly alarmed. However, after photographs of the invaders were uploaded online, everyone was stupefied. It was at this moment that the masses discovered something shocking. Every ancient was female. Moreover, with their formidable strength, there was an aura of spirituality around them. Each of them had a remarkable demeanor and extreme beauty. This is the ancient race? Is this for real? Aren't they supposed to be ugly? The devils are the ugly ones. These ancients are instead astonishingly beautiful. Wow. Hold on. Didn't they conquer a certain city before? Why have they? I heard that the ancient race is a kingdom of females! Everyone's eyes widened. No males? Did that not mean this is actually the ancient race? This is too excessive. These ancients are truly inhuman. Please give me their address. I shall personally visit them and criticize their actions. I demand to fight on behalf of humanity. I shall also go to the front lines and criticize them for this. Upvoting the poster above. Upvoting the poster above endlessly. A huge number of pictures depicting the ancient race were uploaded, alarming everyone. Each of the ancients was an extremely beautiful young lady. From the north to the south to even the eastern coasts, the online community was thoroughly captivated. Although the ancients were powerful, they were seemingly aware of their limited population. As such, they had never planned to kill off the humans. So long as those humans surrendered, the ancients would accept it. The only thing they would do was capture a huge amount of humans. After this news spread, countless genetic warriors started submitting applications to go to the front lines, to battle for humanity. As the people of the strategy department saw the applications that had increased several hundred times in a single day, they were stupefied. Tanxi applying for a transfer to the front lines. Muse applying for a transfer to the front lines. Jutan applying for a transfer to the front lines. Xif applying for a transfer to the front lines. The Gene Production Association was dumbfounded. The research agency was dumbfounded. Even the Genetic Union was dumbfounded. What was this? To prepare for this day, humanity had trained tirelessly and the presidents of the respective organizations had gone into various sorts of seclusion, all to improve their strength, to ensure the survival of humanity. And now, when the real war erupted, something seemed off. At this moment, from the front lines, a new update was received. This time, without an ounce of effort, without sparing any manpower, the ancient race had been able to gain an entire human city. What was going on? At this news, the humans were truly shocked. Was the army there destroyed? Yet when they received word of what had happened there, they were all stupefied. At the front lines, The main army of the ancient race had finally entered human territory. Even though their scouts had reported that the humans were extremely weak, the ancients had still maintained the highest level of vigilance. Humanity was definitely not a race that could be underestimated. The devils had once viewed the humans with contempt, and look at what had happened to them. The ancient race would most definitely not repeat the devil's mistake. Bang, bang. The ancient army pushed forth. Distantly, numerous humans were already visible. That terrifying aura planted fear in their hearts. Among those humans, there were also numerous extraordinary radiances flickering about. The people of the ancient race increased their vigilance as they saw this. Careful. Activate our defenses. Some had already activated their defenses. They recalled that humans seemed to possess something called technological weapons, which were incredibly terrifying, capable of killing the enemy over a long distance of several 100,000 kilometers. They had once stolen some videos of the humans and had witnessed such a scene. The destructiveness of those weapons was rather ordinary, yet their range was truly terrifying. Even that was something the ancients had seen from videos of the humans from several hundred years ago. As for humanity's current technological level, the ancients exchanged glances before further increasing their vigilance. Just like that, step by step, they approached the humans. The nearer they came, the more clearly they could feel how terrifying the humans were. Moreover, intense roars could be heard, so intense the ground seemed to shake. One step, two steps. Shwa. Suddenly, they charged through the barrier separating the human territory and the unknown region. But the instant they left the barrier, they stood the dumbstruck, and they remained that way for a long time. As for the ancients behind them, they were all frightened. Had something happened to the vanguard? Shwa. They followed closely and charged out as well. Next, everyone lapsed into silence. Before their eyes, the humans' cheering was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. However, different they had imagined, they saw numerous humans carrying big, shiny signboards while shouting at them in excitement. Xiao Ying, I love you. Goddess, please give me your autograph. Countless people roared. As for the humans even further back in the distance, they directly lifted a white flag and waved it in the air. The leader of the ancients was stupefied. What was going on? Xiao Ying? Right, that's the scout they had sent to the human territory previously. How did these humans find out her name? Apart from that, this leader could also hear numerous bizarre discussions. Wow, they are truly all female. Too beautiful, even prettier than the northern girls. Finally, the salvation of us forever alones has arrived. All sorts of weird discussions could be heard. At this time, a tall and handsome human warrior stepped forth. As he stepped forward, all the humans gave way uniformly. As the ancients saw this, they heightened their vigilance. Was this the leader of these humans? Had the time for battle finally arrived? Next, they saw that handsome warrior kneel down on one knee before the leader of the ancient army. His overcast yet magnetic voice echoed in the air. Dear beautiful goddess, please accept my love. I am willing to become your guardian warrior. The ancient leader was stupefied. What was going on? Nobody could answer this question. She turned around and noted that the ancients behind her were confused as well. Although the ancients were powerful and had once been a race with two genders, thanks to their primeval civilization, they as a race had no concept of romance, regardless of gender. But now, the leader clutched her weapon. Is this a scheme of theirs? A person behind the leader shook her head. Lord, no malice has been detected from them. The ancient leader frowned and ultimately stopped attacking. She could feel that these humans before her had also consumed the Beyond X gene reagent and had rather extraordinary strength. Beyond C classes, Beyond B classes, even Beyond A classes were included in their ranks. When had so many geniuses appeared among the humans? Moreover, even these geniuses were being used as cannon fodder at the front lines. How powerful were the humans? A sense of vigilance rose in the hearts of the ancients. If they were to make a move now, the ancient leader compared the strength of both parties here and estimated a ratio of 7-3 between the strength of both parties. The ancient army had 70% odds of winning this battle, but that 30% indicated that they would still suffer rather disastrous casualties even if they won. As such, she had yet to command the army to attack. And next, with astonishment, she watched on as the humans welcomed their army with delight. That feeling was rather similar to a scene from the marriage of an ancient princess. Is this the human race? The ancients were amazed. This was the very first time they had had any sort of meaningful contact with the humans. The humans seemed somewhat different than the ancients had imagined. For the first time, this ancient race, this kingdom of females, had second thoughts about their decision to wage war on the humans. On that night itself, the ancients who had suffered loneliness for a long time and the human forever alone genetic warriors whose sex lives were non-existent underwent a night of great harmony, doing the deed of two genders. On the next day, the city entered a phase of peacetime. Just like that, the humans and ancients coexisted peacefully. War? Why was there a need for war? The ancient race had not even needed any sort of effort to be able to conquer these humans. Each soldier was extremely precious for the ancients. As such, they were unwilling to suffer losses. With excitement, they raised the flag of the ancient race in the city center, and thus the army pressed forth once again. But then, since this city had already been conquered, they would need to leave some people behind to keep watch, right? As such, they left behind a group of people before advancing once again. This time, they employed the newly discovered and most apt strategy for conquering the humans, undergoing the great harmony of two genders with the humans. However, with this strategy, the ancients lost their will to fight as well. In the past, whenever they had won a city through battle, a portion of the army would also be left behind to keep watch as the main army advanced forth. However, the main reason for that was to suppress the newly conquered city, to suppress any revolts. Those left behind were those that lacked any military achievements. For the sake of earning more achievements, none of them were willing to be left behind. Everyone requested to go into battle with the main army. But now, the complete reverse was happening. The ancients that had conquered the human city were extremely reluctant to leave. All of them applied to stay behind. This was something completely unthinkable for the ancients prior to this war. How had this happened? The numerous army captains were in a daze as they pondered this. They thought of numerous ideas to encourage the soldiers to go do battle, yet each day, they were faced with numerous different methods of attempts to capture their fancy, to charm them, from the humans. This was something the ancients had never experienced. Regardless of whether they were feminized ancients or ancients that had originally been female, they had even started entertaining the thought of forever staying among the humans. War? What was that? All was forgotten. Look, those are the humans' hinterlands. We only need to conquer 13 cities and we will be able to reach the hinterlands. The captain spoke passionately in her attempt to raise the morale of the ancient army. Yet after 3 mere cities, the entirety of their army was already staying behind in the human cities. None were willing to continue advancing. I had already missed 2 cities. This time, I must stay behind. The humans are not putting up any sort of resistance anyway. Why is there a need for war? Yeah. Have you forgotten how many losses we suffered when we warred with the devils back then? If you are saying that we should conquer the humans, I personally believe that we have already conquered them. This thought was shared by a lot of ancient race members. And thus, the ancients' grand plan, the war they had wanted to start, was cast aside. At the front lines, the general of the ancient race coldly stared at the report she had received. Her expression was somewhat unsightly, her massive bosom trembled as she breathed heavily in anger. What terrifying humans, to be able to use such a method to cause our army to become complacent. The general was extremely shocked. The ancient race had undergone great changes recently, becoming a race of a single gender. Although the strength of their race had increased greatly, they had similarly become even more emotional. Something like this happening wasn't surprising. Honestly, the biggest question facing the general was what they should do next. Keep up the war? Their soldiers were no longer willing to fight. In this grand war of the ancient races, their grand army had only conquered 3 of the humans' border cities before losing the entirety of their combat power. Intruding upon the hinterlands of the humans would remain a dream. What should they do? Then, the general smiled bitterly. It seemed like she could only report this to the higher-ups, and thus the frontline updates were sent at a high speed. Both the humans and the ancients reported to their higher-ups first thing. Upon receiving the updates, both sides were dumbstruck. At the Genetic Union, the higher-ups of humanity were gathered here in a meeting. Everyone looked at the report in their hands before glancing at Chen Feng and remained in a long stupor. This development was somewhat different from what they had estimated. Is this something you thought up long ago? The strategy department head asked cautiously. Chen Feng, if he could have even foreseen this happening, that would have truly been miraculous. Based on his initial plan, he had been hoping that the ancient race would be too busy dealing with an internal issue, solving their reproduction problem, thus giving humans more time. But now, the biggest question is, what do we do next? The deputy president asked solemnly. This change among the ancient race was a good thing for the humans. However, how should they maintain this advantage? That was the issue to consider now. They had to keep delaying the main army of the ancient race. This is simple. Chen Feng had a rather deep understanding of the ancient race. Although this race is strong and has a long history, the actual level of their civilization and nation are rather low. As everyone heard this, their eyes gleamed. If that was the case, on the next day, several blockbuster movies with good ratings were played for free in every city the ancient race was in. The excuse given was to gain understanding of human culture. At this, all the ancient race members in those cities gathered in the various cinemas. Toward the end, some cried, some cheered, and they were all stunned by humanity's films, movies, games, music. All of these penetrated the lives of these ancient race members. For the first time, they discovered the existence of such wonderful things. The world of the ancient race was a rather unique world. The ancients as a race placed military achievements above all others. Regardless of one's talent, regardless of one's interest, everyone did only a single thing, pursuing strength without stop. There were no forms of entertainment or hobbies whatsoever among the ancient race's society. But here in human society, for the first time, they discovered that apart from war, there were other interests in this world. This item called an energy piano seems rather interesting, said Wang Tiden, an ex-bandit who had committed numerous crimes in the past. At present, she was hugging a piano in a trance. Every single time she pressed down on a note, a captivating sound and a wondrous light effect would appear, bewitching this ancient race member. Wow, this Dead or Alive one game is really fun. I had originally believed that having a big bosom would affect one's combat ability. The ladies in this game all have massive bosoms, yet they can actually move so fluidly in battle. A certain ancient race female was seriously studying a rebranded version of Dead or Alive, making a great effort to learn the combat methods displayed in the game. Naturally, whether she would learn those moves where one's bosom could be used as a weapon to smash at one's enemy remained to be seen. This soap opera is so very touching. The female lead is so pitiful. After her man died, her parents died as well. Next, she was gang raped. Her grandmother died. Her grandfather went crazy, yet she still needs to take care of 3 babies. True. The rather emotional ones among the ancient race were all crying rivers of tears while watching human soap operas. I wish I was the female lead instead so I could kill off all those villains, one particular ancient race female said. By the side, a certain ancient race female was dazedly staring at the scene where the female lead was gang raped, and she muttered to herself, "Yay, how I wish so." The rest. La la la, this song is very nice. What song is it? Please recommend it to me. A song called If You Dow Do Too. I can only sing a few phrases, though. The rest of the lyrics I don't know how to sing. A group of ancients who enjoyed music had also fallen to human culture. Naturally, there were also a number of them who disliked such things. Fortunately, there were such girls with non-mainstream interests among humans as well. For these people, the multitude of games humanity had to offer would surely interest them, right? Humanity's present assortment of games was simply akin to an entirely different world of fantasy. For example, competitive games. Games that gave one boundless excitement, pushing one to new heights. For example, sim games. Games where one could assume a new identity and play as whatever character they wished to. For example, RPGs. One would start slowly and would need to rely on loot to increase one's strength. For example, adventure games. One could massacre everything one saw and engage in never-ending killing with an elegant and spectacular world as the backdrop. One could even be Prince Charming and rescue a princess in distress. If even these could not satisfy those ancient race members, how about those legendary adult games? The latest releases, such as True Boyfriend, Beach Soccer, Cloud Wolf, Artificial Beta Boy, Chronicles of Teenage Boys, 5th edition, and so on. There had to be one game out there suited for the ancient race members. Ultimately, the entirety of the ancient race became addicted to these human entertainments. The moment these ancients that had originated from a civilization with a rather crude and dry culture encountered the information age of the humans, they were thoroughly captivated. At present, the several cities where humans and ancients coexisted together had transformed into unique cities. Even humans enjoyed visiting these cities, as there, a lot of entertainment was provided free of charge. And just like that, the popularity of those few cities increased dramatically. As for the war, everyone had completely forgotten about it. The females of the ancient race felt that their mere presence would be sufficient to conquer whatever place they arrived at. At the genetic union, a group of people were discussing this matter seriously. Excellent. Our next step should be teaching them human words. We do not need to rush that. We need to gradually and slowly make them accept human culture before assimilating them into human society. Chen Feng listened on in silence. This wasn't something he was good at. However, he couldn't avoid feeling awe for what these fellows here were capable of. Fighting a war? How boring. The scarier method was cultural invasion. If it were a normal culture, there would most certainly have been some sort of conflict and resistance against something like this. But the ancient race, that all-female race, they accepted everything presented to them as if it was the most natural thing to do. It seemed like they were conquering the humans and the humans were completely helpless against them, as all the humans were treating them with the utmost respect. However, by the time all of them fully assimilated into human society, the ancient race would truly vanish from this world. That was the scariest part. Oh, right, we need to research some new gene reagents as well. Isn't this something Chen Feng is most proficient with? Suddenly, they had started talking about Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who had not been paying attention to the meeting, was caught off guard. What? We have something that requires your help, the reagent department head stated solemnly. The assimilation of the ancient race is only the first step. And it's not assimilation in the truest sense. As such, we require something that can truly help them blend with us humans, and that something is a future generation. Due to the unique makeups of the bodies of humans and ancients, it might be rather difficult for a baby to be conceived between both races. We will need your help in this, to assist them in the creation of life. Hence, he paused and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shivered and firmly refused. Not possible. Something seemed fishy from how this plot was developing. The reagent department head scratched his head. So it turns out such gene reagents are really that hard to create? Chen Feng had an odd expression as he asked. Gene reagent? Yeah, we need some gene reagents capable of helping them become pregnant. The reagent department head gazed at Chen Feng in a daze and continued, isn't that what you meant when you said no earlier? Of course I was. Chen Feng coughed and righteously stated, it's just that an idea suddenly appeared in my mind. I might have an even better idea we can give a try. We will have to trouble you, then, the reagent department head replied emotionally, evidently not aware that actually, a certain censored scene was the thing that had appeared in Chen Feng's head previously. We need a powerful gene reagent, one that can grant pregnancy with one attempt, he stated with a solemn expression. They had decided to select a group of good seeds from among the genetic union, those who were similarly powerful genetic warriors, to head to the border cities and fight for humanity. Perhaps, at that time, the ancients there would truly assimilate into humanity. All right. Chen Feng nodded. I will get the Gene Production Association to come up with something. Something like this would not be difficult for them. With the ancients out in the open nowadays, it wouldn't be hard at all to obtain some data pertaining to the ancient race's bodies. For example, that little wife of Mu Yuan's would be able to help with this. At this time, in that faraway unknown region, the higher-ups of the ancient race were also at a loss when it came to this whole development. Their line of thought was still not advanced enough for the idea that this was a cultural invasion to even cross their minds. Nevertheless, they still had a feeling that something was wrong with this development. The army of the ancients was no longer able to further advance into human territory. How many defensive layers do we need to penetrate to truly enter the hinterlands of humanity? 14 layers. As long as we pass through the 14 layers, we will be able to enter the hinterlands of humanity. However, we have only passed through the 3rd layer so far. And the entirety of our army is already staying behind in those human cities. The heads of the higher-ups ached. They had only passed through 3 layers containing 10-odd human cities, and those fellows were already slacking about. Don't we have several spies that managed to penetrate through 13 layers already? Someone suddenly asked. Oh, the general's eyes shone. 13 layers. Only one layer before the humans' hinterlands. What was seen there? How's the combat power of the humans? The general asked in excitement. Oh, that person scratched her head. Their combat power is still unclear. However, according to what our spy said, even at the 13th layer, the humans were still extremely welcoming. Moreover, they even told her that the arrival of the ancient race was greatly welcomed, bringing her alone to enjoy something called a spa, a full-service package, and so on. General. Oh, that person scratched her head. This is what she said. According to her, the humans were extremely weak and, as such, placed the ancient race on an altar like some gods. They don't require any conquering from our side at all. Based on her description, the humans are a rather unique race. From her observations of the humans' records, oh yeah, the records were something the humans called a movie. The humans have in their possession some extremely powerful weapons of mass destruction. However, those weapons are only used for self-defense, and rarely at that. Moreover, the humans have countless remarkable superheroes, such as Doctor Strange, Superman, and so on. Based on her estimations, these superheroes should all be S-classes. But these heroes all vanished a very long time ago. It is unknown whether they are all still alive. The general's expression became solemn. S-class. But according to what she said, humanity is a race that will only unite when there is a disaster. They are only able to display astonishing combat power during a moment of crisis. Based on the present strength of humanity, if we were to wage war against them, we might suffer extremely heavy losses, as they will all unite. This will bring us trouble. That person explained seriously. If this were a war of extinction between two different races, they would naturally have had no need to consider all this. But the problem now was that the humans had directly surrendered to them. If the ancients insisted on forcing the humans' hand even in such circumstances, they would truly be rather stupid. The general sank into silence. Is that really true? It's true. The humans possess a lot of things we ancients do not have. We can totally make use of the humans and this unique capability of theirs to provide numerous services to ourselves, that person said seriously. For example, those legendary things of humanity, such as games, movies, and music, are all things we do not have. They are worth learning from the humans. The general pondered silently. Is that so? Use the humans to provide services to the ancient race? Nothing seemed wrong with this. Right? The ancient race's population was rather low. Therefore, their natural development in all these aspects the humans were good at had been destined to not reach far. Fashion, food, housing, and transportation seemed to be rather basic. However, if they could have their humans serve them, this idea might work for real. Excellent. Finally, the general agreed. Let's put a temporary hold on the war, then. All right. That person retired herself, inwardly feeling smug. Haha, with this, no harm would befall her favorite male idol. Now she could go and watch his latest movie, Gotta Love. That's right. Within this all-female kingdom of the ancient race, these terrifying things called Fang Earls had started to appear and were slowly spreading among the grand army of the ancient race. This was something both the humans and the ancients had not seen coming. At this time, the general reported the progress to the higher-ups. Naturally, when reporting this, she touched upon a problem she was most concerned with, the future of the ancient race. Ginhai was astonished. Oh, weren't you all not worried about this previously? The general frowned. Yes, we ancients have great reproduction capabilities. Even if we can only give birth to one child, we do not mind the notion of accepting some new genes into our gene pool. Therefore, if the ancients are truly no longer able to reproduce, we can still extract the genes of those wild beasts and inject them into our bodies to impregnate ourselves. Ginhai was horrified. Would these be the rumored half-beasts of legend? Holy shit, this ancient race was truly barbaric. What changed? Ginhai asked with a calm expression. It had been truly difficult for him to not let his emotions show on his face. Now, we have an even better option, the humans, the general stated solemnly. The outer appearance of a human is extremely similar to our own. As such, they are the most suitable choice to be our breeding partners. Moreover, this race produced numerous geniuses, such as Chen Feng, Kong Bei, and Liu. As such, Their gene pool might prove helpful after all. They are an acceptable alternative breeding target. Qin Hai sank into silence. But for the ancients to have actually thought of such a plan, they were truly courting disaster upon themselves. That's right, there were also outstanding individuals among humans, proving that the gene pool of humans was rather powerful as well. But had these ancients considered how they would ultimately instead be assimilated by human culture? It seemed like this was truly not a thought that would surface in the ancients' minds. The only thing they had ever recognized was strength. Nothing else, culture included. Therefore, I propose we encourage our soldiers to breed with the humans, the general suggested righteously. Approved, Qin Hai said with a wave of his hand. Well, you fellows are the ones courting this disaster. This has nothing to do with me. Thank you. The general stood. Before leaving, though, the general suddenly looked at Qin Hai and hesitated before stating in a somewhat bashful manner, King, are you really not considering me? Qin Hai's expression darkened. No. Fine. The general left with regret. Qin Hai. What was that even? He had initially thought that by staying undercover here in the ancient race, he could play a great role to help the humans during battle or perhaps assassinate the ancient leaders secretly behind the front lines and obtain total control over the ancient race. Alas! Why had things progressed this way? Why else? All this was thanks to that damnable Beyond X gene reagent. Damn you, Chen Feng. Qin Hai left filled with grief. At present, the blending of humans and ancients was still progressing. Naturally, the blending here referred to a broader sense of assimilation rather than that action involving the flesh. At night, the cities remained brightly lit. This was how colorful the human cities had always been, and it bewitched the ancients ceaselessly. The first group of warriors deployed by the Genetic Union had already arrived, bringing with them a gene reagent capable of granting pregnancy with a single attempt. Their order had also been received. And thus, on this tranquil night, for the first time, the two sides' armies did battle with their swords, both long and short. The moon was shrouded by the clouds. The night seemed deeper. In an unexpected twist, the relationship between humans and ancients became harmonious. All the cities at the border became nightless cities. Together, they were called the dreamland of love and desire and became a place countless people yearned to be. These cities became known as the cities of the millennia. Cities that, regardless of whether one was human or an ancient, numerous lonely males and females could find happiness. The blending of humans and ancients progressed slowly. Naturally, not everything that had happened was good. In this weekend itself, a rather vile piece of news was spread. This was also the first conflict the humans and ancients had, an incident that alarmed the higher-ups of both parties. According to the reports, a certain female that enjoyed reading novels had been too engrossed by the world of a novel called Godly Model Creator. Ultimately, she had headed toward the house of the author, -90 degrees, and tied him up, forcing him to release more chapters. Toward the end, genetic warriors had had to be mobilized to deal with this. This had raised an alarm among everyone, both humans and ancients. The higher-ups of the ancient race had issued a prohibition, telling the ancients that when living in the human world, they needed to abide by human laws and were not allowed to cause harm to others. They had once studied human society. In human society, everything needed to be paid for, yet for the ancients, the humans were providing all these services for free. From this, the sincerity of the humans was apparent. Besides, after experiencing all the humans had to offer, they were no longer willing to return to their primitive ways, their barren culture. If a war broke out, based on what they knew, all the entertainment methods the humans had created would end up destroyed. Right? They had once watched the records of the humans, those things the humans called movies. Those movies had shown that during wartime, anything not related to strength would collapse and be destroyed in an extremely short amount of time. This was something they did not wish to see happen. After all, their race had been focused on strength for several thousand years. It had truly been a boring thing. Now, this world where humans and ancients coexisted was a new era that they loved deeply. Something the ancient race longed for. Somewhat surprisingly, this incident instead caused the blending of both sides to progress even further both physically and mentally. Naturally, The incident where the author was kidnapped was labeled as a joke by both sides before it had a chance to stir up more emotion among the masses. This incident was even mentioned in a humorous way as some sort of joke. Things seemed to be progressing in a manner smoother than they had imagined. At this moment, in a different corner of the distant unknown region, in that dark and cold world, above the head of a huge and terrifying devil was an old devil with wrinkles all over his face. Presently, he was staring deeply in the direction of their human territory. This place was precisely the territory of the devils. Reporting. The latest update on the war was delivered to him. After the old devil read the report, he sank into a long silence. The number of wrinkles on his face seemed to have increased. How had this happened? He could not make sense of this. He had been looking forward to the war between the humans and ancients for a long time, looking forward to them massacring each other, looking forward to the appearance of that final ray of hope for them, and yet, the war between the humans and ancients had ended just like that. From the initial close combat, it had evolved into a different form of close combat, one conducted in bed. This was too excessive. The old devil couldn't understand the reason for this. Even if the ancients had to look for breeding partners, wouldn't the devils be the more suitable option? Considering their gene pool and the similar emphasis on strength, the devils were obviously the more suitable option. Why had the ancients selected the humans? The old devil was clueless. In any case, this war update had caused his heart to chill. He had initially been planning to let the devil race become the third party and reap the profit after both the humans and ancients destroyed each other, but what should the devils do now? Threesome with the humans and ancients? Was this a joke? Humans, ancients. He took a deep breath, slowly settling the raging anger in his heart. He could not allow himself to remain enraged. At present, the future of the devils was all under his control. Now, he would have to expedite his initial plan. After all, they did not have much time left. Hopefully, the information I have received is not wrong, he muttered to himself. Shwa. A pitch-black radiance swirled around him, and the bodies of both devils vanished amid the dark night. The devil race was presently searching for the final lifeline for their race. Time passed quietly. Half a month passed, and humans and ancients were blending together rapidly. The cities where this was happening were developing more and more as well. At this time, suddenly, news appeared that alarmed everyone. A certain young lady of the ancient race had gotten pregnant. That's right, after only 1 month, this had happened. Seemingly due to the unique combination of human and ancient, this child seemed incomparably powerful. The young lady was only 1 month pregnant, yet the child was already somewhat large. Based on their estimations, this child was the size of a child that had been conceived around 3 months prior. Both sides were overjoyed at this. The appearance of this child was the greatest news to both the humans and ancients. After some inspections, they concluded that this child was in perfect health. The blend of human and ancient was simply flawless. No abnormalities were found. Along with the appearance of this child, other young ladies started getting pregnant en masse, like spring bamboos sprouting after the rain. The first grand army of the ancient race was thus transformed into the grand pregnant army. To ensure better lives for their children after birth, all these ancients ultimately decided to remain in the human cities. The living conditions back in the ancient race's territory were truly too harsh. After they discovered that the living conditions of the ancient race were in fact equivalent to the living conditions of the humans during the humans' primitive era, they were no longer willing to let their child experience such a life. After discussion, the higher-ups of the ancient race concluded that this was acceptable. After all, for the future of the ancients, they needed to ensure their children grew up in a good environment. It was the natural course of things to let these humans serve the ancients. Allowing their children to stay in the human cities was the most proper choice to make, but they still had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, though they were unable to discover what it was. Afterward, numerous pregnant ancient females stayed in the human cities. It reached a point where after some of them returned to the ancient race to visit their families and were unable to accept the primitive lifestyle there and decided to once again leave their hometown, to once again return to human society, playing their role. The human had specially gotten the research agency to install the best child-raising facilities in these cities. They had even provided services to help the fathers of these children who were willing to take up the responsibility after impregnating these ladies. They would help these people establish families here. Examples of the services provided include father-seeking service, family building courses, and so on. Ultimately, these children indeed settled here in the human cities. Just like that, this plan of assimilating the ancients into human culture was completed. At present, those at the Genetic Union were also discussing this development. Have the traits of the ancient race been erased from them? The water, the food. Everything in those cities has been mixed with chemicals capable of erasing the traits of the ancient race. Slowly, they will lose what makes them the ancient race, slowly becoming true humans. If the ancients and humans can truly coexist peacefully, for the sake of a better future, it is indeed better to erase those unique traits of theirs. For example, some of them have tails and so on. True, this was their common goal. They had always been intending to eradicate the mutants of the human world and the special traits of the ancient race that made them seem less human. Only after doing all this, eliminating all discrimination based on one's appearance, would future progress be easier. Otherwise, if in a class of 30 students, one of them had a tail, would that single person be treated like a regular person? That was not possible. As such, these special traits needed to be eliminated. This was something the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and the research agency were working hard at. At present, the humans and the ancients were still in a honeymoon phase, in complete harmony. Just as they were starting to believe that they could take a short rest and wait for the complete assimilation in peace, a new update was received from the research agency. Their research on the Devil Prince had borne fruit. At the research agency, Chen Feng was solemnly looking at the experiment progressing in front of him. With utmost focus, the employees hoisted the Devil Prince up before aiming the prince's crotch at a certain test tube and giving the prince's crotch a squeeze. Next, the liquid shot out. The scientists were indeed strict. Chen Feng studied the nearly transparent liquid with a solemn expression. It seemed like this Devil Prince had been eating rather healthily recently for the urine to be so clear. But then, Chen Feng gazed at the sputtering liquid that was sprinkling out like a shower head and sank into contemplation. In short, your research successfully caused the prince's pee to sprinkle outward rather than shooting straight forward. Just look at it. It seems like the prince's prostate disease is no longer incurable. The employees felt somewhat awkward as they heard his words. Cough, cough. When it comes to experiments, there ought to be some sacrifices, they explained. There was nothing they could do about this. After all, during this period of time, apart from maintaining a balanced diet for the prince, they had only been pouring water down the prince's throat without stop and then having him pee it all out. After excessive peeing, it was quite normal for the prince to suffer some damage there. Chen Feng. What in the world? Those scientists were scary indeed. At this moment, the liquid gathering was completed. Next, the employees started their actual demonstration, displaying the actual usage of the mysterious power contained within the liquid. The liquid evaporated. After combining with energy, a ray of light appeared from the liquid. Under the amazed gazes of the people, that ray of light charged toward the specially prepared patch of soil. Next, a devil appeared from that patch of soil. Chen Feng was alarmed. This was a devil hibernating within the soil, the employee explained in a low voice. From the amount of hibernating devil particles they had gathered so far, it wouldn't be hard for them to put together sufficient particles to reconstruct a full devil. Their only difficulty was truly awakening these fellows. And now, the power of the young prince is able to greatly reduce the summoning requirements, the employee concluded. So that's the case. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Was this the reason that devil expert had awakened ahead of time previously? Naturally, we are merely at the early stage of our research. After our research, we found that a devil summoned through such a method only has their physical body. Their mind, their consciousness, is still seemingly in a somewhat disassociated state. And seems to be slowly healing as well, the employee explained. Based on what the employee had stated, Chen Feng concluded, in other words, this method of summoning will do great mental damage to the summoned devil. The employee nodded. That's right. The mind was a certain type of existence existing in a certain form within one's consciousness. However, it was still a spiritual thing and would thus suffer grave damage from being summoned using such a method. As such, it was evident that the S-class devil had only been controlled by the old devil due to his incomplete mental state. However, based on our analysis, the employee continued, even though the mental state will suffer damage, it will heal with time at a rate almost undetectable. Moreover, the stronger the devil is, the faster the healing will be. For S-classes, it will be even faster. At that time, that S-class devil will return for real, right? Chen Feng concluded for him. Yes. The employee smiled bitterly. This was what they had been worrying about. S-class. The deterrence provided by an S-class was similar to the effect of nuclear weapons back then. It was too powerful. They had already had a taste of the power of an S-class from that devil under the old devil's control. It was unimaginably powerful. How powerful would a complete S-class with a sound mental state be, then? The mere thought of it caused them to shudder in fear. S-class. Chen Feng chanted inwardly. He was the only person here who knew clearly what exactly an S-class was. That S-class devil was mentally damaged and was under the control of others. As such, the power he had displayed back then was mere physical prowess. The combat power of that S-class should be similar to the present Chen Feng. However, the moment that devil recovered completely, his strength and power would return as well. A true S-class. An S-class with control over his special abilities. Chen Feng gulped at that thought. Even he himself had no idea what, exactly, the true ability of S-classes was. During this period, he had been researching without stop, but his progress had been limited to his knowledge of his body alone. As for the real abilities of S-classes, he knew nothing. Perhaps that S-class devil could tell him about it? Chen Feng smiled bitterly and gave up on this disaster-seeking thought. Have there been other discoveries? Chen Feng asked. The employee nodded. Yes. After extracting the different compositions, we tried reversing the function of a certain substance. With the help of the genetic union, we were able to produce a reverse summoning dust. Finishing his words, the employee took out a gene reagent. It was a bottle of yellow powder. As for the usage of the powder, it was a no-brainer. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This thing, the urine of the young prince, could reduce the summoning requirements, allowing the summoning process to be completed ahead of time. If it was reversed, this thing would be able to. Sealing, the employee stated in excitement. This thing is capable of sealing the life forms summoned through the prince's urine with a 90% rate of effectiveness. 90%. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. If this was used on that S-class devil. But we still need more time. The employee knew what Chen Feng was thinking. That devil is too powerful to seal him up. We do not have enough powder. We need more time. Excellent. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this result. Is there anything else? The summoned life forms all have an intense odor on their body. After breaking down the components within the liquid, we were able to obtain the decomposition formula for this odor and are able to easily locate the life forms that carry this odor, the employee explained. Very good. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Detecting and sealing, everything would be done in one go. Next, they only needed to gather a sufficient amount of the yellow powder before they could make a move against the devils. For Chen Feng, this was a rare opportunity. After all, that was an S-class. At present, Chen Feng alone was the apex of humanity. Before him, no other paths of advancement could be followed. As such, he had to use other means to open up a path of advancement for humanity. What exactly was the true power of an S-class? He was looking forward to it. I will get the people of the Gene Production Association to come and help out as well. Try to hasten the progress, Chen Feng stated decisively. Hopefully the Genetic Union and the Research Agency can also put their focus on this. Before the devil recovers fully, we must get rid of him. Understood. The employees replied with a solemn expression. They knew how important this was. An odd shout resounded. Ah! Chen Feng glanced over. The employees were extracting the liquid for study yet again. What a pitiful fellow. The employee noted Chen Feng's expression of pity and cautiously asked, should we slow it down? No, Chen Feng stated with melancholy. Just feed him more water. The employee, in the devil race's territory, beneath the rich moonlight, a huge monster the size of a small building appeared. The vicious size of this monster appeared petrifying, and the might contained within a single howl caused countless beasts to tremble with fear. As the monster howled, its gaze was fixed on the opponent before it. The aura of this opponent was extremely feeble, yet a hair-raising sense of danger could still be felt from this opponent. Howl, howl. The monster howled, seemingly trying to scare this opponent into leaving its territory. And yet, bang! The opponent took a step forth, leaking a faint aura. Instantly, the monster's expression changed. Abruptly, the monster turned around and started to flee. Alas, It was already too late. Bang! An immense force could be felt harshly smashing this monster down to the ground. A tiny figure walked over. This fellow that was even smaller than the monster's claws walked to the front of that monster before imprinting a red seal on the monster's forehead. Instantly, the vicious gaze of the monster became empty before slowly becoming docile as the monster prostrated on the ground deferentially. Not bad, not bad at all. The old devil was very satisfied. He patted the latest victim he was standing on. His devil army was growing in size. With the power of that S-class devil, he was able to defeat all opponents. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could finally restore the devils to their former glory. Right at this moment, the S-class devil's eyes shimmered slightly. Those empty eyes became clear for a split second before returning to normal. MHM? The old devil swept his surroundings with his acute gaze. He muttered to himself, "Weird. I seemed to feel some ominous aura earlier. Was it a misconception?" Failing to detect any other auras, he shook his head and decided to depart this place hastily. Light swirled around and the devils vanished amid the darkness. Presently, at the genetic union, the latest plan they had conceived against the devils was being prepared. Eliminating the devils during this period while the humans and ancients were still in their honeymoon phase was the most apt choice. Perhaps peace would finally grace this planet. The problem now was, should we inform the ancients of this? The deputy asked with a solemn expression. Everyone sank into silence. The strength of the ancients could not be underestimated. One could say that the ancients were in fact stronger than the humans. Previously, when going on missions against the devils or on other special missions, they had always encountered the ancients accidentally, resulting in a battle erupting between the two parties. Now that they had obtained a temporary peace, should they inform the ancients of this plan? Notify them about it, then. The strategy department had waved his hand. Even if we don't notify them, they will find out about it anyway. If we were to encounter them during battle without telling them in advance, it would be quite awkward. The others understood. True. Suddenly, someone thought of something. What about the strategy? The strategy department head's eyes gleamed. It would be for the best if the ancients could work with us. True. Now that they were in an absolute honeymoon stage with the ancients, if they could work together with the ancients, do it, then. The strategy department head patted his thigh and stated in joy, "Bagu, I will hand this assignment to your diplomacy department." Bagu's complexion became ashen as he gnashed his teeth. Foreign affairs. We are the foreign affairs department, not diplomacy. The strategy department head did not seem bothered. Is there a difference? As far as the ancients are concerned, you guys are the diplomacy department. I heard that when selecting candidates to breed with the ancients, even your younger brother was sent, right? Ha 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 ha. Bagu's expression darkened. The deputy president held his laugh in and coughed. Stop quarreling. Let the foreign affairs department deal with this, then. If we could work with the ancients to get rid of the devils, that would be beneficial to both our races. The devil race with an S-class expert is truly akin to an unstable nuclear warhead. I suppose the ancients are rather impatient to destroy the devils themselves as well. Understood, Bagu replied. I mean, if it doesn't progress smoothly, you can get your younger brothers and the others to have some pillow talk with the ancients, right? The deputy president proposed. Bagu, cough, cough. Let's do this then, the deputy president announced. Let's implement our plan. The foreign affairs department would be in charge of communicating to the ancients their intention for a joint mission. The strategy department would be in charge of drawing the overall plan and deploying the required manpower for the mission. Regardless of whether the ancients were willing to work with them or not, this was a battle the humans had to fight. Even with the sealing reagent they had created with the help of the young devil prince, the power of an S-class couldn't be underestimated. This mission would be much more dangerous than their past missions. As for the main force, it would be the Genetic Union President and numerous other top experts of humanity. All of them were peak Beyond A classes. This was the eldest group of the PK classes of humanity. Before the appearance of the Beyond X gene reagent, these people had already been PK classes. They were the strongest humans, possessing strength far surpassing the imaginations of regular people. Those beyond A1, A2, and so on who had advanced relying on the Beyond X gene reagent were simply not in the same league as these people. These people were true experts, each of them being a legend in their own right. Naturally, in such a team, an oddity was included, Chen Feng. Chen Feng's first battle after his return had stunned countless people. With a kick, Qian Lixian had been sent flying. This was extremely shocking. Even now, his strength level was still an enigma to a lot of people. They had tried asking Chen Feng about it before, but he had only replied with a simple answer: peak beyond A class. Has Chen Feng truly reached peak beyond A class? I guess so. This is way too fast, right? Is it truly as he said, where one needs to be in constant life and death tempering to break through at a faster pace? That is indeed true. However, Chen Feng's speed is still too impossible, right? From B class to his present level, how long did he take? I am not worried about that. I am worried that Chen Feng might have used some unique methods or trump cards to be able to send Qian Lixian flying with a kick. What difference does it make? Of course there's a difference. A true peak beyond A class and someone who can only reach peak beyond A class during unique and specific circumstances are way too different. The combat power between the two is as different as the sky and earth. Chen Feng's identity is too unique. If something were to happen to him, it would be too heavy a loss for the humans. Have you forgotten what happened when he was believed to have died previously? The deputy president was extremely distressed. They wanted to prohibit Chen Feng from joining, yet this time, they couldn't even find an excuse. In terms of authority, Chen Feng had now exceeded all of them combined. In terms of strength, Chen Feng was now at the apex of humanity. How could they restrict his actions? The deputy president sighed. Get people to pay more attention to his safety. Then, this time, get our own people to do the job. No matter what, his safety must be assured. The strategy department accepted the command. Understood. You may leave now. The deputy president stared ahead in silence. Chen Feng seemed to always have excellent luck, to be able to create miracles repeatedly. Apart from his strength, his excellent luck had played quite a big role in his achievements. Hopefully, you will still be favored by luck this time. The deputy president muttered. Unknown to him, that person he thought to be favored by luck, that creator of miracles, was presently in an extremely melancholic mood due to his luck. What's the matter? Chen Feng looked at the illusory world in stupefaction. This illusory world was a unique world of luck aura. Here, he had created an illusory world that could assist in the operation of his luck aura. Here, he could see all the information regarding his luck aura, luck value, deductions, and the existence of spirit. Yet now, everything was gone. Since he had returned from the transmigration, this space had remained empty. However, this was supposed to be normal, since he had exhausted all his luck value during the transmigration. He had always believed that after recovering his luck value, this world would return to normal soon after. But nothing had returned. This world remained a blank space of nothingness. The amount of luck value, the floating numbers, the countdown timer, his alarm system, everything he had created to help with his usage of luck aura had vanished. Chen Feng tried calling for Spirit. Spirit? Spirit's figure appeared from the darkness. Here. What happened here? Chen Feng asked curiously. Spirit frowned, seemingly vexed about this as well. It seems to be evolving. Evolving? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. His luck aura could still evolve. Yes. Spirit nodded. It is seemingly related to your breakthrough to S-class. S-class. Chen Feng was still doubtful. But then, my luck value was still there when I had just broken through. Spirit said, please wait a moment. Let me take a look. Ah, it was the instant when you transmigrated back to this world that this space started evolving. Perhaps it was a reaction to a certain power it sensed. Sensed? Chen Feng was alarmed. Something that could only be sensed in this world? Suddenly, Chen Feng felt like he had been neglecting his luck aura all this time. This thing he had picked up in his former world was able to function in this different world. Such power wasn't something that could be described with something as simple as energy. Previous life, genetic era, alien world. Chen Feng had been to countless places and luck aura had still worked normally. But that was all there was to it. When it came to updates, it seemed like the luck aura could only be updated here in this world. Therefore, could it be that this thing could only go online for its updates here in this world? Within this world was a certain signal emitter that was emitting a unique power belonging to luck aura. Chen Feng had no answer to that, but he guessed that that might truly be the case. This signal emitter might very well be the origin of luck aura. Hold on, why had the fortune stone appeared in the library of his previous world? Then, obviously, that stone was an item from this world. And what exactly was this update? This evolution? Why had reaching S-class enabled this update? Suddenly, Chen Feng noticed that he might have stumbled upon something something that normally seemed like nothing special, something he had never noticed all this while, something that he should have noticed long ago. In the past, he had never thought about this, or perhaps one could say that he had never pursued this line of thought. Chen Feng contemplated. Is it because of my realm being insufficient back then? Because of me being too weak? He extended his hand. His hand flickered, alternating between an illusory and physical state before returning to normal. S-class. What kind of realm was this, exactly? Chen Feng could not decide if the timing of this update was bad or not. But then again, something like an update should never be a bad thing, right? After all, it was Lakora that was updating here rather than iOS. Hopefully the performance won't drop after the update, Chen Feng muttered to himself. I doubt the performance will drop. Spirit frowned. I can feel the upgrade. It should be finished in a short amount of time and will most probably be much stronger as well. However, during the update, the Lakora cannot be used. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I know. If the update wasn't complete by the time the trip to the Devil Race's territory began, he would be truly screwed. Facing a big shot S-class, he had no confidence without any luck value as his trump card. Spirit pondered and said, however, if something like Spirit Seawood was provided, perhaps the update could be accelerated. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Spirit Seawood. Yes, how could he have forgotten that? Back then, the various minor updates of his Lakora had always been due to Spirit Seawood. At that time, for a tiny bit of Spirit Seawood, he had exhausted no small amount of effort. However, just as he readied to use his Lakora to look for some Spirit Seawood, he remembered that Lakora couldn't be used right now. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I had forgotten about this. Let me give it a try, Spirit said smilingly. Although I can't utilize the power of Lakora, oddly, I am very sensitive to everything concerning the power of luck. Spirit cast her senses out. Within her senses, some vague dots of light appeared. She couldn't get a clear look at them. However, it was sufficient for her to obtain a rough estimate of their locations. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. Excellent. With his apex strength nowadays, he would be nearly unstoppable. Shwa. In the following period, Chen Feng swept through the numerous corners of the world, gathering everything with the power of luck regardless of whether it was Spirit Seawood or not. These items were all fed to his Lakora. Even though the update was still not completed even after all this, he could clearly see that Spirit appeared more distinct now. It was indeed working. Somewhat unfortunately, he failed to locate any Spirit Seawood during his searches. Spirit shook her head. That was a rare item in the first place. Spirit Seawood was a legendary item and was easily destroyed. As such, merely obtaining some clues about its traces was already a sufficiently good result. Chen Feng continued his crazy search. Alas, even as he approached the date of departure to the Devil Race's territory, the update was still not complete. The world of Lakora still seemed dead with only the occasional appearance of Spirit wearing an anxious expression on her face. Evidently, she did not fancy such an empty world either. How much longer? Asked Chen Feng. Spirit was bewildered. I don't know, I can only feel that it's near completion, but as for the exact time, Spirit shook her head. She couldn't ascertain the exact timing of the update's completion. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. It seems like I can only rely on myself this time. Then, even those peak beyond A classes of the genetic union weren't afraid. What should an S class like him be afraid of? He was, after all, the theoretical #1 expert of the human race. Yet despite this being true, Chen Feng was still a sort of bogus S class. In a sense, the present him was similar to an A-class warrior that had yet to fuse with an A-class gene. Even now, Chen Feng didn't understand what the power of S-class was. The present him was merely somewhat stronger than a peak beyond A-class. Moreover, his superiority was purely in terms of brute force. He was confident that his pure brute force and energy alone would most certainly surpass all A-classes. However, those peak beyond A-classes still possessed numerous unfathomable abilities, or perhaps unique abilities that ignored all energy, such as what Kong Bei possessed. These were things even an S-class like him did not possess. Previously, he'd had his Lakora as his trump card. As such, he'd had no misgivings. Now that he didn't have his Lakora, he had to be extra careful in everything he did. This was especially true since his opponent this time was similarly an S-class. This was also why Chen Feng had requested to participate in this mission as well. He had to witness with his own eyes the methods available to an S-class. to witness the true power of an S-class. The genetic union joined this mission for the sake of the devil genes, but he had joined for the sake of power. The next day, under the great works of the the Foreign Affairs Department, the humans and ancients reached an agreement. The ancients would deploy several peak beyond A classes as well. An allied squad of 12 was formed for this S-class devil hunting mission. And with this, the first joint mission of the humans and ancients began. In a certain area within the unknown regions that the humans, ancients, and devils had yet to start developing was a bright and clear lake. The surface of the lake looked like a flawless white jade. A light yellow stone floated above the lake, flickering with a faint yellow light like rhythmic breathing. Howl. A mutated beast appeared. With greed, the beast gazed at that stone. It was about to dash over. Suddenly, a blue leopard appeared from behind it and pushed this beast to the ground before killing it. When the gaze of the leopard landed on the stone above the lake, vigilance flashed through its gaze. With utmost caution, it approached that stone. A glint flashed through its eyes as it appeared eager to give it a try. Just as it was about to rush out, a meteor descended abruptly, smashing down to the ground nearby. Whoosh! The blue leopard had already been prepared for this and vanished in a flash. The ground it had stepped on previously had already been struck. The leopard only reappeared after a long time. All around, there were several tens of craters, all created by meteors. Every time it acted in a way that would threaten that stone, a calamity would befall it. It would either be attacked by some other beasts, or even plants, or a calamity would descend from the sky. As for that stone, it remained safe and sound even now. Around the stone was a huge pile of bones. Howl. The blue leopard howled threateningly before retreating slowly. Above the lake, that stone flickered as usual, as if nothing had happened at all. Countless howls could be heard. Countless beasts wanted to enter, yet all died in mysterious ways. Right at this instant, a faint figure formed in the distance. An aged figure appeared. Step by step, he walked forth until he arrived. Indeed, is it related to you? The old man raised his foot, trying to step into the lake. Bang! A meteor descended abruptly. The old man shook his head, raised his hand, and waved. That meteor descending with boundless might was exterminated the moment it neared the old man, unable to cause any sort of harm to that old man. The old man narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Shwa. He stepped on the lake's surface. Light started swirling about. The space around him cracked, and next, a spatial tunnel appeared out of thin air for no apparent reason. A boundless pulling force appeared, trying to pull the old man in. The old man raised his hand and destroyed the spatial tunnel with brute force and took yet another step forward. Bang! From the planet's core, suddenly, lava erupted upward. Combined with the power of energy, every single burst of lava carried astonishing might. All of it charged in the direction of that old man. At this, the smile on that old man's face shrunk somewhat. After stopping the lava, he took another step forward. Bang! Bang! From below the lake, boundless power erupted. Lava, water, radiance. All sorts of wondrous and mystical powers charged out one after another, all trying to stop the old man's progress. The energy barrier around the old man, which had been capable of blocking everything, was fading. Ultimately, the old man stopped his steps. He contemplated. It's intelligent. Shwa. His figure flashed. Instantly, he appeared beside the stone and grabbed at it. Alas, right at this instant, he felt a stifling sense of crisis. His entire body felt like he had been thrown into an icy cave. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his whole life. The sense of death. He stopped his hand that was reaching toward the stone. There was no gushing energy around him and no fatal danger could be seen, yet his entire body still stopped, and he retreated one step at a time. By the time he had left the lake surface, his back was already drenched with sweat. This thing. An alarmed expression appeared on his face. This thing was much scarier than he had imagined, yet it just had to be in such a place. Gazing at that ordinary-looking stone that was still flickering with a faint yellow light as it floated above the lake, the old man gave it a deep gaze before ultimately deciding to leave. The lake recovered its previous tranquility. In the devil race's territory, the devils under the command of the old devil were increasing in number without stop. With the help of that S-class devil, he defeated all opposition among the devils. Nearly every newly reawakened devil had fallen under his control, becoming his devoted underling. A flying devil in the sky passed on some information. The humans have arrived. I am aware of that. The old devil stood up. The humans had indeed not given up yet. Ever since the humans had received news regarding the S-Class, they had been akin to a cat that had smelled a fish. They had their gaze fixed on the devils all this while, unwilling to look away. This was inevitable. The humans and the ancients might have the potential to coexist in peace, but how about the devils? It was impossible. First, a huge amount of devils were still in hibernation in the soil beneath the human lands. Second, the humans were a race that increased their strength through gene fusion, and the devils were included among the materials for the humans' fusion gene reagents. The genes of the devils could be used like all the other mutated beasts. As such, their relationship was more akin to predator and prey. The humans and devils were completely incompatible with each other. The old devil knew that a day would come when the humans came for them, yet he had never imagined that during the war between the humans and the devils, the ancients would actually join in as allies of the humans. The old devil's eyes gleamed coldly. Have they become much more idiotic after becoming female? Since the humans and the ancients had joined hands, he would just eliminate both races together. Normally, he would not have a chance to accomplish such feat. However, since he had already been expecting the arrival of the humans, he naturally had made his own preparations. This was the final chance for the declining devil race. He stood up. A faint radiance started condensing. In the distant village, numerous steles filled with seals stood tall. Around the steles lingered an odd mist. The devils took in a deep breath and an expression of utmost pleasure appeared on their faces. Vaguely, their strength was increasing. This was the precious land of the devils and also the land of death for the humans and ancients. The wind is blowing, the old devil muttered. Suddenly, a bizarre wind started howling. On the ground that had previously appeared desolate, numerous trees appeared. Instantly, this desolate plain transformed into a forest filled with a cold aura. The numerous steles had actually all transformed into trees. And with that, this bizarre place had transformed into an extremely ordinary-looking forest. Faintly, some terrifying things could be seen wandering about the ground and the sky, causing the scalps of any onlookers to feel numb. This was the domain of the devils. Howl. Numerous howls resounded. Countless crow-shaped devils flew out. The eyes of the old devil gleamed coldly, seemingly capable of seeing the myriad world, seeing every nook and corner within 1,000 miles. Suddenly, a certain spot within the mist rolled. The old devil focused his gaze. The humans had arrived. I have been waiting a long time for you guys. The old devil grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth with faint traces of blood on them. Presently, far away from the devils, the joint squad of the humans and ancients had appeared in the outer forest. This should be the place, a lady of the ancient race stated sweetly. She walked back and forth as her attractive, tiny waist swerved right and left. When she walked past the Genetic Union president, she even threw him a wink before slapping the president's butt. Quite perky? The president was dumbstruck. His eyes widened. He had evidently yet to recover from his shock. He, the illustrious president of the Genetic Union, still commanded a healthy amount of respect even though he usually stayed in seclusion all year round. Yet now, was he too behind the times, or was it that these ancients were too brave? He abruptly extended his hand. You calm down. Calm down. Barger pulled at the president and whispered, these ancients are not used to human culture yet. In their understanding, this act of slapping one's butt is merely a simple act of flirting. The president clenched his fists tightly. Investigate this fellow for me. The president took in a deep breath. If she was originally female, I will forget about it, but if his original name is something like Udan, Taizu, Chuone, or something similar, I will most certainly beat him to death. Barger smiled bitterly. He looked at the fellow that had dared to mess with their president and found that the person was still busy throwing flirtatious glances over. Evidently, she had yet to discover the bizarre mood around her. What was this? Should he advise them? He dared not. Everyone here was a peak beyond A class. He was the only exception. That was because the ancients that had come were all the leaders of the ancient race rather than common citizens. As such, to avoid friction, Barger was required to be here. And thus, this Foreign Affairs Department head had been brought along this mission. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. It has been hard on you. Barger felt extremely helpless. We are truly not the diplomacy department. I know, Chen Feng stated with a respectful expression. How can you guys be the diplomacy department? In this honeymoon period between the humans and ancients, it is of utmost importance to prevent any frictions. Your tasks are not as simple as diplomacy. Rather, you guys are as magnificent as Loop. Volume 7. Bagu was dumbstruck. Friction between humans and ancients. Loop. It sounded normal? But as he thought about it, he kept feeling that this did not sound right. What damnable analogy was this? Bagu was furious. I am the foreign. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and gave him a profound look. I know. Bagu raged. What the hell is this profound look for? When he finally tried to say something, he noticed that Chen Feng had already left. He could only hold his anger in. Looking at the glances the young lady of the ancient race was sending him, he had no choice but to personally go and placate them. Afterward, he recalled that look on Chen Feng's face. Screw you. I am only going over to placate them. Placate? Bagu cried a tearless cry. Why had the fine Foreign Affairs Department changed flavors after arriving here? Is this the place? The president asked as he stared ahead. There, a forest could be seen. Based on the information they had obtained, the S-class devil and a majority of the devils were hiding here. An ancient general stood out. Yes, her name was Tani Uliming, and she was the strongest expert of the ancients here. Although this person with a unique identity, this war god of the ancients, had once been male, since he had been gay, he had unperturbed been his transformation into a woman. As her attraction to males was now as it should be, the change in gender was a good thing for her. This time, the reason she had offered to join this mission was because a short while ago, during one of their battles, she had fallen in love with the strongest expert of the humans, Liu Dongjiang, the current president of the Genetic Union. As the strongest expert among the military officers of the ancients, she would only like the strongest expert among the humans. The devils will not let us do as we wish. It's better if we are extra prudent, Tani Uliming said. Next, she paused, seemingly trying to say something. They have already been warned by me. They will no longer confess their love toward you, President. So for you folks, this is a method of confessing love? The people around them all moved further away to give them some space, largely because of the excessively powerful aura these two exuded. It was so powerful that an ordinary person could not endure this pressure around them. Even if they were all similarly peak beyond A classes, there was still a difference in their combat power. It was obvious that the president and this general were the outstanding ones among everyone here. The rest take a rest. Tandao, Sanjian, the two of you go and scout this forest, the president commanded. Yes. The rest stayed behind. The president did not realize that the general beside him was gazing at him tenderly. Interesting. Chen Feng observed this from a distance in an engrossed manner. It was said that this general was the strongest among the ancients. If she unleashed her full power, even Qin Hai would not dare to face her directly. If she and the president it will most certainly be interesting. Chen Feng felt gratified. The land of legacy of the ancients had always been a place the humans were worried about. Their warriors with odd diamonds on their heads were the strongest among the ancients. Moreover, due to various reasons, they were probably not willing to coexist peacefully with the humans. This was the only thing Chen Feng was worried about. Fortunately, according to Qin Hai, they had not gotten themselves involved in this matter of the union between humans and ancients. All along, they had never appeared. What did those people think of this? Chen Feng was clueless. However, if they could completely conquer the ancient race before those people in the land of legacy got involved, assimilating the ancients completely, it would be too late even if the land of legacy decided to get involved. Wu. Chen Feng's mind worked rapidly as his gaze swept over the president and the general without stop. By the side, Bagu gave Chen Feng a glance. At that look, all his hairs stood on end. Holy shit, Chen Feng wasn't thinking of scheming against even the president, right? Bagu laughed dryly and denied that thought. No, that's impossible. How could that be possible? This was the president, the strongest expert of humanity, the apex human who was halfway into S-class. Alas, before this thought even settled, Chen Feng could be seen walking silently toward the president. With a gloomy tone, he stated to the ancients in a low voice, "Are you interested in buying it?" Bagu widened his eyes. Holy shit, this guy. "Are you interested in purchasing all information on our president?" whispered Chen Feng. Due to the status of our president, all sorts of information regarding him has been recorded within the Genetic Union. His various poses and postures, and the video recordings of what he did back then when he joined the selection for the president. Tani Uliming's interest was piqued. "You have all of them?" "Of course." Chen Feng gazed at the long-legged beauty before him and said in a low voice, "All the information has been saved on this virtual CD. Inside, I have also included a romance guide, which contains many of our president's preferences." "How much are you selling it for?" Tani Uliming asked in a low voice. The manner in which these two talked was akin to two members of some underground society. "I'm giving it to you for free. But please take care of me during this trip," Chen Feng said in a low voice. "Even though I am also a peak beyond A class, I am essentially a producer with lower combat power. I do not wish to die here." "Understood." Tani Uliming understood what Chen Feng wanted. Sure. Chen Feng transmitted the data to her, and the trade was complete. Bagu, with his very own eyes, he watched as Chen Feng pimped their president out. Bagu gulped. "This is somewhat excessive." "How is this excessive?" Chen Feng glanced at him and solemnly said, "You think our mission this time is an easy one? That is an S-class we are targeting. Any carelessness will result in all of us perishing here. It is a good thing that the strongest expert of the ancients is in love with our president. With this, they will surely protect our president with all they have," Chen Feng said gravely. "Is that so?" Bagu felt ashamed as he heard Chen Feng's explanation. Chen Feng had actually thought that far ahead, so he was making use of the feelings of the ancient race to protect the president. Chen Feng was too thoughtful. Bagu felt that he was truly too young to have not thought of all this. "No matter what you do, you must think more." Chen Feng patted Bagu's shoulder and pointed toward the distant ancient race. "For example, it is time for you to attend to them now." Bagu's face darkened. "I am placating them, not attending." Could Chen Feng not use such a choice of words that could easily cause misunderstandings? At this time, the distant Tani Uliming finished reading the autobiography of the president, encyclopedia of the president's favorite food and drinks, the lost first love of the president, and so on. Next, she started her grand undertaking of pursuing the president. She did as the books told her, maintaining a certain distance between her and the president in order to leave a good impression on him. Indeed, the president appeared rather satisfied with the distance that the general maintained with him. Just look, this particular ancient was completely different than those other flirtatious sluts. Those people would even plaster their bodies upon his own if they could. This fellow was the only one maintaining a certain distance from him. Splendid. The president was satisfied. Tani Uliming was inwardly overjoyed. It indeed works. That person called Chen Feng had indeed not been scamming her. The president truly preferred those graceful, reserved, and cold ladies. Right at this moment, Tan Dao and San Jian returned from their scouting mission. "Everything seems normal," San Jian stated after pondering for a moment. "We didn't note anything abnormal, but then again, the Yinoro is rather dense in the forest. Perhaps some devils with the yin property are residing within." "They are indeed within the forest," Tan Dao stated in a deep voice. He specialized in detecting life force. The eyes of the devils could be sensed at all times, both from underground and from the sky. They could be anywhere in the forest. The president nodded. "Well done. Let's set off, then." "This time, we shall leave them no way out." In the devil race's territory, the group of 12 advanced cautiously through the forest. The devils seemed to have some sort of feeling toward forests, as no matter where the devils went, they would create a forest there that could help them conceal themselves. It seemed stupid, yet it was also effective. Everyone raised their head, and the only thing that entered their sight was endless trees. San Jian glanced around. "The visibility here is very low. No life forms detected in our vicinity." Before Tan Dao could even finish his sentence, "Careful!" Bang! A shiny flash streaked past. Tan Dao dodged hastily, but the pitch-black flash still brushed his cheek, leaving behind a bright red bloody scar. Shwa! His eyes flashed red as his scouting ability was activated. Yet nothing was discovered. "Not a life form?" Tan Dao frowned. "San Jian, have you found anything?" San Jian shook his head. "Nope." Tan Dao specialized in scouting and locking onto things with signs of life within, whereas Tan Dao was good at observing the environment. Both of them had their specific skill sets, yet this attack had been able to avoid any sort of detection from either of them. Even with their strength at peak beyond A class, they had still failed to detect it. "Not a life form and not environmental. Is that some sort of puppet?" they guessed. "Let's go get a look from above." They left and tried searching from the sky. Yet the moment they were rising up in the sky, a blood-red flash pierced through their chests. Plop. The two corpses fell loudly to the ground. The rest chilled as they saw this. Dead. The relaxed mood vanished. Someone was dead. They had just entered the forest and two were already dead. Moreover, the two killed were the ones with the strongest detection abilities. The peak beyond A classes Tandan Sanjian. Damn it. Barga felt his scalp go numb. That attack. Only an S class could kill those two instantly. They had ultimately underestimated the devil race, resulting in this happening. The devil race's intelligence was not any lower than that of the humans or ancients. Although that S class had failed to fully reawaken, the old devil controlling him was a treacherous one. Hunting the devils was completely different than hunting wild animals. In this forest, the humans and the ancients were the prey instead. Bang! The president made his move and blasted away the numerous trees around them. But, to their horror, the trees that had just been destroyed grew back instantaneously. With a solemn expression, the president said, "This place is a maze." A maze even Sanjian had failed to detect. The creator of the maze, Tani Uliming, sneered. S-class. Only that person, the S-class of the devils, could set up a maze that even a peak beyond A class would fail to detect. Perhaps this mission would be much harder than they had imagined. Losing two peak beyond A class scouts, their subsequent progress would not be easy. This so-called maze should be the devil's protective barrier. First, they created this maze where one can't get a sense of direction and can't detect anything within. Next, they have that S-class ambush us while hiding. Barga inhaled deeply. Normally, as an apex existence, especially an S-class, such a person would have the arrogance of a top expert and be extremely concerned with their face. This applied to even people like Bargu. If they as beyond A classes had to ambush some B classes, that would be truly too embarrassing. Yet here, this S-class was obviously not bothered by this. This was akin to the story of the brave warrior and the evil dragon. In this story, the brave warrior and his companions worked hard to level up before ultimately slaying the evil dragon. When had one ever heard of a version where the evil dragon headed to the novice village in a shameless manner to ambush the brave warrior? Moreover, Leal, who had been keeping silent all this while, said, "He is much stronger now." The president took a deep breath. "I have miscalculated." After being in such a high position for so long, his thought process had evidently become much too rigid. A total of 6 people from the genetic union had joined this time, and now, only 4 were left. With Chen Feng, the producer-cum-warrior included, their combat power had been reduced quite significantly. The president sighed. "We will have to rely on you ancients next." The ancients were evidently better in terms of operating in a place like this. Tani Uliming nodded her head. "Understood." Formation. Shwa. The ancients stood around the group and started exploring the forest cautiously. "They have already discovered our existence." That S-class could launch a surprise attack at any time. With his strength, none of us will be able to stop him. As such, everyone must stay within this defensive formation. Bang, bang. The ancients formed a powerful sealed formation. They did not have any scouts, but they possessed warriors exceptional in both defending and attacking, each of them of excellent quality. A faint radiance whirled around them. The yin aura pervading this forest was, to a certain extent, expelled by this formation. "Chen Feng, you stay in the innermost area of the group," the president said. "All right." Chen Feng stood in between all of them obediently. When facing this true S-class, Chen Feng decided to play the role of a gene producer. Tandan Sanjian had been killed so fast that even Chen Feng hadn't been able to react to it. In fact, he didn't even know what the dread flash had been. Chen Feng was fearful. Is this the power of an S-class? His strength is returning to him without stop, Leal stated with a solemn expression. "We have truly been too rash this time." The president sighed. "But we had no choice but to come. Right? They hadn't had any choice but to make this trip. This was their only chance to eliminate the devil race. Nobody could predict what would happen when the devil race recovered enough of their strength, when that S-class recovered. In any case, the ancients still had their land of legacy, but the humans might suffer extinction. Leal did not reply to that. To the side, Chen Feng felt somewhat awkward. In fact, he wanted to tell them that he was also an S-class as well. The devils and the ancients were not the only ones with an S-class in their ranks. Now, humans had their own S-class as well. However, as he thought about that S-class devil's combat power, Chen Feng could only submit. He had yet to grasp the power of S-class, and his luck aura was still not working. Currently, he was only capable of beating a single peak beyond A class. That was all. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Spirit, observe the surroundings for me. Spirit nodded. Understood. Even if he couldn't use luck aura, Spirit could still serve as an extra pair of eyes to help observe his surroundings. As for scouting, Xiao Ying, I will be relying on you, Chen Feng muttered. Shwa. A red flash shot out of his hand and vanished. Xiao Ying's body turned illusory and rose up to the sky in the direction of that earlier red flash. However, after streaking forth for only 1 minute, Xiao Ying stopped. Before Xiao Ying was an illusory barrier that blocked his advance. That's right, here, Xiao Ying was actually stopped from advancing. Shwa. Chen Feng's eyes flashed red. Through Xiao Ying's eyes, he gazed at the world beyond the barrier. There, a huge pair of eyes could be seen flickering with a red radiance. That was precisely the red that had killed both Tandao and Sanjian earlier. That is, Chen Feng was alarmed. At this time, that huge pair of eyes suddenly glanced in his direction. The blood-red gaze swept around the air before ultimately landing on Xiao Ying. This thing is able to see Xiao Ying? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling and was about to recall Xiao Ying. Bang! The terrifying red radiance shone yet again. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. Xiao Ying. Bang! The red radiance pierced through Xiao Ying. Chen Feng's expression was unsightly. This was the very first time Xiao Ying's illusory form had been seen through ever since he had started following Chen Feng. S-class was indeed much more terrifying than Chen Feng had guessed. Pain. An intense thought was transmitted to Chen Feng. Xiao Ying had attempted to devour this power as well. However, due to this power being too strong, Xiao Ying was completely incapable of devouring it. Instead, it was now on the verge of imploding. Chen Feng tried to recall Xiao Ying. Return. Suddenly, Spirit stated, Chen Feng, he is now tangled with the S-class power. If you recall him, he might be affected. You might be injured as well. I know, replied Chen Feng with a calm expression. Despite the danger, he had to recall Xiao Ying. Once again, he tried to recall Xiao Ying. Return. Yet surprisingly, even under the intense pain, Xiao Ying tried to resist Chen Feng's summon. He was rejecting the summon. Xiao Ying. Chen Feng shouted. Although Xiao Ying had a unique identity, he was ultimately one who had fused with Chen Feng's spiritual energy. As such, when Chen Feng was recalling him, he had to return. And now, he was actually thinking of resisting Chen Feng's summon. Evidently, as Spirit said, Xiao Ying was worried that he might implicate Chen Feng if he returned. Damn it. Chen Feng took a deep breath. That S-class power was too strong. If he did not recall Xiao Ying as soon as possible, something bad might happen to Xiao Ying. Even if Xiao Ying didn't die, his consciousness would be cleanly erased from this. For a life form such as Xiao Ying, erasing his consciousness was no different than death. Chen Feng shouted, return. Bang! The will of an S-class descended as he summoned Xiao Ying. In a hegemonic manner, Chen Feng recalled Xiao Ying with brute force. And thus, Xiao Ying returned. Accompanying Xiao Ying in his return was that unique power of an S-class. Entwined around Xiao Ying's body, the power entered Chen Feng's consciousness, bringing with it a terrifying attack. A firm expression appeared on Chen Feng's face. Come, we are both S-classes. I can't beat you, but can I not even beat your energy? Bang! The red surged. Chen Feng tried to destroy this energy with force. But this energy was much more frightening than he had imagined. With his power, he was incapable of even shaking it even though he was an S-class as well. Bang! Bang! The red radiance entered Chen Feng. With all his power, Chen Feng resisted it. From the instant he had recalled Xiao Ying, he had been prepared for this. With his present strength, if he decided to resist it with brute force, he might be able to succeed. Even though his power was not as strong as the red radiance, he had more of it, since his body was the battleground. Come! Chen Feng howled. Bang! Bang! The two powers collided. Chen Feng could feel his body tearing apart. This power wasn't the terrifying part. However, when two S-class powers clashed within his body was incapable of enduring the impact and was breaking apart without stop. Bang! Bang! Blood splashed around. Chen Feng's body went through a constant cycle of destruction and reconstruction. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. I can hang on. Right at this instant, he seemed to hear a sigh. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice resounded, and abruptly, a gush of formidable power surged out. Bang! With a bright radiance, a formidable existence descended upon Chen Feng's consciousness. That person was familiar, and they were wearing a familiar robe. Chen Feng. Ming wrapped a bathrobe around her and pointed at Chen Feng in anger. Must you guys meet danger every time I take a shower? Chen Feng. Bang. The red surged. As this power saw Ming's appearance, its first reaction was to charge over, courting death. Ming had lacked an outlet to vent her anger, but now this red power had offered itself to Ming. She clutched at this power and started beating it up so badly until ultimately, the red power became docile. Next, she tossed it over to Xiao Ying. Ming frowned. A power like this. She remembered how previously, Chen Feng's opponents had normally been B classes, A classes, and so on. Why had they encountered an enemy of this level now? What in the world had these two fellows been up to? What exactly are the two of you doing? Ming was about to say something more when her body started flickering. Indeed, descending upon this place with force has exhausted too much energy. Chen Feng, protect Xiao Ying properly. This damnable place. Restrictions. Something is off. No wonder even I can feel a sense of crisis. Shwa. Her figure vanished cleanly. As for Xiao Ying, he had just finished devouring a huge amount of S-class power and his body was now round and plump, greatly resembling a rubber ball. Having had his fill, he started sleeping with a resounding snore. It was still unknown if devouring such a large quantity of unique power would be a good thing or a bad thing for him. She left. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling that something wasn't right. The appearance of Ming had been too coincidental. In the past, she had only appeared so coincidentally after serious planning by Chen Feng coupled with the help of a huge amount of luck value. Yet earlier, Ming had appeared without any warning. Based on what she had said, she had sensed some sort of crisis. But then, Chen Feng remembered that she had once said that being so far apart, being in different worlds, she was incapable of sensing a crisis in this world. Why had she discovered that they were in danger? Then, this was truly odd. Moreover, earlier, Chen Feng had sensed a familiar power. Luck. He looked inwardly. His luck aura was still updating. There was no sign of activity there. Misconception? Impossible. Why, then, or perhaps, this time, it had truly been pure luck. Ming had, for some reason, sensed what was happening here and arrived. But she had obviously been in the middle of a shower. Spirit, did you sense anything? Chen Feng asked suddenly. No. Spirit shook her head and asked curiously, what's up? I seem to have felt the power of luck. Chen Feng pondered before continuing. Otherwise, Ming could not have appeared so coincidentally. Spirit appeared quite doubtful as well. That should not be the case. If the power of luck were around, I would most certainly be able to sense it. Of course, if it was merely a coincidence, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. Is that so? Chen Feng contemplated. In other words, this time, it had been pure coincidence. After being unlucky for so long, fortune had finally smiled upon him. This one time, during such a crucial moment as well. Chen Feng frowned. Xiao Ying, Ming, coincidence. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Chen Feng. Numerous alarmed cries called him back to the real world. He opened his eyes and noticed that the president and several others were looking at him anxiously. Xiao Ying had always remained in an illusory form and they were unable to see him. But blood had suddenly begun spurting out of Chen Feng's body earlier, giving them a fright. Chen Feng shook his head. I'm fine. I might have been too nervous and had a minor breakthrough. Li looked at Chen Feng like he was looking at a retard. Minor breakthrough. So when you break through, your body cracks and your blood splatters everywhere. The amount of blood you spurted out earlier was crazy. Who would buy this? I'm really fine. Chen Feng smiled. But I have discovered the location of that fellow. Oh? All their eyes shone. With his screen, he transmitted the coordinates to all of them. They all sank into thought. It seemed like Chen Feng had suffered some backlash from scouting this place earlier. Barger felt somewhat ashamed. Everyone advanced slowly, waiting for their chance. Right at this instant, Tanny Uliming's eyes, which had remained shut, suddenly opened. It's coming. Her eyes gleamed coldly as radiance swirled around her hand. The defensive formation was activated, forming a huge shield. Distantly, the barrier of the forest opened abruptly and a blood-red radiance flashed toward them. Bang! A bright explosion erupted. The defensive formation was tottering from being blasted, but ultimately, it successfully blocked the S-class attack. The president's eyes gleamed coldly. Now, he had been waiting a long time for this moment. Shwa. Light swirled around. The president moved. A terrifying energy blasted toward where the red light had come from. Before the forest barrier could completely close up, the attack forcefully blasted in. Bang! A translucent shockwave erupted resoundingly. All the trees and fog vanished. The maze put in place by the devils had obviously failed. In the distance, the seals and the devils were now faintly discernible. As everyone saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of the maze. Next would be the true battle. You guys were actually capable of solving the maze, came the hoarse voice of the old devil, seemingly rather surprised. Beside him, several dozen powerful devils were prostrated on the ground, expressing their loyalty to this old devil. The old devil snorted, ignoring the devils around him. HPMH. Kill. Tani Uliming commanded coldly. Swoosh. Instantly, the joint squad of humans and ancients made their move. The tricks and maze of the devils had indeed done some damage to them and had even killed 2 of them. However, that was it. The comprehensive strength of this declined devil race was much weaker than the humans and ancients. Bang! The several dozen devils moved. Alas, they were all cannon fodder. Their apparently powerful bodies were akin to paper. The president, who was still furious over the 2 deaths, vented his anger on these devils. Blood splattered around. The president alone slaughtered no less than 10 devils. These devils would have difficulty facing even one of the ancients or humans. Now that both the humans and ancients had joined hands, the devils had no way of even fighting back. Instantly, all the devils were killed, leaving only the old devil behind. He was still seated there gloomily, watching on as his underlings died for him. Despite the deaths, he remained unmoved, watching on coldly. The president sneered, still not willing to let that person act. Naturally, the president was referring to the S-class devil. Something like an ambush will only work once, Tani Uliming stated coldly. The deaths they had suffered earlier on had been due to a lack of preparations, as they had not expected the S-class to ambush them. As long as they were prepared for it, an ambush was a joke. The old devil smiled sinisterly. Hee, I have been waiting a long time for you guys. The president made his move without hesitation. Kill him. Bang! A surge of energy erupted. Alas, surprising them all, when his attack neared the old devil, it stopped. Around the old devil, circles of light blue energy shone in a mechanical fashion, blocking the president's attack. At present, the numerous steelies were flickering with a petrifying might. Tani Uliming's eyes gleamed coldly. Is it due to those things? Bang, bang. She started blasting those steelies. Blue light flashed, but the steelies remained fine. Tani Uliming shook her head. Can't damage them. The attacks feel like they landed on cotton. Hee. The old devil laughed wildly. Using the terms of you humans, that is an S-class barrier. It is impossible for attacks at your level to penetrate the barrier. S-class. The president and Tani Uliming exchanged a glance. In a regular battle, S-class power would indeed be of a higher level than them. However, S-class power used by an incomplete S-class devil wasn't particularly powerful. But these barriers. The president thought of something, and his expression changed. This power had been improved by you. The old devil laughed sinisterly. Indeed. Do you really think that I am not aware of what you guys were prepared to do? Since you guys have appeared here, I suppose you guys have already thought of a method to deal with S-classes, right? Let me give it a guess. The urine of that ex-prince? You guys have solved the mystery of the urine, right? Ha. Their expressions changed as they heard these words. This guy was even aware of this. This can be found out with simple deduction, no? The old devil had a faint smile on his face. You guys must have believed that since I want to control the S-class devil, I will have to keep him in an incomplete state, right? After all, the moment the consciousness of the S-class returns, he will most certainly not remain under my control, right? That is indeed the case. But do you guys think that I will give him a chance to return? Do you guys think that if his consciousness is incapable of returning, I will not be able to utilize the true S-class power? No. How wrong that is. How idiotic are you guys? Howl. A loud howl resounded. Up in the air, a huge figure appeared. The S-class devil had returned. He appeared up in the sky with terrifying energy enveloping his body. Along with his appearance was the appearance of that S-class power they were all so very familiar with. This should be an incomplete S-class power. Not too strong, no? The old devil smiled faintly. How about The old devil waved his hand. Bang! All the steelies around them started to shine. A gush of power bloomed from his body before surging up into the sky to fuse with the energy of that S-class devil. Ultimately, a brand new power was formed. This new power was as strong as a complete S-class. Not good. Their expressions sank. None of them had expected this old devil to be capable of recreating a true S-class power. It was no wonder that this old devil had not gotten this S-class devil to make any moves previously. This guy was no longer something like a puppet. Rather, this guy was now a fountain supplying power to this old devil. Ha ha. The old devil laughed wildly. This is my ability. Improvement. I am able to improve all powers. Ha ha ha, thank you all for appearing here. Now, be my undying servants. Bang. The old devil waved his hand. A dreadful and deep darkness descended. First, I'll kill you all. Next, I'll refine you all into puppets. I shall become the master of this world. Ha 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 ha. The old devil laughed wildly. Devils, ancients, humans, to hell with all of them. Who? A devilish wind started blazing. Defend, Tani Uliming howled. When that dreadful black wind swept past her face ached terribly. The ancients erected their defenses immediately but were still having difficulties hanging on. Even with their strength, they couldn't endure this devilish wind. The president clenched his teeth tightly. S-class. Are we not able to beat him? Howled Tani Uliming amid the devilish wind. We had originally expected to face an incomplete S-class. Only around 10 peak beyond A classes would have been required for that feat. Coupled with the help of the sealing reagent produced with the young prince, perhaps even 6 of us would already have been sufficient. The president sighed. But now, he stared ahead. That S-class devil was staying away from them, and they had no way of approaching him. Thus, they had no way of sealing that S-class devil. And with that old devil's improvement ability, what they faced was a complete S-class power. The president made a swift judgment. Based on my calculations, we would require 20 peak beyond A classes to deal with this power. 20. The hearts of others chilled as they heard this. Originally, they had been a squad of 12. Even after including Bargu and Chen Feng. After the death of Tandao and Sanjian, they only had 10 peak beyond A classes here. How were they supposed to fight this with only half the required strength? Who? The ancients' defenses started tottering. This devilish wind was too powerful. They had no way of resisting. Was this the real power of an S-class? The president had a bitter feeling. He had been cultivating hard his entire life yet ultimately failed to reach that level. Right at this instant, Tani Uliming howled before standing before everyone. 20 peak beyond A classes, huh? She laughed crazily. Bang! She stabbed her weapon into the ground. By myself, I am equivalent to 20. Hum. A gold radiance bloomed. Tani Uliming had entered her top combat form. Everyone's mind jolted. The president looked at her, and realization dawned upon him. Let me join in. True. He had been concentrating on cultivation for so long that he had become so rotten now. Once upon a time, he had also been a hot-blooded warrior. Bang! Energy bloomed all around the president's body as he stood beside Tani Uliming. I am equivalent to 10. Tani Uliming exchanged a glance with him. The two laughed heartily. Since it had come to this, their only option was to fight it out. They pointed at the old devil. Come. The old devil laughed sinisterly. He. A little couple. Huh? I shall fulfill your wish and allow the both of you to perish together. He. Bang! The dreadful devilish wind swept forth. Everyone braced themselves for the battle, their gazes firm. This time, they were all prepared to die. 20 peak beyond A classes were required to deal with this. Well then, they would put their lives on the line to fight it out. With their strength, if they tried their best, they might be able to kill this fellow for real. That alone would be sufficient. Let their lives be the price to pay for peace. Bang! The golden radiance ignited. Amid the darkness, the golden radiance intensified. An incomparably huge battle was about to break out. Right at this instant, Chen Feng dragged Bargu away silently. Bargu was somewhat stupefied. What are you doing? Do this. Chen Feng whispered something to Bargu. Bargu looked at Chen Feng with a gaze like he was looking at a retard. Are you sure? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. What a stupid question. Do it quick. Moreover, they are all elites at peak beyond A class. What is a beyond A8 like you even going to do there? Bargu to actually look down on an A8. Go. Fast. Chen Feng pushed him. Victory or defeat will depend on this. Bagu was still filled with doubt. Are you sure? Yes. Chen Feng was filled with confidence. When have I ever lied to you all? Fine. Bagu glanced at the bitter battle that was about to start. Ultimately, they had low odds of success when facing this S-class and could only put their lives on the line in this fight. If so, they were better off. Bagu clenched his teeth. Let's do it. He grabbed a gene reagent and charged toward a nearby steel. Immediately, the old devil noticed him. This fellow, bang! Bagu crushed the gene reagent produced by the prince's urine and tossed it onto the steel. Layers of light blue light appeared and swirled around the steel as the gene reagent started working to corrode them. Alas! The blue radiance merely flickered before they continued swirling past. Ridiculous. The old devil said with a malevolent expression. You think this is some incomplete S-class power? No, this is something formed with S-class power I personally improved. Your sealing reagent is useless. The president frowned. Bagu, get back. He had no idea what this Bagu was doing over there. At a time like this, only combining all their power together to fight it out with the old devil would work. Trying something that would obviously not work like this was a waste of time. Bagu took a deep breath. Got it. This gene reagent had merely been his last attempt. The actual method Chen Feng had taught him was in fact who. He took another deep breath. He recalled what Chen Feng had said, clenched his teeth, and faced the steel. Next, in a practiced manner, he untied his waistband. The president, the members of the ancient race, the old devil. With stupefaction, everyone stared at Bagu. Holy shit, what's this guy doing? Bagu firmed his heart. I shall go all out this time. Swoosh. A sturdy liquid sprayed out and was launched upon the steel. Kai, clumps of white smoke started rising from the steel. The old devil watched on with an ashen complexion and remained in a long daze. The entire world seemed to have lapsed into silence at this moment. Everyone watched on silently as Bagu finished peeing before pulling his waistband up without saying anything. Next, they dazedly looked at the steel that had been peed. Even the old devil did not try to stop Bagu. Previously, there had been a complete devil seal imprinted on the steel, but right now, after Bagu had peed on it, there was a big patch in the shape of an X. And next, nothing happened. The devilish aura still pervaded the air, the S-class power as dreadful as ever. Bagu was somewhat dumbstruck. The plotline seemed to be going in the wrong direction. Based on what Chen Feng had said, after peeing on it, this steel was supposed to collapse. At this moment, he had a vague feeling that he had been tricked by Chen Feng. What are you doing? The president asked with an ashen complexion. Bagu, someone actually thought of something like this. Opposite them, the old devil gave him a deep gaze. He had never expected that among the humans, there would also be such people who upon failing to defeat the enemy would vow to disgust the enemy instead. Alas, this was ineffective against him. Way earlier, when he had first started controlling the S-class devil, the entirety of the S-class devil had reeked of urine. He had long grown used to this smell. A smell at the level of Bagu's urine would not affect him at all. The old devil sneered. How funny. Bang. The devilish wind swept forth again. Once again, all the steelies started to shine. The liquid left behind by Bagu evaporated instantly. Bagu despaired. Indeed. It's ineffective? What had been the point of tricking him at a time like this? Die. The dreadful power of the old devil descended. Right at this moment, his release seemed to be cut short. In an unfathomable manner, the old devil felt like his entire body had been hollowed out. His body froze. Swoosh. Instantly, the shining steel is dimmed. What was going on? Could it be? His first reaction was to look at where Bagu stood, but there, Bagu was also watching on with a dumbstruck expression. Had his attack earlier worked? This was what everyone thought. And this thought persisted until they saw, in the distance, at the furthest steel, a vague figure appear, lift the steel, and start running. That familiar figure looked like Chen Feng. Glang, glang. Chen Feng tossed the steel far away before returning at top speed. Lifting another steel, he ran away again and repeated the same process. The old devil had only noticed him when he was lifting the third steel. The old devil's eyes widened. How is that possible? He watched on with an expression of disbelief. The super formidable power that he had improved, the steel is produced by a top-notch S-class power, were being removed by someone just like that? How was that possible? One ought to know that without the power of an S-class, nobody could even hope to touch the steelies. The old devil was furious. Damn it. He had no idea what trick the humans were using. However, he had to stop what Chen Feng was doing. Alas, right as he was about to move, the president and the ancients moved as well. Bang! Terrifying attacks halted the advance of the old devil. The president sensed the present strength of the old devil and sneered. Your strength does not seem that strong. Damn it. The old devil was furious. As Chen Feng had lifted 3 of the steelies, the old devil's strength had reduced dramatically. He wanted to recover the stolen steelies but was stopped by the president. He could only watch on with eyes wide as Chen Feng removed one steel after another until all the steelies were gone. A faint radiance flashed past. The power he had fused with vanished, and his connection with the S-class power was completely severed. No. The old devil was alarmed. Without the S-class power, he was nothing. He ordered the S-class devil, "Damn it, why are you still not saving me?" The S-class devil moved rapidly, but surprisingly, at this instant, his eyes flashed with gold. His moving body stopped for around half a second before resuming moving. Alas, due to this half-second pause, he was too late to rescue the old devil. This half-second pause was sufficient for the old devil to lose his life. Bang! The president's powerful attack erupted, ripping the old devil apart. The old devil watched on with an unbelieving expression. You people. The previous instant, he had still been dreaming the dream of conquering the entire world. The next instant, he had been instantly killed. His dream had been crushed so quickly he hadn't even been able to react to it before dying. Chen Feng. His gaze landed on Chen Feng. It was this guy who had used some unknown method to take away his steelies. Hateful. There was also that bastard called Bagu. If it wasn't because of his insulting actions earlier, the old devil would not have shifted his attention and that Chen Feng would not have had any chance to do what he had. The humans were actually so treacherous. Plop. The old devil collapsed onto the ground weakly, dead. His final gaze landed on that S-class devil. He could not understand why this devil, which he had always been able to summon as he wished, had been delayed when summoned earlier. He felt like this death of his was too great of an injustice. Shwa. The entire world lapsed into silence. The old devil was dead, killed so very quickly. The president gazed at his own hands. He had not dared to believe that he would be able to easily kill such a powerful devil with a random attack. Yet this was what had happened. The president gained understanding. He's actually so weak without the fused power. So it turned out that, originally, this old devil had merely been as strong as a regular A-class. It's that child. Everyone looked at Chen Feng. They all knew that during the crucial moment earlier, it had been Chen Feng who had used some unknown method to move the steelies, giving them the upper hand. This time, Chen Feng had once again made a huge contribution. The president was very satisfied. Not bad. Only Barger had an expression of melancholy on his face. He had finally realized that Chen Feng had merely used him as bait to attract the attention of that old devil. This was too excessive. How did you move the steelies? Lil asked the returning Chen Feng. Chen Feng gave a rough explanation. Although the steelies were formed by S-class power, the old devil was, after all, still a beyond A-class. Since the steelies were created by a beyond A-class could certainly break them. Everyone sank into contemplation. Chen Feng had not said much. After all, he couldn't possibly tell them that the only reason he had been able to move those steelies was because he was an S-class, that the steelies had no defenses against S-classes. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't unleash S-class power after telling them that? As an incomplete S-class, Chen Feng still saw himself as being between beyond A-class and S-class. That was all. Suddenly, Tani Uliming said, "Look there." Everyone followed her line of sight. Distantly, as the old devil died, the devilish aura around them vanished. Only an S-class devil was left behind. This S-class devil seemed to have sunk into sleep. Is he sleeping because he's sealed? Lil asked after some thought. Nope. However, the devil controlling him is already dead. At present, he is in an unmanned state, as his consciousness is temporarily incomplete. Moreover, even after waking up, he will still only move according to his instincts. If we take this chance to kill him, the president said unhurriedly. Everyone exchanged gazes. This was indeed a chance for them. Bagu, the gene reagent. The president stated. All right. Bagu became agitated. The old devil was dead, and the S-class devil was in a temporary coma. They could make use of this opportunity to seal this devil. This was the best opportunity for the humans. Earlier, only a single gene reagent had been used. To face this S-class devil, they had prepared a huge amount of S-class sealing reagents. Naturally, this was also the fruit of that young prince continuously peeing for one entire week. Barga poured the numerous gene reagents onto the S-class devil's body. The faint powder shrouded the entirety of the S-class devil's huge body, glimmering with a bright radiance. It's working. All their eyes shone. They watched on as the radiance entered the body of that devil and the power of that devil slowly declined. From an intense devilish aura, it was reduced to the point where one couldn't even sense the aura. A huge part of his strength had been sealed. Everything was progressing smoothly. Excellent. The president's eyes shone. Next, kill him. After saying that, the president made his move. Bang! Alas! Just as his attack landed on that devil's body, those tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The devil that had been nearly fully sealed had awakened. Bang! A bright radiance erupted. The devil's body shone brightly and blocked the president's attack. Awake. The president wasn't surprised. 90% of his strength has been sealed. Even if he is still an S-class, he can't display the power of an S-class. At present, he is merely equivalent to 2 peak beyond A classes. Everyone bonded. So that was the case. If it was only the strength of 2 peak beyond A classes, Tani Uliming stood beside the president. Let me go with you. The president nodded. All right. Against this devil, the two of them would be sufficient. Come. The president charged at the devil, erupting with his formidable power. However, right at this instant, the expression of Tani Uliming, who was beside him, changed greatly. Careful. After crying out, she pushed the president out of the way. A flash of red. The president turned around hastily, and instantly, his entire body chilled. Where he had stood previously, an entire section of space had vanished. As for Tani Uliming, one of her arms was missing. The arm she had used to push the president away earlier. The arm had vanished together with the space it had resided in. The president flashed and instantly appeared beside her. Lady Liming, hum. A warm radiance flashed in his hand as he tried healing her. Alas, it was ineffective. The missing arm seemed to not exist and was thus incapable of restoration. The president was shocked. How was this possible? Tani Uliming did not seem to care. I'm fine. From the moment she had become a general of the ancients, she had been prepared to sacrifice herself. Their race was numb toward the prospect of death. Rather, the president's concern was what caused her heart to feel warm. Everyone saw what had happened, and their hearts chilled. Damn it. What damnable power was that? Tani Uliming looked at that devil. The power of that fellow. Slowly, and clumsily, the devil flew up to the sky. He seemed rather weak, yet the power he had unleashed earlier had been truly alarming, exceeding all their understanding. A power at this level. Yet this devil had obviously been sealed. They couldn't understand this. Chen Feng was the only one who had fixed his gaze on that devil. Earlier, he had been the only one who sensed that the power unleashed by the devil wasn't ordinary S-class power. It was the legendary power of the awakened. At the genetic union, the young devil prince was smiling happily as he watched the humans before him. After a period of time here, he had already grown used to this life. Even though he would be suspended frequently and his liquid would be extracted, the young prince waved his hand. Hey, Li Shang. The face of the researcher in front darkened. The vitality of the devil race was indeed so tenacious that it was unimaginable. The researcher in front remembered that on the first day, the young prince had appeared very weak after the experiment, like someone hollowed out. As time had passed, his condition had improved day by day, and now, the prince could urinate while chatting casually with everyone. You sure are generous, Li Shang praised. The young prince curled his lip. This is optimistic, not generous. By the way, where's the young lady in your research team? Li Shang's expression changed. The moment they touched this topic, he became furious. As this prince was being fed water at all times, he could urinate as wished. However, the moment a female researcher was the one in charge, this prince would spray something else. As he thought of this, he frowned. Wiping his face, he could smell the same foul odor. The young prince smiled awkwardly. That was an accident. It's just that I haven't seen any females for a very long time. With the young lady personally helping me with the experiment that time, that's why. You know what I mean, said the young prince in a subdued voice. Li Shang merely gave him a cold glance without replying. "Hey, so is she here or not?" the prince asked. "She's an intern. On her first day, you scared her away." "What do you think?" grumbled Li Shang. The young prince became dispirited. Fine. The occasional appearance of female researchers was his only motivation. Li Shang looked at the dispirited expression of the prince and paused before saying, "If you can control yourself, I can get some researchers from over there to come here to watch and learn." "Is that for real?" The young prince was overjoyed. "Haha, I knew you were kind to me." Li Shang. One would have some feelings after keeping a rat for half a year, let alone this young prince who was also a chatterer. Li Shang frowned. "Settle yourself first, I'm extracting the liquid now." "All right." The young prince was happy. As he thought of how he would be able to see the females soon, he became somewhat excited. And thus, Li Shang's expression darkened as he gazed furiously at the hose he was holding in his hand. "If you continue losing control, I will castrate you and use a syringe to extract your liquid instead," Li Shang said. "Shwa." Instantly, the young prince calmed down. Li Shang snorted coldly. "H." After extracting the sample smoothly, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a bizarre radiance flickered, and on the young prince's body, a radiance flashed. Bang, bang. A terrifying light wave bubbled out. Instantly, the numerous panes of high durability glass shattered. These panes of glass were things even a Beyond A class wouldn't be able to break, yet all of them had shattered at this instant, turning into countless fragments. As for the young prince, his body started hovering in midair. Everyone was shocked. "What's going on?" Li Shang's expression darkened. "You dare mess around? This has nothing to do with me." The young prince was dumbstruck as well. He felt like his body was currently out of his control and was under the control of some power. It was hovering without his control. "Holy shit, old Li, save me, help." Li Shang got everyone to help get the young prince down. Alas, right at this instant, a ripple flashed past. Instantly, the prince's body vanished, resulting in Li Shang and the rest grabbing empty air. Next, the radiance faded, and the laboratory returned to its previous calm. The prince had disappeared. "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked. The security team had already rushed over immediately, but they were unable to locate any foreign enemies. No enemies could be found. Their defensive system at the outer layer had not been triggered either. "It's not your fault." Li Shang shook his head. The power originated from within the body of the young prince. Perhaps someone brought him away by force. "Report this to the genetic union immediately." All right. Everyone did as they had been told. That person. Li Shang recalled the prince's cry for help prior to his disappearance. Wasn't it a good thing for the prince to gain freedom in such a manner? "Hopefully you are fine," Li Shang muttered. At this time, in the distant unknown region, Chen Feng and the rest were staring cautiously at the newly awakened devil expert. A faint power was being emitted without stop, a power so terrifying it caused one to feel petrified. This devil was very weak. It was obvious that the gene reagent produced with the young prince's urine was working, as everyone could feel that the strength of this devil had been weakened by 90%. But even with that, he was still so powerful that their hair stood on end. This was completely different than the previous devil that had been under the control of the old devil. Moreover, this half-sealed S-class devil was even stronger than the whole old devil. How is that possible? Everyone was horrified. They could not comprehend this. The old devil had clearly died. A huge portion of this devil's power had obviously been sealed. Why was this devil still so terrifying? Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Is this the power of an awakened one? Shwa. Lights whirled. He focused his gaze on every single one of this devil's actions. At the instant the devil moved, an irregular power had obviously been sensed, the unique power of an S-class that was truly formidable. "Spirit, analyze it for me," Chen Feng urged inwardly. "Understood." Spirit cast all her senses toward the devil. Borrowing her senses, Chen Feng started studying every single one of this devil's actions whenever he unleashed his power. Every second, every undulation, even without luck value, Chen Feng had to obtain a result. "Let me take a look." "At what, exactly, is the power of an awakened one?" Chen Feng muttered inwardly. He knew that this was the only chance he had to comprehend the power of S-class. Their expressions changed greatly. "This is ancestor?" The young prince was overjoyed. He turned around abruptly and looked at the hovering devil. He had never expected that this ancestor that had fallen under the control of that treacherous old devil would return. "Fast, kill him." the president said. The killing intent of Tani Uliming surged. Understood. Bang. Nearly all of them moved instantly. The consciousness of this fellow had returned. This was the most dreadful thing. If they allowed him to return completely and recover his strength, nobody would be his match. Thus, the humans had to kill him now. However, when the unparalleled attack of all 9 of them reached the S-class devil, all the attacks vanished as they were all destroyed in midair. Their expressions changed. How is that possible? This strength. How was he so powerful? Bang, bang. Numerous waves of attacks erupted, but the devil merely waved his hand casually and all the attacks were destroyed. Regardless of how powerful the attacks were, they all vanished before the devil. Vanished, vanished, and vanished. With a casual wave, all the attacks would vanish without a trace. How was this possible? They all despaired. They were not even in the same league as this opponent. Even when encountering the old devil that had obtained S-class power earlier, they had still been able to put up some sort of fight. But now, against this S-class devil with 90% of his power sealed, they were completely helpless. They could not understand this. Was this due to the return of his consciousness, or perhaps? Come back. The devil stretched his hand out. The young prince's figure floated over. Stop him. The president shouted. They couldn't even defeat this devil when 90% of his power was sealed. If this fellow was able to use the young prince to unseal himself, they would be in grave danger. Bang, bang. The president and the rest moved. Alas, they couldn't stop him. All of their attacks transformed into nothingness the moment they neared the young prince. They had no way of harming him. Wow! The prince watched on as his surroundings easily devoured every attack without any sort of pressure, akin to a black hole. He knelt before the devil expert in happiness. Ancestor, MHM. The devil expert merely nodded slightly before, ultimately, his gaze landed on the president. You all deserve death, the S-class devil stated with a cold gaze. However, seeing how he is fine, I shall let you guys live. Scram. The cold aura of the devil shook, chilling all of them. Hee hee. The president merely sneered before looking at Tani Uliming beside him and asked gently, can you still hold on? Tani Uliming lifted her weapon with one arm. Yes. Very good. The president smiled cruelly. Let's continue fighting, then. Bang. A bright radiance erupted. All of them aimed at the S-class devil. The moment he said that he was letting them live, they had understood. This fellow probably didn't have much strength left. Otherwise, there was no way he would let them off. Letting them off for the sake of the young prince? Hee hee. What a joke. How would a fellow who would pee all the time, whose pee would even fork, be so important? The only explanation for this choice of the devil experts was that the devil expert himself wanted to leave to recover as quickly as possible. At that time, the humans would truly be in danger. Therefore, they had to get rid of him now. Bang! A bright radiance erupted. They attacked with all their power. The S-class devil was furious. You are all courting death. He had never expected that these humans and ancients would not know what was good for them like this, and he had also never expected that from a single word of his, they would be able to see through his actual state. That's right, he truly did not have much power remaining. Previously, he had been restored using the young prince, and he had subsequently been sealed using the young prince as well. At present, he didn't have much strength left. As such, the proper choice for him was to leave as soon as possible to remove his seal and recover his strength. Alas, bang! A clump of light exploded near him. The president soared and intercepted his escape route with force. Thinking of leaving? Have you asked for my permission? The president said with a cold expression. The devil expert stared at him gloomily. You have no idea what it is you are doing here. The eyes that had always been lifeless in the past were now filled with killing intent and the rage of being provoked. I know, the president replied with a calm expression. I am killing you to get rid of future troubles. The devil expert's gloomy gaze swept past the president before landing on Tani Uliming. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He knew a lot of the ancient experts, yet this person here. Back then, he had once met an ancient general. That general had been rather similar to this lady here. Was this the daughter of that general? What a coincidence. It doesn't matter anymore, he sighed. You guys have indeed guessed correctly. I am indeed trying to leave and recover my power. At present, every ounce power I use will be gone eternally and will never be recovered. The seal is much terrifying than I imagined. As such, I do not intend to exhaust myself here with you guys. However, since you guys are thinking of keeping me here, He inhaled deeply. Next, intense killing intent surged. I shall do battle with you all. Even at the cost of my strength, I will kill all of you here. Bang! A devilish aura swept out and pervaded everything. This strongest S-class in history was finally making a move with all his power. The air trembled. That terrifying aura caused all their hearts to be petrified. Ha ha, come! The president shouted. Rather than feeling fear, he laughed. This devil would lose power eternally. This was precisely what the president wanted. In short, whatever exhaustion they cause him, he would not be able to recover in the future. If they could do their best and cause this guy to exhaust so much strength that he dropped from S-class. He glanced at Tani Uliming and smiled at what he saw. It seems like we have thought of the same thing. Tani Uliming sighed with melancholy. Yeah? How long has it been since I last battled side by side with someone so compatible with me? Devil? S-class? Come! The two erupted with their strongest attacks. Bang! The devil expert snorted coldly. HMPH. Both his wings flapped. The mysterious and bizarre power surged once again, appearing and disappearing constantly from space. This was the power of one who had awakened. Space. Leal said with a solemn expression. No, I tried locking the space down, but it doesn't seem to be effective. One ancient said. Spatial power was one of the more powerful traditional powers, yet its flaw was rather obvious as well. Any spatial undulations and spatial currents would be able to affect the usage of this power. On top of that, there also existed countless barriers capable of countering spatial abilities. This flaw was even more pronounced among top experts, who could rip space apart, causing it to collapse. Users of spatial power would be subjected to a rather huge limitation and would not be able to display their full potential. Moreover, the undulations caused by spatial power were too obvious and were simply incapable of hiding from anyone with powerful senses. As such, for top experts, almost all users of spatial power specialized in teleportation or the like. Yet now, the devil expert appeared and vanished in midair without stop. Every time he vanished, he reappeared behind one of his opponents in an odd manner and released a powerful attack. After several repetitions, all of them had already suffered heavy injuries. This was simply the clash of powers in entirely different leagues. How were they supposed to battle such strength? Bang! A bright radiance erupted, and next, blood spurted out of an ancient's body. A heavy injury. As everyone saw this, their expressions became unsightly. The enemy was able to do this even with 90% of his strength sealed. If his strength were not sealed, a single flash would be sufficient to insta-kill one of them. What kind of power was this? None of them knew the answer to that. They all clenched their teeth and continued fighting on. They were clear that with every attack they survived, this fellow would forever lose the power used. For the humans and ancients, this was beneficial. They all clenched their teeth tightly. Fight, fight, fight. Puh, puh. Blood spluttered everywhere. They were already drenched with blood. S-class was still S-class. After all, he was so powerful even after a huge portion of his strength had been sealed. Leal smiled bitterly. Is this the power of an S-class? He could feel the power within him dropping. It wouldn't be long before he could no longer hang on. Bang, bang. After every collision, he could feel his power dropping. His willpower blurred, yet he persevered just so they could exhaust enough of this fellow's power that he downgraded from S-class. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone was doing their utmost. The eyes of the president and Tani Uliming were bloodshot as they glared attentively at that shadow that was flashing about without stop. As for the devil expert, his eyes were bloodshot as well. He truly wanted to see how much longer these damnable humans and ancients could last. At this moment, the only ones who had yet to do anything here were Chen Feng and the young prince. Chen Feng's gaze had been focused on the battle. Currently, he was focusing on Tani Uliming. He observed every single action and energy undulation of hers, taking in everything clearly. He was analyzing the power of an awakened. He was studying the power of an S-class. Faster, faster, faster. Chen Feng roared inwardly. He knew how serious the battle was. Every second he wasted, one person would be dealt a serious injury that might even lead to death. As such, he had to observe clearly. He had to attain comprehension as quickly as possible. Awakened. Awakened. Chen Feng's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the battle. At this time, the young prince to the side glanced first at the distant battle and then at Chen Feng, who was beside him. The young prince felt like the chance for his revenge had arrived. Back then, It had been this Chen Feng fellow who had caused him to suffer such a fate. No, hold on, it seemed like this Chen Feng was the one who had rescued him instead. The hell, in any case, is there a difference in which side it was that held me as a prisoner? The young prince thought inwardly. Of course, he knew that this wasn't the main reason he was thinking of making a move. The reason he was even thinking of acting was because the aura Chen Feng exuded presently gave him a feeling of utmost danger. This guy. On Chen Feng's body, he sensed a different power, a power that was incomparably similar to his ancestor. He had to stop this guy. This was the only thought in the young prince's head. Kill him, ordered the distant devil expert without hesitation. In fact, he could go kill Chen Feng as well. However, he was rather far away from Chen Feng. If he went over forcefully, the president would aim for the young prince, as evidenced by the president eyeing the young prince earlier when the devil expert had been about to head over to Chen Feng. The devil expert snorted. HMPH. Was this a warning? If he killed Chen Feng, they would kill the young prince. For people at their level, killing someone would require only an instant. Indeed, with his present strength, he couldn't both kill Chen Feng and protect the young prince at the same time. Even so, would everything be fine just because of this? Kill him, the devil expert ordered with a cold gaze. He couldn't go kill Chen Feng personally, but the young prince could. Like the young prince, he had an intense intuition that this person called Chen Feng had to die. Earlier, wasn't this Chen Feng the one who caused that treacherous old devil to die? Very good. He did well. However, this also signified that this Chen Feng guy was problematic. The devil expert was unsure of how powerful the formation the old devil had made using his power was. However, this human had been able to easily spoil the formation. Moreover, looking at the present state of this human, he seemed to be preparing for something once again. Understood. The young prince stepped forth. Even if he was an absolute idiot, he still knew that following the ancestor was his best prospect. Bang! Light swirled around. The young prince stepped forth and charged at Chen Feng abruptly. As for Chen Feng, he merely stood there like an idiot and stared at the battlefield with a blank expression, seemingly not noticing what was happening. Baga's expression changed greatly. Chen Feng. He wanted to go save Chen Feng, but it was impossible. The devil expert's eyes gleamed coldly, and next, a new wound was left on Baga's body. Saving Chen Feng before this unfathomable devil expert was simply an impossible feat. Chen Feng, wake up! Baga howled. Alas, Chen Feng had seemingly gone deaf. At present, the entirety of Chen Feng's attention was focused on the devil expert. His mind spun rapidly, and in his eyes, numerous deductions and numerals flashed past. He was incapable of moving away at all. For the present continuing his analysis was of the utmost priority. Countless scenes were simulated in his mind. Under Spirit's assistance, several tens of thousands of simulated scenes appeared in his illusory world. If he moved, all these would be gone. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Appear, fast, faster, faster, faster. He howled inwardly. The devil prince neared him. Xiao Ying. Suddenly, Spirit said. Swoosh. Xiao Ying, who had been dormant for a long time, appeared suddenly. Spirit pointed at the young prince. Deal with him. Swoosh. With a flash, Xiao Ying appeared outside. After giving this command to Xiao Ying, Spirit ignored everything outside and once again focused on helping Chen Feng with his deductions. Young prince. In the end, he was not important. At present, in the real world, the young prince had already covered half the distance to Chen Feng. Even this distance had been done under a state of constant vigilance against Chen Feng's tricks and schemes. And yet, nothing seemed to be happening. Chen Feng was focusing all his attention on the battlefield, seemingly in some sort of trance. The young prince was overjoyed. Ha ha! I shall kill you first. Then, he took large strides forward. Just as he was about to rush over and kill Chen Feng, he saw a flash in front of him, a red flash. The prince increased his vigilance. What's that? Xiao Ying felt melancholic as he looked at the young prince before him. What should he do? Under normal circumstances, he could erupt with full power and this prince would most definitely not be his opponent. But now, Chen Feng had extracted nearly all his power. At present, Xiao Ying had no means of using any spiritual energy at all. The moment he tried extracting spiritual energy with force, Chen Feng's deductions would be affected. The simple-minded Xiao Ying rejected this notion. That won't do. At present, he could only rely on himself. And thus, His simple brain finally started being used. Perhaps, maybe, subconsciously, he started thinking like Chen Feng. The young prince saw this tiny snake stopped before him and sneered. A tiny snake? He could feel that this tiny snake wasn't particularly powerful. The young prince slashed forth casually. But right at this instant, the red snake started twisting around randomly. The snake's body became illusory and faintly discernible, appearing and vanishing. The young prince increased his vigilance. Surprisingly, that tiny snake did not attack him. Rather, the snake was twisting and flashing around without stop, forming a performance of red light in the air. What is this fellow doing? Forget it, I will ignore him. He is probably trying to drag things out. The young prince took wide steps forward and prepared to kill Chen Feng. Right at this moment, from the performance of light, suddenly, a seemingly real yet illusory scene appeared. It seemed to be a beautiful young lady wearing a bathrobe that showcased her curvy figure. Akin to a fairy, her body swayed along with the flickering light. The bathrobe rose and dropped, showing parts of her body filled with allure. The young prince felt a short burst of joy but then had an ominous feeling. Not good. His feet weakened, and next, a bunch of liquid flowed out of his lower body. The valve had opened automatically yet again. Holy shit! The young prince screamed mournfully and slumped down onto the ground weakly. The others that were paying attention to this place all had odd expressions on their faces. None of them had expected that the ferocious young prince would fail just like that. Everyone looked at the young prince with sympathy. How pitiful. However, when they saw the tiny snake, they were filled with awe. That tiny snake seemed to be Chen Feng's pet. So nowadays, even a pet could be so scheming. Very good. The devil expert had an ashen complexion. He had never expected that the young prince would fail just like that. He was confident that he could slowly kill off all these humans and ancients. But he gave Chen Feng a look. Despite the fact that this devil had always been looking down on humans, his acute senses told him that this human was doing something unordinary. He took a deep breath. Seems like I have to end this quickly. A powerful devilish aura swept out. With his present sealed strength, it was somewhat difficult for him to use this move. The moment he used this move, the entirety of his S-class power might very well disappear. His cultivation worth several millennia would be gone just like that. He would return to the state of a fresh S-class. However, at least he would still be an S-class. If these damnable humans and ancients were allowed to continue on and that Chen Feng was allowed to complete whatever he was doing, he might instead downgrade from S-class. Therefore, he had decisively selected the most advantageous option. He was the strongest expert of the devils. Only he was qualified to decide how this battle would end. This was the honor of the strong. He would not allow himself to passively wait for the humans to make their move. Bang! A formidable power swept out. The power belonging to an S-class bloomed. At this instant, all other powers seemed to freeze as a huge figure of light started condensing around them. Storm. Descend. Next, everything around was terminated by a storm-like power. Their expressions sank. Not good. Even now, this fellow was still able to unleash such a powerful ability. Bang, bang. The storm closed down on them. Along the way, even the ground was blown up by the force. Everywhere the storm passed, the power would freeze. Abilities, light, everything would freeze right there, creating a rather astonishing sight. The huge storm enclosed them, trapping them within. The president frowned. He tried attacking the storm. Bang! Shwa! Alas! The moment his powerful attack touched the storm, it froze. That's right, even the powerful attack of the president was instantly frozen by the storm. Everyone was alarmed. This storm, bang, bang, they all acted at the same time, but the result was the same. The sweeping storm was like a power from a different world. So powerful it was boundless. All their attacks were reduced to nothing but a joke. Looks like none of us are returning from this, Barga muttered. Lil sighed. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we weren't even able to drag him down from S-class. The president laughed sinisterly. That's not for sure. Is he the only one with trump cards here? He waved both his hands. A faint radiance flashed past. Since he was going to die in any case, there was no point in holding back his trump card. It was about time he employed that ability. Even if he had to die, he would drag this fellow down from S-class. The president's gaze became firm. Although this storm was extremely powerful, if they could erupt with an even stronger power, they ought to be able to force that fellow to exhaust more of his strength. right? If he fell from S-class. Indeed, Tani Uliming stood before the president silently. The president looked at her. Sorry. Suddenly, Tani Uliming turned around and smiled sweetly. In fact, I quite like you and am not willing to see you die. Therefore, forgive my selfishness, let me die before you. The president sighed. Although he had been focusing on bitter cultivation his entire life and had never been in love before, how could he not sense the feelings of this young lady? He merely had some misgivings due to her identity as a member of the ancient race. However, after giving it some thought, they were already on the verge of death. Why should he still be bothered with her identity? At this thought, the president grabbed Tani Uliming and gave her a kiss. Let us share life and death, then. The president stated tyrannically. Tani Uliming was so agitated that her face flushed red. She nodded her head resolutely. This time, she would have no regrets even in death. Come, bang! The storm swept in. The devil's powerful S-class attack arrived. All the humans and ancients stood in the middle of the storm, awaiting the arrival of the attack. They knew that this time, their deaths were certain. All of them prepared their trump cards so they could exhaust even more of that devil's strength. Everyone had a resolute expression on their face. Bang, bang! The storm neared them slowly. The devil expert gazed at them coldly. Trump cards? Defenses? Counters? Hee. How idiotic. These people were probably all unaware of what the true power of an S-class was. All their power was nothing but a joke. After all, he was using the power of an awakened one. Back during the ancient era, such power had once been called the power of gods, a power only deities could possess, a power known as divine force. A person, a god. From the name alone, one could see the difference. He waved his hand lightly. Let's end this. That huge storm started closing in. Instantly, that storm that seemed to be everywhere started closing in and concentrated together. This terrifying attack launched using divine force rotated, akin to a dreadful grinder. Bang! A terrifying power erupted. The earth shook and the mountains rocked. All the powers that had been frozen by the storm earlier were destroyed at the same time, transforming into nothingness. This was divine force. The young prince watched on, horrified. During this period of time, he had gained some understanding of the different levels of power in this world as such. He was even more alarmed at what he was seeing. His ancestor was actually this powerful. Furthermore, this was the strength of his ancestor in a sealed state. If the seal was lifted, his ancestor would probably be undefeated. Suddenly, the young prince's heart started burning. He could see a beautiful future beckoning toward him. Ah, what a beautiful world. Ah, the young ladies of the laboratory. Let's go. The devil expert stated indifferently. Yes, all right. The young prince wiped the liquid off of him and scrambled up. Just as the devil expert was about to leave with the prince, amid the dust kicked off by the destruction of the storm, a familiar voice resounded. Leaving just like that? The devil expert turned around abruptly. Instantly, his eyes widened. There, right in the middle of the storm, that spot where everything should have been destroyed, amid the endless dust, a frail figure appeared. His hand rose slightly, blocking the entirety of the attack for everyone there. That familiar figure. Chen Feng. That damnable human. Bang! The storm swept in. The president stepped forth, his hand holding Tani Uliming's only remaining hand. Since things had come to this point, everyone was already prepared to die. Faint energy condensed around their bodies. This time, they would put their lives on the line and fight it out. Whether they could pull this devil from S-class or not would depend on this final struggle. Bang! Radiance condensed round them. Everyone had a resolute expression. The storm closed in, and just as they were about to charge forth toward the storm, a familiar voice resounded. Let me deal with the rest. A casual yet satisfied voice. Who? Before they could even react to it, a figure appeared before all of them. It was Chen Feng. Chen Feng. They were all somewhat dumbstruck. Before them, Chen Feng lifted his hand lightly and tapped on the storm. Instantly, a terrifying power started to circulate. Bang! Bang! Instantly, the power of the storm erupted, alarming everyone there. That power capable of freezing everything, that power capable of destroying everything, was seemingly nothing before Chen Feng. The storm roared. It had seemingly sensed Chen Feng's power. A faint radiance swirled around as the storm tried to freeze Chen Feng's power. That hand of Chen Feng's that was touching the storm started to freeze. And then, His hand recovered in a split second. Chen Feng contemplated. Is this your power? In that case. Suddenly, the storm pulled back. Bang! Chen Feng slammed his hand down onto the ground. Shwa! With Chen Feng as the center, a faint radiance formed a circle. Just like that, at its peak power, that storm was blocked by radiance emitted by Chen Feng. Bang! Bang! The ground shook, yet none of them suffered any damage. In the middle of the storm, amid all the dust, everyone was safe and sound. The president was alarmed. The ancients were alarmed. All of them were stunned. None of them had expected that with a single hand, Chen Feng could so easily block this seemingly unequaled storm. This fellow. They were all shocked. Right at this instant, Chen Feng opened his mouth. Chen Feng smiled toyingly. Leaving just like this. Shwa. The dust settled. Not far away, the devil expert, who had been about to leave, stopped. You are actually able to stop my power? The devil expert could not believe this. Even during the primordial era long gone, very few had been able to block this attack of his. Yet now, this was not supposed to be possible. Apart from that fellow of the ancient race, nobody should be able to block this attack even though, presently, 90% of his power was sealed. This was unrelated to whether he was sealed or not. Rather, this was a power in an entirely different realm. A power that could not possibly be blocked by the power of a beyond A class. This person called Chen Feng. The devil expert narrowed his eyes. Chen Feng smiled. Is it not simple? Shwa. He waved his hand. A familiar power surged out of his hand. He wasn't too skilled at using this power, yet clearly, this was the power of an awakened one. A true S-class power. The president and the rest were shocked. They exchanged glances, finally realizing the source of Chen Feng's confidence. So it turned out, as they thought of this, everyone moved away silently, giving Chen Feng sufficient space. At a time like this, they had no intention of dragging Chen Feng down. Chen Feng had a faint smile as he said, the power of an awakened? You are not the only one with it. Hee. The devil expert did not seem bothered. It is impossible for you to be an awakened. If you were truly an awakened, this battle would have ended long ago and would not have required so much effort from your side. From how you ruined the formation of that treacherous devil and your earlier state, I can guess that you are probably borrowing a certain power. You must have obtained some inherited items, right? The devil expert sneered. Hee. Unfortunately, the power of an awakened is not something a person like you can control. Some remnants of the primordial era had survived. Those fortunate enough to obtain these items would be able to obtain some special power from these items, such as the power of the awakened. This was not a power that the user would truly possess. Rather, the user would be temporarily borrowing the power. As such, the users were normally incapable of controlling such power and could only use it in a crude manner. It was akin to a 3-year-old holding an immense hatchet, childish and ridiculous. The present Chen Feng resembled such a person. Although the power of an awakened flowed about his body, his method of control and the wasting of power, wasn't it comparable to a child holding an immense hatchet? Chen Feng smiled calmly. Is that so? Why not give it a try? Bang! A torrent of formidable power surged out of his hand. This was the power of an awakened. After observing this devil expert for a long time, after comprehending this power for a long time, with spirit's assistance, he had finally gained true understanding of the true power of S-class. He did not know the function of this power of his. He did not even know the difference between his power and the devil's. He did not know of any abilities exclusive to himself. But he could feel clearly the might of this power. This alone was sufficient. Bang! A simple punch. Instantly, the power of an awakened erupted from it. The devil expert waved his hand, sending out a slash. Their powers clashed, creating a huge shock wave. They were actually evenly matched. Chen Feng smiled faintly. You still refuse to believe it? He did not mind wasting his power together with this devil expert. If his guess was correct, it was precisely as the president had said. Any power this devil exhaust now would be forever lost. He had been sealed. At present, he had no way of unleashing his true power. Therefore, dragging this out and wasting their power together was the best option. Besides, fighting this devil was also the best chance for Chen Feng to gain further understanding of the power of an awakened. Chen Feng became excited. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous punches were hurled out, each of them possessing astonishing might. Chen Feng's grasp on the power of an awakened was rather weak. He couldn't even use it effectively. However, it was sufficient to face this devil expert who had 90% of his power sealed. Bang, bang. Numerous punches were sent out. creating numerous shock waves. Slowly, the devil expert started frowning. He had initially believed that this awakened power Chen Feng had obtained would be fully exhausted in a short period of time. He was astonished. It can actually last this long? Even if the opponent was unaware of the proper methods for using this power and was thus unleashing a pitifully weak might from it, if this continued, he might truly be exhausted to death. This wouldn't do, he sighed. Suddenly, he pulled out one of his own arms. Bang! The arm ignited. A huge amount of bizarre power transformed into swirling light before surging into his body. His power, which had been near exhaustion, recovered somewhat. His feeble power was now somewhat stronger. The seal had been weakened. The president was stupefied. This works. He ignited his arm to recover some of his power. Everyone was horrified. Igniting his arm. This was not as simple as severing his arm. For ordinary people like them, even if they severed their arms, they could still regrow their arms with gene reagents. But his action of sacrificing his arm for power with a body at this level was equivalent to eternally losing this arm. This guy was indeed cruel even to his own self. The young prince turned pale. Ancestor. He had suddenly recalled that the key material in the sealing reagent was himself. Don't worry about it, the devil expert said coldly. Against Chen Feng, who was constantly exhausting his power, if he wanted to avoid dropping down from S-class, he had to use this method. This was the only way to solve his current predicament. The power of the counter-seal was something he was clear on. It was a seal within one's body, and with this method, he would be able to recover his strength and reduce the coverage of the seal. You are all challenging my temper, the devil expert said indifferently. He spoke with a domineering tone, seeming telling those humans they were not the only ones with trump cards. As a top expert, he had even more trump cards, even in his current circumstance. This was a true devil expert, completely different than he had been when under the control of the old devil earlier. He pointed at Chen Feng. Destroy. A seal formed in midair before heading toward Chen Feng. Shwa. The terrifying seal immediately rushed at Chen Feng's body, seemingly unstoppable. This was the true usage of awakened power. It wasn't something Chen Feng could stop with his brutish handling of awakened power. Bang! Chen Feng punched forth. That seal formed with the power of the awakened was shattered with a single punch. The devil expert slipped witched. This time, he had been able to see clearly. Damn it, this Chen Feng had actually wrapped the unique and unmatched power of awakened around his fist before punching out directly. How could this human possess so much of this awakened power? Was this precious power supposed to be used in such crude manner? The devil expert was somewhat dumbstruck. Has the seal restricted too much of my strength? The devil expert self-mockingly asked. Even if he had removed the seal on his arm, at most, the seal had only been reduced from 90% to 80%. The seal remained, causing his powerful letter of destruction to actually be destroyed by such a brutish method. Still, using awakened power in such a manner, this feeling, it was akin to seeing a small-time hoodlum wrap precious magic power around his fist to fight in a melee brawl. This was a fight that could be settled with a single fireball with the precious magic power, yet it was used in such a crude manner. The devil expert's heart ached. If I had that much awakened power in my body. He had only recently been restored and had suffered from being sealed. As such, the amount of power he had was truly pitifully low. Seeing Chen Feng wasting power in such a manner, he couldn't endure it. Good. Very good. The devil expert took a deep breath. Let me properly see just how much remains of this power that you obtained through a unique method. He pointed midair. Condense. Instantly, all the power within his body was concentrated into a single dot of light on his finger. That single dot seemed to contain an entire universe. The devil expert pointed at Chen Feng. Die. Bang. Time seemed to stop flowing. The president and the rest were able to feel an intense sense of crisis even so far away, yet in such a situation, they could only wait. This was no longer a battle they could get involved in. Xu. The dot of light, like a star in the sky, slowly headed toward Chen Feng. Despite the slow movement, it still appeared before Chen Feng instantly. Even though it appeared feeble, the power contained within it was able to cause space itself to collapse around it, as space was incapable of enduring the existence of such might. This attack was still launched using the proper control method for awakened power. The same power could display astonishing might through different control methods. This was a powerful ability of this super expert's. Chen Feng's expression became solemn. This power, the awakened power, indeed required various control methods. The same awakened power that Chen Feng had, when used by this devil expert, was able to display a much greater might. But this was also the best opportunity for him to learn. Spirit? Chen Feng asked inwardly. Spirit frowned as she said, it has been recorded. However, the analysis can't be completed in a short period of time. I know. Chen Feng's gaze became sharp. Spirit could only record and analyze it for him. Now, he could only rely on himself. Swoosh. He could sense how terrifying the dot of light was. The dot of light locked onto Chen Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. However, Chen Feng had no intention of escaping. Rather, he activated all of the power within his body. He had decided to use the simplest method to deal with this brute force. Bang! The devil expert shook his head. How ridiculous. You are dreaming of stopping the attack with your idiotic control method? How ridiculous. If Chen Feng's control method was akin to a child waving a giant hatchet, the devil expert's control method was akin to the creation of the universe, soaring high in the sky before slashing down with a hatchet. Their levels of control were in entirely different leagues. How could Chen Feng stop his attack? Bang! The dot of light charged at Chen Feng. The devil expert watched on coldly, awaiting Chen Feng's death. Next, he saw an extremely petrifying scene. That dot of light he had sent erupted, unleashing boundless power. Chen Feng, in a clumsy manner, blocked the attack with a power tenfold the quantity the devil had used to launch the attack earlier. In this manner, Chen Feng blocked the attack forcefully, exhausting its power. Ultimately, he ended up using 100 times as much power as the devil had used to completely exhaust all the power making up this dot of light. The devil expert was dumbstruck. How had Chen Feng obtained so much awakened power? Even if he had obtained some remnants of the primordial era, he should not have this amount of power. Perhaps he had in fact obtained a huge number of primordial items. The devil expert despaired. Was the creation of universe a terrifying feat? Yes, it was. Could a child waving a hatchet around stop it? Alas, this opponent had no intention of blocking. Rather, in a simple manner, numerous hatchets were tossed out, allowing him to slash at it as he wished until the moment he exhausted all his power. What the hell? The devil expert was alarmed. He had been an awakened for so many years, yet he had never seen someone use the awakened power in such a barbarous method. Never had he seen such wastage. Never had he seen such a boring method of combat. Alas, this was exactly what had stopped his attack. The amount of power his opponent had wasted earlier. The devil expert grabbed at his heart as his heart ached at the thought of all that wasted power. If the power had been given to him instead, even if it had only been 1/10 of it that amount, he would have been able to destroy everything here long ago. Chen Feng smiled. Seems rather simple. The devil expert narrowed his eyes. This human. The young prince gave his ancestor a hasty explanation of Chen Feng, as he saw that things did not seem good. Ancestor, this is a bizarre fellow. In the human world, I heard of him. This fellow is good at creating miracles, capable of counterattacking when one least expects it. His luck is astonishingly good. Luck. The devil expert contemplated. Was that how this guy had obtained so many primordial items? If he was lucky enough, he might truly have been able to obtain so many of them, but right now, the devil expert had to think of a way out of this predicament. Only by leaving here could he start removing the seal and recovering his strength. Can't you remove the seal now? The prince pulled at his clothes and righteously stated, I am ready for that, Pa. The devil expert slapped this prince away, seemingly furious at him for being so useless. Do you think removing the seal is a simple affair? How long the seal removal takes is more than sufficient for me to be killed. The prince put on a wronged expression. Oh, the devil expert sighed. Seems like I can only do that, then. He could not ignite his remaining arm, as he would truly be a cripple if he did that. This time, he decided to ignite a certain part of his body that was quite an imposing sight. In any case, he hadn't had a chance to use it for several thousand years. Besides, he wasn't particularly interested in that. He might as well use it now to increase his power. And thus, under everyone's gaze, the devil expert's crotch ignited and started burning with a raging flame. Holy shit! The president was alarmed. The ancients were alarmed. Even the prince was so shocked that he peed himself. Not literally. 1. 1. Holy shit, to beat Chen Feng, this ancestor was truly putting it all on the line. Bang! The flame raged, and once again, the devil expert recovered some power. Bang! A power more formidable than his earlier power returned, shocking everyone present. The devil expert had been able to unseal more of his power, dramatically increasing his combat power yet again. Lil was shocked. How powerful! The president was speechless. This devil's decision was truly astonishing, especially because the devil had selected that part of his body to ignite. Barga gulped. Holy shit, igniting that part actually returned more power than his arm did earlier. He was truly shocked. It was fine to ignite an arm for power, but now, after igniting that part at his crotch, he had actually gained so much power. This was too excessive. It was evident how a certain combat power of this devil's was astonishingly powerful. In fact, not only them, even the ancient females were shocked. So strong. How imposing. Several ancient females expressed their regret. What a pity. I have heard that the humans have a saying, big tools shall not flourish. Tani Uliming commented with a solemn expression. Perhaps this is what that saying refers to. When the tool is too big, it will not flourish. No, no, no. By the side. The president started sweating as he heard them, and he hastily corrected them. The saying you are thinking of is a vast territory with abundant resources. 2. Big brother shall not flourish. Tani Uliming's expression was somewhat vacant. Wasn't this supposed to be a thing, based on what she understood of human culture? President. At present, he felt like killing someone. If Tani Uliming accepted this as the truth, what would come of him in the future? If they reached that step in their relationship in the future, wouldn't he be feeling inferior if this was the belief she held? This concerned his dignity as a male. At present, he felt like slashing at Chen Feng. What in the world had Chen Feng taught these ancients back then? Suddenly, Tani Uliming understood something. Don't worry. She seemed to have thought of something as she glanced at the president with a blush. Bashfully, she said, don't worry. I will not look down on you. I am aware that someone at the level of this devil expert is in fact an abnormality. The president heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, then. And yet, before this thought had even faded, he heard Tani Uliming gently say, in any case, even mine wasn't this big back in the days. ? Bang. The president was dumbstruck. Back in the days? Suddenly, he understood. What he feared most had still happened. Alas, he was already holding her hand and had even kissed her. It seemed like he could no longer crawl out of this pit. Chen Feng, screw you. At present, Chen Feng had a solemn expression. He had never expected that this big shot devil would be even more ruthless than he had imagined. With a single thought, this devil had ignited that part, causing Chen Feng to be at a loss. Worthy of being a devil expert indeed. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Such a ruthless attitude was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Bang! He sensed the surging awakened power the devil expert was exuding. Chen Feng knew that this time, he had to start being serious. Otherwise, he might truly die here. The devil expert started talking. You are the strongest human I have ever met. A remarkable aura lingered about him, and each word he uttered was filled with majesty and incredibly petrifying. Naturally, this majesty of his was predicated on the viewer ignoring the devil expert's burning crotch. Chen Feng, bro, this look of yours doesn't seem too convincing. Hee. The devil expert noticed Chen Feng's gaze at his crotch and merely shook his head calmly. Indeed, you humans are ignorant life forms. Well, it's almost time, he muttered to himself. With this ignite, he had obtained a new lease on life and more power, and he had removed yet another 10% of the seal on him. Only 70% of the initially 90% seal remained. For this devil expert, this was equivalent to a huge boost in strength. Bang! A terrifying power converged before him. A hammer exuding a terrifying power hovered. This was the first time this devil expert had released a weapon, and this weapon was indeed so powerful as to be petrifying. Chen Feng's expression became solemn. A weapon. The devil expert caressed his hammer gently and slowly picked it up. It has been a while, my old friend. A petrifying power started spreading as the devil expert held the hammer in his hand. This thing. Chen Feng gave it a glance and shifted his body slightly, Not daring to stand directly in front of the devil expert. He feared that this devil would directly start smashing forward the moment he held the hammer. Things would be bad if that happened. Fortunately, the devil expert merely picked the hammer up and waved it around. Duang, duang. Each wave caused space itself to shake. 1 time, 2 times. Subconsciously, Chen Feng braced himself to defend against the coming attack. But he noticed that this time, the devil wasn't attacking. Rather, he was doing something rather peculiar. What was this devil doing? Chen Feng could not understand. Duang, duang. Surprisingly, the space that had seemed to be on the verge of collapse as he waved the hammer started stabilizing. With each wave, space would become steadier. This did not seem like an attack. Rather, it looked more like repairing. Using the hammer, repairing the piece of space here? Indeed. Chen Feng rubbed his head. Not all hammer users would be Reinhardt. He could be Torbjorn instead. 3 naturally. What this bro here was repairing wasn't some fort but, rather, space itself. Duang, duang. Space stabilized. Chen Feng concentrated with a solemn expression, trying to see what exactly this person here was trying to do. And next, with astonishment, he noticed that as the devil swung his hammer around, the scene around him froze. Suddenly, Chen Feng noticed something. Freezing. It was actually this. The memory of all the attacks being frozen in the storm was still fresh in his mind. This time, this devil was freezing space. Duang, duang. Chen Feng looked behind them. The president and the rest did not appear uncomfortable, and hadn't even sensed any danger, yet their bodies were already slightly frozen. This was the most dreadful aspect of this move. Evidently, after being blocked several times by Chen Feng using brutish methods, in his fury, the devil expert had decided to use an ability Chen Feng had no way of blocking. This was an ability that couldn't be blocked, an ability that ignored everything. Since it could directly freeze space itself, how were they supposed to block it? Hee, pitiful child. You have no notion of what awakened power truly is. Hee, muttered the devil expert. He muttered in an overcast tone, seemingly talking to himself, yet his words were accompanied by an intense killing intent as well. Chen Feng's heart chilled. Not good. I shall allow you all to witness true awakened power. Duang. The hammer was swung for the final time. At this instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. This is. Fear appeared in all their eyes. Each of them was thinking rapidly. Each of them was still conscious, yet they had lost the control over their bodies. To be precise, everything around them, including their bodies, had been frozen. Spatial lock? No, this power had exceeded the power of space itself. Bang! The power of an awakened erupted out of Chen Feng's body. Under this formidable space-locking power, he was the only person still capable of moving. Relying on the power of an awakened, he was able to slowly move. Alas, Chen Feng could clearly sense that his movement was slowing down as well. Chen Feng sighed. I will soon be unable to move. They were both using awakened power, yet he couldn't even break free of this. The devil expert watched on coldly. How idiotic. Despite this seemingly hopeless situation, Chen Feng did not give up. Despite the slow speed, he moved forward slowly. With great difficulty, he forged forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Chen Feng maintained a resolute expression. The devil expert sneered. HMPH. He lifted his hammer and swung it down once again. Duang. That terrifying power bubbled up. This section of space became even steadier. Chen Feng's body, which had still been capable of moving at a crawling speed, stopped instantly as his entire body became stiff. He was nearly completely frozen. Chen Feng. Everyone fixed their gaze on Chen Feng. Their bodies were already frozen, and Chen Feng was their only hope. The moment Chen Feng was frozen as well, all hope would be extinguished. And now, they could see Chen Feng's body becoming stiff. It's over. Their hearts chilled. So even Chen Feng couldn't escape the fate of being frozen? What power had this devil expert used for it to be so powerful? The devil expert watched on as Chen Feng's body stiffened. It's over. He knew that the moment everyone here was completely frozen, this incident would reach its end. Within this frozen world of his, the moment everyone was frozen, he would be able to easily destroy them. What he would destroy wasn't them, exactly. Rather, it was this space, this frozen world, that would be destroyed. First, this part of the world would be frozen. Next, the enemies frozen within this part of the world would become a part of this frozen world. Finally, he could destroy this frozen world, destroying all the enemies within as well. Simple and direct. Naturally, the premise of all this was to first freeze everyone within this world in order to fuse them all with this chunk. He waved his hand coldly. Erase. Since everyone was already frozen, it was time to harvest the rewards. And yet, just as he was about to launch his attack, he noted with astonishment that Chen Feng was still moving. No, Chen Feng wasn't the one that was moving. To be accurate, one of his arms was still slowly moving, slowly being lifted. The devil expert frowned. This guy. Was he not willing to give up even now? Once again, the devil swung his hammer. Duang. The formidable power caused space to shake. That arm of Chen Feng's was not able to be lowered after being lifted and was frozen right there. This was a power one couldn't hope to contend against. Even so, while trembling, one of his fingers was outstretched, slowly, pointed downward. It moved slowly, stubbornly. The devil expert sneered. Idiotic. Alas, he did not notice that on Chen Feng's stiff body, that body incapable of moving, rested a pair of unprecedentedly bright eyes. Soon, Chen Feng roared inwardly. He had been taking in each and every move of that devil expert's. He had been studying each and every instance of that devil expert using his power. From the moment this devil had started moving, he in spirit had been constructing numerous all-rounded matrices to analyze everything about the devil's power, body, and every motion and ability. He had been deducing without stop, with extra focus placed on a method for controlling awakened power. Chen Feng did not know if this would work. However, this was the only thing he could do. And just now, Spirit had finally finished their analysis of the control method this devil had used for awakened power. This was the true method to control the power of the awakened. The method they had obtained was still rather unclear, and there might still be some flaws in it, but this was the only thing the present Chen Feng could attempt. Shwa. His brain was stuffed full with numerous formulas pertaining to the method for controlling awakened power. Chen Feng familiarized himself with it at a rapid speed but was still somewhat at a loss regarding how exactly this power was supposed to be controlled. This was akin to a situation when one tried to cheat during an exam when answering a problem-solving question by flipping the textbook open. Although the individual words in the textbook could be understood, when they joined to form a sentence, one would have no idea what the textbook was talking about. Moreover, even if the problem-solving question and the chapter of the textbook that was being read covered the same topic, the contents might be different and one might need to alter the answer slightly rather than copy down whatever was in the textbook. Alas, what was this? And what in the world was that? How was he supposed to use that? No idea. Chen Feng had no idea. Spirit had no idea. They had only managed to obtain a rather vague copy of the devil's control method. Whether or not they could use it remained to be seen. But right now, Chen Feng had no other option. He clenched his teeth. Well, I will just have to try it out. Next, he paused as he noted that his gums were bleeding. There was no helping it, since he clenched his teeth whenever he was fighting. A faint energy converged. The devil expert continued swinging the hammer, yet no further difficulties were imposed upon Chen Feng. When the entirety of his body could not move, Chen Feng was able to resolutely move his single finger, the only finger he could move. Slowly, his finger pointed downward. This was the very first time he had unleashed awakened power using the proper control method. This was a rather clumsy template created by both him and Spirit to control his power. The instant the power bloomed from his finger, heaven and earth trembled. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying power erupted. A terrifying power surged out of his finger and forcefully shattered the metaphorical chains binding his body. Like an ocean current, his power swept out, crashing through space around him. Bang, bang. They could hear the indistinct sound of space being shattered. That boundless power engulfed everything. That storm-like translucent power smashed into every unknown power in the area but did not cause any harm to anyone there. Success. Chen Feng was overjoyed. He had succeeded in controlling his awakened power. Although he had merely broken free of this frozen world and hadn't done much damage, this was the very first time he had controlled his awakened power in a flawless manner. The significance of this was much larger than it seemed. At this time, when that power vanished, everyone noted with astonishment that they could once again move. I can move again? Same here. They were all madly surprised. The only exception was the devil expert opposite them. He stood there, dumbstruck, staring at Chen Feng with an unbelieving expression, not daring to believe that Chen Feng had actually been able to break free of his frozen world. That was not supposed to be possible, unless. Finally, the devil expert realized something. His pupils shrunk, and his gaze locked onto Chen Feng. At this realization, he said, "You are actually an S-class as well? You have also grasped the power of the awakened as well?" It was no wonder that Chen Feng could so easily break free of this frozen world. Yes, if Chen Feng was indeed an awakened, what he had done was explainable. Chen Feng didn't have some ancient items. Rather, he had real awakened power, hence the unrestrained manner in which he had used the power. However, even now, the devil was not willing to believe that even now, in this so-called genetic era, someone had been able to break through. That was impossible, because the prospect of that happening was non-existent. In this unique world, absolutely impossible, howled the devil expert. He was not scared of Chen Feng's strength. Rather, he was shocked by the fact that Chen Feng could display such power. He blanked. Awakened. The divine force disappeared 10,000 years ago. Ever since the decline of the primordial era, it has been a long time since anyone entered this realm. Shwa. He waved his hand and grabbed at the empty air with a blank expression, muttering to himself, "Has the divine force finally recovered?" Yet he was soon disappointed, as he couldn't sense that familiar power in the air at all. Chen Feng. This guy here seemed like something of a swindler. Divine force. Wasn't this awakened power? The devil expert was surprised when he noticed Chen Feng's expression. You are actually unaware of it. You do not even know about divine force, yet you were able to comprehend the power of an awakened? How is that possible? Chen Feng frowned. He felt that he had seemingly missed something. The devil expert laughed like someone going crazy. Ha 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 ha. You don't even know what an awakened is. Ha 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 ha. Even so, you are still able to destroy my attack. Chen Feng frowned. He had a vague feeling that things were not as simple as he thought. What exactly was this power called awakened? Why was this guy behaving so weirdly? Divine force. What was that? You are indeed clueless. The devil expert shook his head, somewhat regretful and shocked at the same time. A human who knows nothing has actually broken the shackles? Chen Feng looked at him. What do you mean? You don't need to know. The devil expert shook his head. If the divine force had recovered, we will no longer have any need to fight. Unfortunately, it has not recovered. All this is merely an accident. Perhaps, with the decline of the primordial era, there is no longer any possibility of it recovering. Your breakthrough is but an accident. I heard that your luck is exceptionally good. Perhaps you might have truly entered the awakened realm by fluke with the help of some items of the primordial era. Alas, it is pointless. The era of the awakened is long gone. He shook his head. What was in the past was ultimately in the past. It would not be changed due to some accident. The prosperity of that era would never return. Bang! A formidable power erupted. He grasped his hand tightly around his hammer. Come. The devil expert pointed at Chen Feng. Show me how powerful an accidental awakened like you can be. Bang! His figure shot forth abruptly. Battle. Chen Feng had no hesitation. Since this old swindler had rambled on for such a long time, Chen Feng could understand what he had been saying. However, it did not matter. Even if this devil was unwilling to tell what he knew now, after Chen Feng defeated him, Chen Feng could force him to open his mouth. Shwa. Chen Feng had a cold gaze. Bang! Midair, that radiant hammer descended, so powerful that it was petrifying. Yet Chen Feng merely raised his hand calmly, pointing upward with a single finger. This action appeared so very feeble, causing the onlookers to worry that he would be pulverized by the hammer. Yet it was this very feeble-looking finger that once again bloomed with a petrifying power as that tiny dot of cold light collided with the hammer. Bang! A bright explosion erupted. Once again, a terrifying shockwave was sent everywhere. Both Chen Feng and the devil expert took 2 steps back, spurting blood out of their mouths. Chen Feng. Everyone was anxious as they saw this, yet none dared to venture forth for fear of causing Chen Feng trouble. No worries. Chen Feng wiped the blood dripping out of his mouth and regarded the devil in front of him. Hee. The devil expert was blankly gazing at the blood he had spurted out. Next, he smiled. I have actually been injured. Chen Feng merely looked at him coldly. The devil expert smiled. Interesting. He gazed at Chen Feng and closed his eyes before opening them again. You are actually this young. This race known as humans is indeed filled with limitless possibilities. Suddenly, he looked at the young prince. Come. The young prince went over cautiously. Remember. The devil expert patted the prince's shoulder. There is a saying that exists among all races, regardless of whether it is the ancient race, devil race, barbarians, or even humans. This saying, you must etch into your brain. One word at a time. The devil expert said, those not of my race must never be trusted! The young prince blanked and looked at the enemy. Was that truly the case? But the humans and ancients seemed much more harmonious than he had guessed. Never trust in so-called allies. The barbarians once trusted their allies, yet they ended up vanishing from the annals of history. The devil expert solemnly said. Therefore, remember, if our devil race wants to continue surviving, we must keep this saying in our hearts and slowly grow our race. He sighed. Bang! A formidable power bloomed. Ancestor. The devil prince was alarmed. What was the ancestor trying to do? Shwa. The devil expert waved his hand. Instantly, the devil prince was teleported away. Not a single person will leave this place alive. As for what actually happened here, feel free to make up a story. I hope that amid the battle between the humans and ancients, the devils can make use of this to survive on. Remember, the future of the devils is now in your hands. Shwa. Light swirled around. Ancestor. The young prince shouted mournfully before vanishing. He had been teleported away. Chen Feng merely watched on coldly. He did not try to stop this, nor could he stop it even if he wanted to. He gazed at the devil expert calmly. It seems like you are going to put everything on the line to fight now. Yes. The devil expert spoke in a self-mocking manner. I have to do something for the devil race, right? I originally believed that I could lead the devil race and rise once again, but now, it seems like I have to think of an alternative. In this era, only 3 races existed. Since the humans and ancients had allied, the devils would most certainly face destruction. Shwa. He lifted his hand. A ray of light shot out, locking down their surroundings. This time, he hadn't bothered with freezing time. Rather, he had merely locked this entire area with light, stopping anyone from escaping. Chen Feng looked at him. So you are truly thinking of putting your life on the line? I have no choice. You are the first awakened to appear after the primordial era. Even if you are weak, even if you don't even know what awakened power is, you are still powerful. I have no confidence in defeating you, not in my present form, the devil expert stated calmly. Presently, too much of his strength was sealed. If he was to fight normally, he would not be able to defeat Chen Feng. More importantly, you are too young. I am always fearful of the young. The devil expert spoke slowly. Regardless of whether it was due to luck or some other factor, for you to have reached this level at this age, you might be even stronger in the future. As such, to give the devil race a chance at surviving, I will keep you here forever. You seem to have forgotten about one person, Chen Feng reminded him. The strongest of the ancients. That old man. The strongest of the land of legacy, the master of the QQ Diamond members. That old man was an apex expert in the truest sense. You are talking about that guy? The devil expert chuckled. He is different. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, even though he also acted during the Holy War back then. The devil expert shook his head. That is also the last time he acted. He is not a person of this era and will not get involved in things pertaining to this era. After all, he is the Duma. The devil expert sighed, lamenting. Duma. Chen Feng's heart jolted viciously. So it turned out that the old man was Duma. This was not the first time Chen Feng had heard this name. That tortoise they had encountered several times had a badge with Duma on it. He had always thought that Duma was the name of the tortoise. It turned out that it was the name of the tortoise's master instead. He was the master of Qin Hai and his fellow apprentice brothers. He had once been the only main character of the Holy War. He was a super expert who had destroyed the barbarians' civilization. So he was actually Duma. But then, from what this devil expert had said, the significance of this Duma was completely different than what Chen Feng had believed, since the mere word alone had filled this devil with melancholy. What exactly was Duma? Chen Feng had no idea. However, he was sure that even if he asked, this devil would not tell him. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Why are you telling me all this? The devil expert smiled. Because you have no idea how precious you are. In this wondrous land, in this wondrous world, someone has actually become an awakened. You are not aware of the significance of this feat. Chen Feng sank into silence. Could it be that this was a world where it was impossible for a new awakened to appear? Why, in fact, Chen Feng had only broken through to the awakened realm because he and Kong Bei had arrived on an alien world, that Twin Horns world. In short, there's some sort of limitation on this world? Guessed Chen Feng. The devil expert spoke calmly. To be honest, if the divine force had been able to recover, if that era had appeared once again, not only would I have told you everything, I would even have imparted upon you everything I know and treated you as my junior, turning you into a true legend, leading this world out of its predicament. Unfortunately, that era has not returned. This is still a desolate land, a place where three races wage war. For the future of the devil race, you must die here. Shwa. In a serene manner, he took a step forward. Bang! A boundless power was ignited. This time, he wasn't igniting a specific part of his body. Rather, his entire body was ignited. Abruptly, a petrifying power surged. This power, the president and the rest were horrified. The seal had been removed. The true power of an awakened had been returned. The devil expert bathed in the flame, while his entire body transformed into the energy form. His true power returned, the seal on him reduced into nothingness. Their hearts chilled. It's over. They couldn't even defeat a sealed devil expert, let alone this devil expert at full power. The moment all of them, the nominal strongest experts of the humans and ancients, died here, what would happen to the humans and ancients? None of them had an answer to this question. What story would the young devil prince, who had been teleported away, fabricate regarding what happened here? They had no answer to that as well. Chen Feng sighed. Is there a need to go this far? The devil expert had indeed recovered his peak power. Yet similarly, having ignited his entire body, he would not be able to live long. The moment his energy was exhausted would also be the moment he died for real. The devil expert had a serene expression. For the devil race, he would not allow his descendants to continue on this decline. Shwa. His formidable power locked on to all of them. Not a single person would be able to leave this place alive, especially this youngster with seemingly unlimited potential. I have also learned how to control the power of the awakened. Chen Feng looked at the devil. You might not be able to defeat me. Are you sure? The devil expert lifted his hand slightly, and a boundless power ignited. Chen Feng's expression changed as he saw that he had just learned of the basic control methods for awakened power. If magic was used as the analogy, it was equivalent to going from shrouding his physical body with magic power and brawling to using the magic power to form a fireball. As for this opponent, he was already capable of using forbidden spells. They were in two completely different leagues. The devil expert moved. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong time. Bang! Instantly, the terrifying power bloomed. This time, the attack covered everything within eyesight of the devil expert. Nobody could hope to escape. Nobody could hope to hide. This was an attack from this devil expert at his full power. This was the true power of an awakened one. Let's end this. Bang! The devil expert waved his hand. Time seemed to stop flowing. Bang! Chen Feng pointed midair. The surging awakened power within him erupted. Numerous destructive forces erupted, yet they all seemed ineffective. They were too weak. This won't do. Chen Feng was anxious. He watched on, helpless to do anything, as that terrifying power descended upon him. His awakened power, which he had thought would be sufficient to block this devil expert, seemed so helpless before this attack.